Ba da 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 bam 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 ba da 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 dee da dee da da do do do. Da 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 bam bam bam. I think I should turn my sound on to silent. Da 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 dee da dee. Ya da 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 bam bam bam. Powder Monkey is connected, ready for instruction onto Twitch. Let's go off. Let's go on. Good, that's all working. That's all connected. That is now working, so that's working on Twitch. That is. Might try the little gentle reconfig button, because if I press that and do that, and I go, hello everyone. Right on. How are we all doing today? I have the bot working on Twitch, and yes, I'll put on the brewship stage as well, because that helps my good colleague Paul, who is doing the bot stuff for YouTube, because I can explain what I've done and one of the reasons why I left it so that Tim Bourne's going inside. Let me explain what's going on. Okay. So today we're doing for the Fly Navy Heritage Trust. So we're going to do Pirates of the Burning Sea later scene of Colab. So I thought I'd do a lot of investigation into the stuff and work it all out. And basically, what I found is that Streambot can store 20 links for upcoming live streams. That's what it's limited to by YouTube, apparently. I have now scheduled a lot more than 20 live streams, because I scheduled all the brew ships for a few months, and all the stuff for the, well, it's just 8 for Historiophon alone. So when you consider it's 8 for the Historiophon, when you scheduled about 8 weeks versus of Thursday lives, and 8 weeks of brew ships, you suddenly have got 24. And what it's decided to drop off are all the Historiophon ones, because I'd scheduled them first. Which is not very helpful, but it does make some sense, because you'd presume that if they're the ones scheduled first are the ones which are already done. But it's kind of annoying. But yeah, they are actually still to be done. So, yes, that is the issue. I presume Paul wants the brewship stage started, because then that allows him to hear near time exactly what I'm saying when I'm saying it, which is useful. Because that allows him to work things through. There we go, that's enabled. So we have that running. We have the brewship's Q&A running, so questions can we go there? If you put them in Twitch, they go up. What are ships in your title cards? There is, actually there's quite a few of them. There is HMS Rodney. If I open up the list, I can actually find a list, because there's now so many that I don't necessarily get to remember them all correctly, and I do like to remember them all correctly. So, the running screen, aka the title cards. We have me and Raleigh in chibi form. We have brew ships with HMS Cossack above. We have a King George V, HMS King GV, HMS Nelson, probably, maybe Rodney, so there's a debate, HMS Warspite, HMS Renown. We have HMS Australia, HMS Ajax, HMS Arafusa, HMS Belfast. I think we have HMS Implacable. Well, we have their silhouette sort of things. We have all various other vessels. We have quadrimes. We have an American ironclad from the Civil War. In fact, we have a couple, I think, on those. We have a Cairo and we have a different one as well, another gunboat as well. And yeah, representing all this US Civil War stuff I do. And there's a few more coming. There's a few more Age of Sail ones, which someone has promised to do work on it for me. Because my skills, as we all know, when it comes to graphic design, is absolutely atrocious. So someone very nicely did all these for me. And occasionally I get a message, a little Discord ping, and they go, "Here's some more." And I go, "Yay." And I sent a message, went, could I maybe have some which have some third rates and Age of Sail ships on to add into the mix? And they went, "Yeah." So that's the running screen. That is the running screen. That's what it's all about. And I hear we're getting a bumper crop of questions from Knight today, which will be quite cool. But I do apologise for poor Paul. And I'm going to make sure the questions are open thing pops up. But yes, we've got a few things going. Oh, and yes, I am going to have Timberborn going along next to me, and I'll probably go wider screen in a bit as well. But while I'm sorting out things like Iron Brew, and also because it's going to sound weird, I quite like having the Timberborn wandering on the screen because it's quite funny. It gives you all something else to listen to look at while I'm talking to you, rather than just my ugly mug. What have we got down with 2 bottles on there, so that means we have to get one from these, because it's whichever store has the most bottles. Hello. Are you going to follow me? Yes, you are. I have way too much fun with this camera. I know, I'm a big kid, but what can I say? I can do things with this camera, and with the microphone is set up just right and actually working, I can do all sorts of things. I can, wander all the way down here. Hello. To poodle height. Or up here. I can say hello to our air supporter, the wonderful support submarine, which is firing the fluffy torpedo. The fluffy submarine, fluffy torpedo. As you can see, it's a very big torpedo. It's only a ship-killing torpedo to be launched from this vessel, but I like to think of this as a sort of mini submarine anyway. So this is a torpedo in relation to a mini submarine. It actually kind of fits. The important thing. Hello, camera. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. So, the first full night broadside of the day. Yeah. Hello, YouTube Minecraft watcher, who is watching me play Timberborn and answer the Naval History questions on Twitch. Your name is complicated. Let's turn on how accurate is it that the 18-inch, 16.5-inch, and 15-inch for cavalry ships, 9.2 for heavy cruisers, 6-inch for light cruisers, and 4.7 for destroyers were supposed to be guns that the gun sizes Iron would have maintained after the 13.5-inch, 12-inch, and 7.5-inch guns were withdrawn if the treaties hadn't happened. They were certainly broadly what they were aiming for. I don't think it's necessarily defined that the 4.7 is going to be it. It was looking like it, certainly, but it could have been the 4-inch, and was certainly for a while looking like the 4-inch, and there was a time before 4.7 that it could have been the 5.5. So there are other options there. If you don't have treaties, I wouldn't be surprised if 4.7 is roughly where the British end up, but it's not a guaranteed thing. There is a strong argument going for 5-inch, a strong argument, and if you have. The main reason the British would not go with a 5-inch is because it's, if depends on how many light cruisers they're building, which are 6-inch. Which will probably be quite a few anyway, so they probably want to go with something slightly smaller, lighter, more reflective of a destroyer roll, rather than having necessarily the higher punch. Or they might go for higher caliber, so 4.7 but 50 instead of 5-inch 45. Look, in nicest way, setting up a question about Midway movies is not fair because, and I do mean this in the nicest way, it hasn't come. Yeah, it needs to be Q&A. To Nightwolf, you've put A and A, so it's not popping up. I'll get to it when you've got Q&A rather than A and A. You'll come up. Don't worry, I've done worse. I've done a lot worse. But yeah, it's a case of, they would have maintained them for a certain amount of time. Seneca Nero, question: what happened to all the surplus guns from major sail ships after all their ships got to the end of lifetime? A lot of them were stored or melted down and turned into new cannon. Some of them were turned into bollards. Some of them were just scrapped. It's one of the things that's often forgotten is that alongside Britain's armaments industry and defence industry, it's often been a very vibrant recycling industry and recycling effort for how to do with these materials after they've been put into used and they're finished. Ramal, in terms of the late Cold War scenario, do you think the Sea Harriers are better interceptor against bombers with anti-ship missiles than US-4 or F-14s? Not again. Not all. You've picked the F-14A. Sea Harrier 2 over the Sea Harrier 2 over the F-14A, but the F-14A over the Sea Harrier 1. Because of the Beyond visual range, but then all the other, basically the improved F-14s over the Sea Harrier 2. The two are very good. As for the F-4, again, it depends on variant which one you're talking about. You're talking about aircraft which have multiple variants, and it depends at certain times. Sort of going if you're going into operations with a basic F-4 from the first generation, and you're putting it up against a Sea Harrier type Sea Harrier 2. That's going to win. But that's because those aircraft are separated by roughly 30 years of development, and that's a lot has changed in that time. Don't worry, I'll make sure it gets across, Nightwolf. I'll just copy it across. Ramol. Answer that one. Answer that one. Answer Ramol's one. Historiophon. The British wake up to find 12 British and 2 New Zealand D-class AA cruisers and 15 C-class AA cruisers in a fleet on September 1st, 1959. How much cheering for the British is there? Quite a lot. That's going to be very helpful in the Mediterranean and various other operations. That's going to be a lot of AA anti-aircraft firepower to add to task groups, and it's going to be very useful in Norway. It's probably going to mean that some of the decisions about destroyer armaments might not go through, or they might go through, but with less of a, we're going to build a uniform AA destroyer, we're going to build, rather than we're going to build something which has maybe a sort of be a tribal sort of fit, where they have, oh, you have twin 4.7s forward and a twin 4-inch aft. A pair of twin 4.7s forward and a pair of, a single twin 4.4-inch aft or something like that. It's going to be very useful for the Royal Navy at that point. It's, you are giving the Royal Navy to deploy 29 more air defense cruisers. They're going to be happy. Nightwolf. Dr. Clarke, in your opinion, which is better Midway movie, 1976 or 2019? Okay, I would say the 2019 has marginally better acting in it. The 1976 movie has more accurate imagery. So, take your choice. One has the ever-repeating multiple Yamatos and all sorts of other weird things. And the other one doesn't. But I would say that some of the actors in the 2019 movie really did manage to get into the spirit of their parts. Whereas the 1976 were being a bit too reverential for my liking. Mainly because, let's be honest, the actual sailors themselves weren't so self-reverential over themselves. And this is one of the problems sometimes. When you're taking on someone who is a hero in history and in image, people get swept up in the fact they're a hero and forget that they were a real person who didn't potentially take themselves as seriously as they are portrayed by history. Question. Were the plans in World War II by some adventuring Home Guard group to use the bollard guns as guns again? Bollard guns as guns. There weren't any plans to use them as guns again, but that's mainly because they found there were lots of cannon which were sitting in places which were far more easily reconditioned. A lot of various... Let's put it this way, a lot of very nice places have cannon sitting around them in their part of the country they're in. They have cannon, they're just going, yeah, we have cannon here. Why wouldn't you have cannon? Not even really thinking, oh, good lord, we have cannon, this is going to give people ideas. No, it's perfectly normal to have cannon, isn't it? Why wouldn't you have cannon? What's the problem? And yes, of course, the reality is, there is a problem. Because there are children in this world who really do not like the idea of there being so much cannon around. I liked the cannon. I've always liked the cannon being around, though. It's kind of nice. Okay. Hey, that'll it. Well, yeah, it would have been interesting to see if they had pushed that far. Night Tiger for one. If the British built 17 British and 11 Indian Type 41 Leopard class, how many of the Type 61 class frigates would be built? Ooh, well, that's going to depend. You see, now you have this group of 28 vessels that is the baseline model. How much has that brought down the cost of the Type 61s? And how many people are now looking at going, hang on, this is becoming an ongoing thing. Maybe it's a cost-effective for us to build in as a wider group. A similar thing to what happened with the Leander class, to what happened with the old hand as a Perry. At a certain point, you reach a certain level of critical mass at which Allied nations start looking at it going, yeah, but that's the default model. And if we buy that, we fit into this wider group, and we can share costs of development and upgrade and maintenance and part production and a through life cycle and all those lovely, wonderful things which basically mean we can save money! And that does tend to make politicians, especially, very happy. being able to save money. It does make them ecstatic, some would say. It really does. One often wonders how they become so ecstatic, but realistically it's because they get to save money. Which means they get to spend money, they want the money on something else, and they always want to spend it on something else. They always have other things they want to spend it on. Usually something they think is going to win them elections. How much different is the missile age AAW anti-air warfare fleet for the defense for the USN and RN? Which one is most effective, especially at combining aircraft and ship direction missile defense? The US is by far the more effective one, mainly because it's more comprehensive and funded into all different levels. The British one tends to have niche capabilities which do allow it to match in there, but they are niche capabilities which allow them to match in. And the examples I tend to give of these capabilities are things like British ships tend to be slightly better at continuous search, and tend to be slightly better at things like they're sort of better at usually. They tend to be better at providing themselves with the some of the stuff with. If I stick at this. No. They tend to be better at, and I don't want this to come across as being against the Americans. It's not. It's basically the Americans are building, and especially this is more since the Type 45s and Type 42. So bear with me here. The Americans are building a fleet which is going to be operating in terms of hundreds of ships. So for them, as I've talked about before, when you're building a ship, when you're building so many ships, there is the aggregate value of, hang on, I can do this improvement, but it will then make it 10% more expensive, which will mean I'll be able to, in the nicest way, I instead of being able to 10 ships, I'll get 9. But on my level, if I'm buying 100 ships, that means I get 90 instead of 100. And that has effects for force generation. Is it really worth those extra 10 ships? And this was something I discussed when I was talking about the Japanese and their approach to the American designs and how they use them and how they approach the British designs in the 6.6 fleet and all these things. For them, making everything just that little bit better was worthwhile the cost, because they're only having 6 units. But the overall cost on the force structure isn't necessarily worthwhile for the US Navy. Okay. If that's the case then, if that's the case we're talking about, and that's fine, that's a very standard operating procedure, we understand life, we can deal with this sort of thing, that's fine. That's all the case. Then, at a certain point for the Royal Navy, if you consider Type 45s, they have their advantage over the Burkes, if you're going to say have an advantage in terms of air defense, is because of the radar forms they have. They are different enough from the British have developed a different radar system, so that for the British, when you have a system which will jam the Aegis or is designed to try and reduce the effectivity of the Aegis, and believe it or not, a lot of people focus in on those systems, because they are the American systems, because they're the default standard, they do focus in on trying to spoof them. Not successfully, but they are trying to put a lot of effort in it. The British, with a slightly different system, mean as an ally when they show up, they're kind of useful to the Americans, because the Americans can go, well, you spend a lot of effort trying to spoof our systems. How much effort have you focused on the British system? Probably not as much. And so then the British are useful, but that's the sort of thing we're talking about. It's the Samson radar system, it's the different systems which you have as part of the British are going down. And for the British, that costs money to go for what is to basically put in the similar cost of development to develop that quality of system, when it's especially going to have a much smaller production run and sales run compared to the Aegis. But realistically, both fleets are pretty good. The Americans have usually been better. And I would say again, the other thing I'd say is, nicest way, the Americans, love them or hate them, they've been far more sensible when it comes to magazine depth. The Type 45, I remember the debates. My dad was heavily involved in them when they were having them debates over the VLS size and magazine depth. And yeah, the fact that they did not have a magazine depth which was 4 times the size of that is absurd. They should have done. They should have done. The plural of Yamato should be Yamatis. No, that's very much a Latin, not a Japanese history, I think, phraseology. Do you have a rough estimate on how the donations went for yesterday's charity? Now, because some people do donations straight to the charity, I don't know about those. Some people do donations on PayPal straight into me, and some have done memberships and things, so they have various things. I think we've done roughly the same each day so far this week, of roughly 60 quid. Give or take £1 or £2 either way. And I'll be interested to see how it works out over the next few days in terms of fundraising, in terms of if people go back and put other things on it and all those things, what happens. We'll see, because I said whatever money comes in on the month on those things goes to the charity. Yeah. Sarcasm again. I know. But it is actually a worthwhile debate, because believe it or not, I've had those debates at conferences. What is the plural of Yamatos? I actually had one friend try and tell me that the plural of Yamato was Yamagachi. I'm fairly sure that person was winding me up, but she said it was straight face, and she's a very polite Japanese lady, so I'm sure she wouldn't wind me up. But it just seemed like a wind-up, so I'm fairly certain Yamagachi is a wind-up of plurals of Yamatos. What does the chat think? Does the chat agree with me that she was winding me up? Because surely a very polite young Japanese lady would not wind up a fellow academic and lecturer. Surely she wouldn't. Yeah, we all know the Japanese people do not wind up people. They're not that type of personalities at all. No one in chat is responding to me, so yeah, I'm presuming that I'm gonna take that as yes, I'm right. Perhaps she wouldn't wind me up. Perhaps it is true. Perhaps the plural of Yamatos is Yamagachi. It's a question. 9681. Question 16. So if the Royal Navy gets the 2 Unicorn class for a fleet aviation support, forward aviation support ships before war as planned, will one go to the Far East? Actually, the plan would be one would be in the China station and one would be in the Eastern Mediterranean, ready to deploy through. So that's where they sort of position themselves. Derek, I think it's a wind-up. Okay. Now, I know Derek's the father of twin girls, so I'm tempted to trust him when it comes to understanding the female mind. If he survived being father of twin girls, considering my grandfather was the father of twin girls, and he always said it was the greatest feat known to mankind to survive growing up with them. Yeah. Admittedly, one of those twin girls was my mother, so there is a good reason for his survival. We'll leave that to one side. But yeah, basically the forward aviation support ships were there to establish the logistics support for the fleet's maneuvers and movements. And basically, by having them there as a forward-based element, they could both self-sustain themselves from far more easily forward, but also would be ready for when the fleets turn up. Senecanera, question. Were there times where ships of the line tried to disguise themselves at East Indiaman? Yes. If yes, did they get away with it? Yes. They regularly tried to pretend they were East Indiamen to try and lure French convoy attackers, and the French to lure English convoy attackers into a trap and destroy them. That was basically their cunning plan. It often worked quite well, much to the upset of many of the English involved. On both times, upset that it worked, and upset that it worked on them. You could get away with it as long as you were a 2-decker, basically. Easier to do if you were 4th rate, because literally, some ECMN were literally converted into 4th rates, and in fact, it was for a while it was the best source of new 4th rates for the Royal Navy. But usually, 3rd rates could pull it off as well, because they were 2-deckers as well. Joe Fredericks, do you think the lack of Acer raiders on board US energy destroyers gives People's Liberation Army Navy an advantage? Okay. Not sure, because I'm just checking, because Acer radar is active electronic scanning radars. Now, I had to go and check Raytheon's list of radars for it. Because I wanted to double check before I said anything. But yeah, the ANS by Y3, the ANS by Y6 are all Acer radars. And the Spyway 6 is basically being fitted to... Well, it's going to be fitted to pretty much everything. It's what's coming into the flight, the Burks. It's also being installed in the Flight 2A Burks that can take it. Yeah, it started being delivered in 20. Yeah, nicest way. No. The lack of Acer radars is not a massive concern because they're already fixing it. It's already coming in. Acer radars are just the newest radar, and that's kind of like turning around and going, so do you think the lack of this latest thing, i.e., do you think the lack of having this year's fashion in your wardrobe is going to cause you to look uncool? Possibly. Is it going to cause you to not be able to function? No. Is it a massive advantage to the Chinese? Do all their ships have it? Do all their aircraft have it? Is Acer radar the be-all and end-all? Not really. There's going to be a next generation radar after it, next generation radar after it, and Acer, I think the ANSBY-6 and the ANSBY-3 are in service on a couple of ships, and I'm trying to remember. Yeah, and British, of course, have Acer on the Samson radar is an Acer radar. But yeah, there's enough Acer radars that if it was a really vital issue going around, there is more. It's covered quite well in the world's navies. Mitsubishi have got them on the Asugari class, the Masami class in 1994, and a Takahami class all got Acer radars. They were the world's first ones, the OPS-24, and there's a fair number of other systems as well which have received it. So, Acer radar is about a 40-year-old tech in terms of development time and cycle. B, yes, it's useful, but there are enough ships who've got it, and there are more ships getting it. And C, yeah, it's not going to be it's not a critical thing at this current time. And follow-up question: do you think China's spearheading refinement of rare earths? No, it hasn't. Honestly, it's literally because for China they've been building more new stuff, whereas the Americans have been maintaining stuff and replacing it. And if you're building brand new, you put on the latest tech. If you are maintaining stuff, you go, well, I might as well put on the new tech when I replace it, not necessarily upgrade it. And some stuff you cannot upgrade. You can't physically upgrade some of the older systems to have these new systems because they can't support them power-wise or whatever sort of reason why. So yeah, it's nothing. It happens. It's the world. Don't get old. You end up taking paracetamol far more often than you really want to. And also, crawling around in attics is really not good for you. I've now got the fiddly bits to do. I've done the bulk of it, which, nice easy stuff. And now it's actually I've got a quarter of the boards I want to put up left. The trouble is they're in the most difficult to get places, so it's going to take the same amount of time to put them in as it took the rest of the 75% of the boards. And also, I wouldn't say that. Okay, because I'll run into your next question about the Acer ones. As I said, the RAN are building rapidly new ships. That's one of the things, and they're fitting them with. But also, to an extent, the Chinese have been working on these radars for a while, and most of them, the HLL, I think it's that one, isn't it? Yeah, they're basically just improved them up, but they've got. Ooh. It's just been fitting it to their modern destroyers. They've been fitting radars, and it's the radar they've been fitting to their modern destroyers. It's not exactly. It's been upgraded at certain points. But yeah, look, the Chinese have been implementing a radar system since the 52Cs, and the 52Cs had a very cool. It was very cool when it came out. It was a very good radar system, and they've been iterating on that radar system with the 52Ds and the 55s. And they're all good. They're all. It's a perfectly serviceable radar system. I think the Liang also has it. I have to check my notes. Yeah, Liang also has it, and it's a case of they've got it on these ships. Great, they've got AESA radar. But then you look at how many of them they've got overall. They got 652Cs. They got 25, 31, I think. 31 52s, 52Ds, so that's 37 ships. And then you've got the Type 55s, which they're planning 16, and they built 8 of them, I think, at the moment. And so that's 45. And then you consider the Arleigh Burkes. Which currently the US Navy has in service, in terms of Arleigh Burkes, 74. Plus there are the ones, plus there are 2 more completed. There are a whole list of other ones completed and all 16 on order. That's the differential you're dealing with. And the fact is, the flight ones, they have a very good SBY radar. They do. It's just not AESA, but it's a very good one. It's a pacer. And then you have the AESA radar coming in and taking over, and if you don't know the difference, pacer is passive electronically scanned array, AESA is active electronically scanned array. And whilst, yes, active allows you more control and refinement of the beam, I think, and it allows you more tuning, so you can get more detail, I don't think necessarily that PESA is actually that bad for modern operations. AESA radars are said to be better because you can tune and you have finer control them, so you can jump them up to try and avoid being jammed. You can move them around more, and you can play them more to try and avoid defects of jamming. But there's a limit to what I'm going to go into. This is, as I said before many times on these videos, this channel's not War Thunder. The game is fun. The fact that this forum leaks like a freaking sieve is just an added bonus of fun for historians like me to point to and go, yep. Well, what if the US managed to integrate the Patriot missile into the Mark 41 verse? Are we going to see the US replace ESM with Patriot in quad or dual pack? No. Patriot is closer in size to a standard missile than it is to Sea Sparrow. It is closer in size to that, so no. I don't think it's going to see it quad or dual packed. So I don't think it's going to get that, but it's not going to get that small. And second, who was the most successful pirate captain wearing a Royal Navy uniform? Most prize-hungry captain. That's a contentious issue. Because at different times they earn different amounts. Hyde Parker gained roughly 200,000 during his command of the West Indies. Edward Vernon got 130,000. There is also people like Henry Digby, who got a huge amount of prize money. Digby captured 57 ships in less than 20 months, and he became basically a millionaire because of his prize money and some of his captures. So he was very, very good. Then there are a few others who, frankly, just get a lot of money. A lot of money. And some of the frigates, captains... There's also the problem in that... Okay, so... You get prize money, that's one thing. But if your ship is then bought into the Royal Navy, that's even more money which is given to you. And then there could be bonuses because of the information you capture, the maps and the things you capture. So, prize money is one part of the money they can make, but they might make this much money on the prize, this much money on the prisoners, this much money on the value of the specialist items captured, this much money if it's then bought into the Royal Navy. Hello. You get attracted to the ceiling lamp, don't you? You do. It's a good ceiling lamp. Thanks, Paul. But yes, so these things are sometimes fun to play with. Who was the most successful prize captain? That's one of those things of... That would be a long video, and you wouldn't have a definitive answer at the end, but you would know a lot of very, very financially motivated Royal Navy captains. Oh, if the treaty limits end with the Washington Naval Treaty and that fizzles out in something like... I think it was going to fizzle out in about 1932... Then, well, yeah, things get very interesting very quickly, because whilst the British government might have ideas about building some small ships, everyone else is going to be building big. So I wouldn't be surprised if by the time you get to 1939, 1940 period, you're talking 18-inch gun battleships, especially from the British and the Japanese, possibly even from the Americans, and fast ships, heavily armoured. The British always had plans for 27,000-ton carriers, so expect them to come rip-roaring out. Expect HMS Ark Royal to be the full 27,000-ton. Expect them not to be solo. That's part of the Royal Navy's gambit to get to control the Fleet Air Arm. Where did the water get in there from? It's a little problematic, but I'll survive. I'll survive. Oh, I guess the water came in there through that tunnel. I forgot that's a flooded tunnel. So there's water in there. It also powers it, and I'm not really going to be annoyed with that one. But the British, they'll be building lots and lots of destroyers. They'll be building lots of auxiliaries and lots of sloops, probably. Because the thing is, it's going to start off with the British building plans, and then they're going to react to everyone else's building plans. And everyone else is, of course, going to react to the British building plans. So everyone's going to be reacting to each other, and that's going to create more building. And the one thing I would think you'd see is that if you started in 1932, in a lot of industry and infrastructure that would be lost in the next 5 years isn't lost. And B, you are going to be building that, you're going to be that many for a full generations along. The British could be 3-4 classes long by the time you get 1939, 1940 in terms of construction. That could well mean that the British have replaced a lot of their older capital ships already. It also potentially means that the R-class have been reconditioned and given to the Dominions. That is a strong possibility at this point, you know. Right then, so Joel Frederick, why do you think Eric Raeder was as supportive of the surface fleet when he was supportive of the surface fleet as he was when he was a veteran World War I, and the high sea wasn't exactly that great in comparison to U-boats? Because they were very good in comparison to U-boats, because they provided another dimension of threat, and they kept a whole lot of destroyers away from the convoys because the ground fleet needed escort. Basically, Eric Raeder was a good naval officer and knew that if he gave the British a single axis of threat, he would make their life immeasurably easier. Basically, if you consider this, think about what happens when the British put off and are only ordering in 1939 sloops and a large number of sloops, a large number of corvettes, and a large number of escort destroyers. Now imagine if, looking into it, the Germans are just building submarines, and I'm not building... Don't build Scharnhorst, don't build Bismarcks, don't build carriers, don't build the Hippers, just building submarines and destroyers. What's the Royal Navy going to do? They're going to cry for joy. Because you've literally said, we are a one-dimensional threat. And so the British just go... Okay, under the Article 8, we can build this many ASW auxiliaries, as long as they displace less than 2,000 tons, are not designed to exceed 20 knots, do not mount over more than four guns over 3 inches, and are not designed to be fitted with torpedoes. Okay, we take that, we press print. For every submarine Germany launches, there are like a dozen of those built. And they can be built across the empire. And that means the Royal Navy can focus the rest of its force, its capital ships, its carriers, its cruisers, its most of its destroyers, on dealing with the Italian and Japanese threat, which is great. You imagine World War II if the British don't have to keep any of their capital ships and any of their carriers back in the North Atlantic to deal with the threat from the Germans. That gives them a massive advantage. You know, the King George V, they don't have to be retained there. Renown, Repulse, and basically the battle cruisers, after you've dealt with the Deutschlands, they're going to go... sit in the Far East, probably. Get their fixes in. Again, you can't use that many ships in the Mediterranean. Is the French full? Oh, that's a problem. Well, we've still got a massive superiority of numbers over the Italians. You won't have a single carrier striking against the Italians in the Mediterranean. You'll have a multi-carrier strike because, well, the carriers you need in the North Atlantic aren't going to be needed there. You're definitely going to have carriers sitting within you might well have the Royal Navy basing a fleet out of the Indian Ocean as a reinforcement for the Mediterranean fleet in the east, using Home Fleet to back up a Force H in the west, and just having sort of the Home Fleet and the Eastern Fleet being the repair/reserve fleets for the Mediterranean Fleet and Force H, and just keep it supported and running that way. And yeah, they basically don't need to worry about the Germans having any kind of breakout or anything, because what will the Germans break out with? So that's why you need that's why you need those systems. That's why you build those ships. So you have something you can actually use. Paul, what post-1950s infrastructure policy change would have made the most beneficial effect on the present time we have? Instead of going for the beaching cuts, mass electrification of the railways. Mass electrification of the railways. And also mass renewal of the railways. in terms of improving, basically improving the lines and electrifying all the lines, so that we have the railways as as wide and as good a network as we possibly can. Because that would have allowed the UK to be far more integrated and far more viable for moving people around and goods around. I'd basically pursue almost a Japanese style sort of system of railway management, of encouraging it for use for goods and infrastructure, so that basically the stuff we can keep so that we can free up the roads as much as we can for people moving around when they want to move around, but to make it very easy for people to go long distances and to commute with trains and move logistics by trains. I'd also encourage things like, when we were building tunnels to France, I'd have gone, no, we also have to build a tunnel to Ireland and a tunnel to Norway. I'd have done that so that we had a very much an integrated rail network system. The tunnel to Norway would be an absolute feat of engineering, but it'd be a really cool fun to do. And if you did have a tunnel to Norway, just imagine it from a NATO perspective and a NATO supply perspective. If you go, yeah, we've got an underground railway line which runs all the way out of the North Sea to Norway. We can resupply Norway by train. That would be an interesting thing to have, and a fun problem to manage. So, no, how many of the really rich families in the UK got their money initially from prize money? Well, somebody might know. Ooh. Not many of the really rich families got their money initially from prize money, but there's a fair number of quite wealthy families, and a fair number of... Let's put it this way. Quite a lot of the local lords, which are still local lords in the UK, especially, the ones who own the big house locally, etc., will prize money. If there's a traditional family in your area which owns quite a lot of owns quite a big house, and they're not from the Victorian period of industrialists, and yet they own a big property, they are probably prize money beneficiaries. Yeah, probably the prize money beneficiaries. And there's nothing wrong with it. But, yeah. Nice to go for one. If Washington, the Iron kept 4 of the 5 King George V's and 5 Iron Dukes and 2 Tigers as part of their allowance, as the King George V's will be supposed to get the 2 Nelsons, how many of the 5 Iron Dukes and 2 Tigers saw first London? Well, basically, Britain's only going to give up that many ships if they're getting to build some more ships. So basically, what they might go is, okay, we will scrap these other 7 vessels, but in return, we have to be able to build 3 more. Probably something like that. In which case, Britain probably builds 3 very nice. At that point, they would probably have gone for a battle cruiser along the F3 lines. That's sort of where their thinking is leaning towards at that point. So you end up with a scenario where you'd end up with the 2 Nelrods being the part of the battle line, and 3 F3s. Well, at least 2 F3s, but probably 3 F3s, supplementing the battle cruisers. So you end up with 6 battle cruisers and 12 battleships in the Royal Navy fleet, an 18 ship force. Not a bad formation from World War II. Not a bad group, especially considering the F3s are close enough to the fast battleship line that, frankly, if someone called them it, I wouldn't necessarily shoot them down. I'd say fully armored battlecruiser, but they're certainly close to it. That's ignorant. So why did the Royal Navy? Why did the Navy Why did the ships planned for the Type 62 frigate conversion have such poor shock resistance? Because they hadn't been designed for that type of facility system. It's I think the Type 14s. Well, the idea was, and it's a very interesting idea, realistically. The Type 14s were, how do I put this? How do I put this politely? Okay. So, these ships are literally designed from the get-go as smaller and cheaper. And so, ideas were had. They weren't given a gun armament. They had limbo mortars, Mark 20 torpedoes, they had a good sonar fit. But they were ASW warfare only, and they were really designed for ASW warfare roles. This is one of the problems, because when you consider you are protecting it, what are you designing them not to deal with? Well, they're going to have 40mm Bofors guns, but not a big gun. So one of the things you can save money when you're getting rid of the 4.5 inch, etc. on these things, is some of the stuff you put in for shock damage to deal with the gun's effects. Realised they probably went a little bit on the too far side with their analysis, and probably undermined other parts of the hull's integrity and safety and for operations. That's the last numbered questions for today, is it? No? Oh, good lord. Paul, do you think a wider gauge of railway would enable better distribution of 40-foot containers on the main artery lines, not branch lines? I think it's better to have one gauge, so you can have an integrated system, rather than necessarily having a separate gauge for freight and having to move trains between the different gauges. It's far easier to have a car change between the different carriages, sort of the different trains, a carriage train, carriage or truck or whatever, we're going to talk about it, change between different trains than it is to have a load be transitioned from one car on one gauge to a car on another gauge. It's far easier. But yeah, if you're looking at the Japanese, of course, that's what they have. But yeah, I would prefer to keep it to a single gauge. Now, if that gauge happened to be slightly wider than the standard gauge, I wouldn't say no, but that would be a massive project, whereas keeping the infrastructure going and adapting it and improving it is probably a lot easier. And a lot more sensible. Joe Fredericks, what were the possible objectives of the Polish Navy prior to World War II that justified their funding, especially considering both the USSR and Germany were a land threat against Poland? Principally because those were land threats against Poland, and in a nicest way, if you want to stop the Russians from being able to go round your land defences by doing an amphibious assault on you, like they had carried out at various points in their civil war and various points in prior to that, you need a navy to help give you some extra defence and support also your Baltic allies. And if you want to deal with the Germans, well, again, having some naval capability doesn't exactly hurt. Basically, consider them a sea denial and access denial navy, rather than necessarily a navy for sea control. Knight 681. Are the demise of the Free Cressy class armor carriers a case of your action blowing up in your face? No, they are an absolute case of pride cometh before a fall. They really are. They are pride cometh before a fall. The British were sure they were fine and they knew what they were doing and all these things, and they really didn't. They really, really didn't. Chandel, the Austria unifies Germany instead of Prussia. How does it affect the German naval development? Hungary and Galicia are still held in personal union as separate realms. Ooh. If it's Austria, and so now they've got a Austria-Hungary, so they basically go through the entire centre of Europe, and they have North Sea, Baltic, and Adriatic shorefront property. Well, they've now got a similar problem as Russia. Without the Kiel Canal, they're in trouble. But unless they can build a canal through the centre of Europe, through the centre of their territory, to link up their southern and northern fleets, they are always going to be in a scenario where basically they functionally have two separate navies and they can't support each other because everyone else is in between. So whilst they will probably will have access to a whole lot of extra infrastructure and industrial capacity to help with the development of the navy, which will not be a bad thing. The Skoda Works will be good for the starters. They'll also be in a far more complicated position. And with the increased land borders, although some security in terms of mountains, etc., and the ability to, rationalise things in a certain way, does give them slightly more security and does allow them to sort out some of the problems they have. Yeah. They're going to be having issues. They will going to be having issues and to deal with issues. You know, but it could be fun. I think if that happened, if I was Switzerland, I'd be worried. If I was Italy, I'd be petrified. And if I was Britain, you have an issue now. You do now have an issue where you have a power who literally does straddle the whole continent. For France, that's going to be a very big issue because basically they now have a continent a power who's far larger than who straddles the continent. And if I was Hungary, etc., well, Hungary and Galicia are held in a personal union as separate realms. That's not going to last for long with an organisation that size and with that amount of Prussians, etc., who are probably, even if they aren't at the top, are going to be getting very quickly involved. They like They like union to be union. Historiophon. Question 12. Follow on from question 11. Would it be right or wrong to say the three Crescent-class armor cruisers were defenseless against the U-boat that attacked them on... They were defenseless. They were absolutely defenseless. By how much could the maximum tonnage limit in theory be expanded by naval waterways? That was still good enough for all parties to agree with it. Are you talking about cumulative tonnage or individual tonnage projects? Cumulative or individual. Ships individual tonnage or cumulative tonnage for the whole force? Because I've done an Equitable Treaty series and I've got into both. So realistically, if you're not sure, go and look that up, and when you've watched it, come back and ask the question. That's what I would do if I were you. I'd go away, I'd ask the question after you watched the series, if that makes sense. So the Equitable Treaty series. Cumulative. Oh, cumulative, basically you could go as high as 20 units for the Royal Navy and the US Navy, which would be, capital ships wise, that's 700,000 tons, and then work it out from there. That's about the highest anyone would let it go to. But if it's individual ships on, basically, there is a good possibility at a certain point in maximum treaty, you end up with 20 units, or you get to allowed an allowance of 20 units of 45,000 tons for Britain and America, which would be 900,000 tons of capital ships. That's a very, very interesting scenario. It really is. But at 35,000 tons, it's 700,000 tons for the capital ships. Excuse me a second. Just going to go below my nose. Why do I have that mug? I have no idea. I keep getting bugs coming around the place. Why do I keep finding random mugs over places? This is getting disturbing. I've now reached this stage of adulthood and probably senility that I keep finding random mugs places with about a quarter of the liquid left in them. Okay. Joe Friggs, was ABDA command doomed from the start, or do you think the Java command disasters were preventable? They were preventable. They needed a lot more joined up thinking, and they needed to be in a bit of practice before you chucked everyone in the deep end, but yeah, it was preventable. It was preventable. Would they have been victories? Probably not, in the situation they were in. Could they have not been disasters, but losses? Yes. Joe Fredericks, let's say Turkish modernization was greater than it was historically, and Ataturk managed to build a navy 70% the size of the Raja Marina by 1949. What's the consequence for naval power treaties? For naval power Turkey? Yeah, they're not going to be allowed to sit neutral in World War II. If they've got a 70% force of the Raja Marina, then they are now a major factor, and they either get whichever side they get in is going to, well, both sides are going to want to join the war. Because let's consider 70% of the Raja Marina has 6-7 battleships. 70% of that, That's 3 or 4 ships. No. They're not, if they've got 3 or 4 battleships sitting in the Eastern Mediterranean, people are going to want them to start being part of things. Or that's 3 or 4 battleships sitting in the Black Sea that can assist things, and cruisers, and destroyers, and torpedo boats, and potentially other stuff. So yeah, that's going to be part of thing. There's also going to be a factor if they are building it up and the treaty systems are going on. That could therefore be used as reasoning for Britain, Italy, etc. to require more ships, which could lead to a breakdown in the treaty system or a change in the treaty system as early as the First London Treaty. So realistically, if Turkey builds up that much force, it's going to have far more repercussions than just they have this force. And that's going to have, depending on how it's played by everyone involved, that's going to have different impacts, different effects on Turkey. And everyone else. Excuse me. And you still know I haven't got a cold, I've just been literally in the attic. Sorry. That's better. Yeah, hello Yuki. I just went to blow my nose. Just literally left and went and blew my nose. I don't want to have to go again. But I think I should probably go. Yeah, it's gonna... Attic is full of frigging dust. Building dust, every single dust at the moment. It's just dust. That's better. Ay, caramba. So, how's everyone doing today? Nothing yet on... No questions on Twitch. There's Yuki on Twitch. I know there's a Yuki on Twitch. Seneca, question. I'd say let's say I'm a minor nation during the treaty era, and I want to procure 3 battleships and corresponding escort forces. Where would I be able to get that? You could go to pretty much any of the treaty nations to get them. That's going to be the best options. But if you do so, and that's, as I said, that's your best options, you will expect to have your details given to everyone, and you'll still have to buy something which is limited by treaty limits. They're not allowed to sell you something which is not in accordance with the treaties. But probably your best bets are Britain and America, because they've got the infrastructure to actually do it. Oh, cool. You're joining a group in the city to socialise. That's good. Socialization is good. I hear meeting new people is good. I'm not quite sure about it myself, but yeah, I have been told it is good. So how is everyone doing today? How are we doing? This is day 4. No one likes doing it. Humans only actually like socialization once they know the people. And basically they've already socialized with them to the point in which they don't actually need to speak to them to socialize with them. The moment you start really, think about it, your friends who you really like are people who you can go, sit near, don't actually say a word to, and come away going, that was a great conversation. No, Seneca, it doesn't. Seneca, you're claiming the treaties say that you cannot build you cannot build weapon systems for non-treaty nations, right? Where? For example, Article 15, no vessel of war constructed within the jurisdiction of any of the contracting powers for a non-contracting power shall exceed limitations as to displacement of armament prescribed by the present treaty for vessels of similar type, which may be constructed by or for any of the contracting powers. Provided, however, that displacement for aircraft carriers constructed for a non-constructing power shall in no case exceed 27,000 tons standard displacement. That's not you can't build it for anyone else, that's you can't build something which breaks the treaty for other people. And pretty much that's through all the treaties. So, Seneca, if you can find something which says that, this is the trouble. Don't take me wrong, there are a lot of myths around the treaties. But, yeah, I will stick Article 14 up here for you people, for everyone to see. And, by the way, that is... That's from the... that is... well... if I put in these are the treaties which are often, these are the things which are often listed, okay? So I'm putting in here these. So you can all, so hopefully you can all see those, right? Apple from Chicago. Have you heard anything about the US Army abandoning strategic sea left vessels in favour of pre-possession bases? There's discussions about it. There's always discussions about it, because on paper it should be cheaper. But in reality, they soon work out it's easier to have theatre-wide ones that they can just float in with the Navy, because if you have them in a land base, you then usually have to move them to the place where you need them. And that means you're going to take them from the land, put them on a ship, and take them to sea anyway. So yes. So, I'm not just making sure this isn't comfortable. I was being cruel. I wasn't being cruel. It's basically these are the sections which people point to whenever I'm told that, and I go, which of these articles says you cannot message of war? You cannot sell ships to other nations. Article 18 Each of the contracting powers undertakes not to dispose by gift, sale, or any mode of transfer of any vessel of war in such a manner that such a vessel may become a vessel of war in the navy of any foreign power. Okay. Now, dispose. I've got Discord power set us up a bit. That. Dispose is the critical point here. So basically, it says the ships you're supposed to dispose of, and this is aimed at the Royal Britain, that we can't just give them to our dominions. We can't just give them to dominions. But once you go through that, you start going, well, in the event of a contracting power being engaged in war, such power shall not use as a vessel of war any vessel of war which may be under construction within its jurisdiction for any other power, or which may have been constructed within its jurisdiction for another power and not delivered. You start reading through and go, okay, yes, you are allowed to construct these ships. You are allowed to construct, you're allowed to sell ships to foreign powers. You're just not allowed for them to break treaties, and you're not supposed to take them, and you're not supposed to dispose of your warships by basically going, here, mate, have them. And, by the way, if I end up in major war, you give them back, right? You give them back. You know you want it. You weren't cruel, I was just wrong. Yeah. But the thing is, I say it so often because it's such a common thing which comes out from the treaties that I do almost have a knee-jerk reaction. So I always worry I'm going to sound cruel because it's almost a knee-jerk visceral reaction of, no, that's not it. Okay. Next question, Ramon. Why didn't the Royal Navy develop their own ASROC with Stingray torpedo? Well, since it's better than the Mark 54 lightweight. Pretty much the reason they didn't do it with the Stingray is because it's a heavyweight torpedo, so it'd be more difficult, but also because to do that would require a lot of effort by the British government, and they pretty much didn't want to do that scenario. They didn't want to get into that. I wish they had. I think having a rocket deployable heavyweight torpedo would be a great thing to have had, but I also think it would have made the case of things like Mark 41 VLS. And the cynic in me thinks that if you end up going down the Mark 41 VLS route, it makes it hard, and you have that scenario built into things like the Type 45, like the Type 23. It makes it harder to justify stopping the building process. For example, that means you end up with the Type 23 force being 24 ships. It means you end up being with the Type 45s being at least 12. And that would have made a big difference to operations over recent years, but it also would have made a big difference to cost requirements for maintaining the fleet. Because the thing is, if ships have a flexibility of that, if they, to mount a heavyweight torpedo, you would need a similar length cell as you would mount a Tomahawk cruise missile. So you end up with a lot of surface ships having Tomahawk cruise missiles. Now, the old argument against the surface ships getting Tomahawk cruise missiles was, if they have them, how do you justify the subs having them? And if the subs don't have them, how do you keep justifying the subs? I think the easy answer is you can quite quickly justify both having them. It's useful, but yeah, there is a very heavy cynic in me which basically goes, no, they didn't do that because it would have justified too much other things. Joe Frederick, let's say the Kingdom of Sion is given a force of 70% of the IJN in 1941. Can they affect the war significantly? Let me just remind myself of the borders of the Kingdom of Sion in 1941. So, Russian Kingdom to 1932 until Siamese Revolution of 1932. That ends it. That lends to that. So that becomes, yeah. So it was so we're talking about under the sort of military dictatorship and period of that, of the Siamese Revolution, 32 to 39. So with their borders, if you have that significant a force, and I would presume you'd have a significant enough land force to go with it, I would certainly hope you would, then my strong suspicion, I do mean strong suspicion, is that you don't get the fall of Singapore, because that force is going to go on to maximum alert the moment the French Indochina falls, and also depending on which way they go, they're either going to ally with the UK or ally with Japan. If they ally with Japan, they cause a lot more trouble for Britain, and a lot more trouble for America because that's a significant force. If they ally with Japan, and it's 70% of the IGN, that's going to, if they ally with Britain, that's going to be a significant force for the Japanese to deal with. But if you have such a force, that's going to be a reason for the Japanese to actually break from the treaties, because they're going to go there threatened by them. Because again, you're dealing with someone who's got maybe as many as 6-7 battleships, 2 to 3 aircraft carriers, all sorts of things. This is a very, very big force, 70% of the IGN. That's a very strong fleet. Yeah. We're in the wrong place, isn't it? Yeah. That's about right. And I did the pull from Chicago one, didn't I? Just make sure. So I've got that note down. I did it. Ramon, why are the US and Italy the major NATO navies today that produce their own ASROCs, the Ramon 39 and Melas? Mainly because of what they're prepared to invest in. And I would say the Italians have been curiously, well, not so much curiously, but have been very effective at getting a very balanced naval force developed and funded, and that has taken a lot of skill and a lot of political work by the Navy, but they are good at it. They are good at it. They are good at getting the funding, and that cannot be taken away from them. And in many ways also, I would say Italy, because of its positioning in the world, at such of a crossroads, does often have an easier case making the argument for funding than perhaps others, because it doesn't feel as insulated. Is Fleet coming to the stream today? I don't know. Fleet might pop in, Fleet might not. Garrus might pop in, I might not. Dan might pop in. This is the good thing about the Shipshape crew. We basically operate on a policy of, if you want to pop in, pop in. If you don't want to pop in, don't pop in. It works for us. Why did the USN build the 3 Barber class SK even though they would go going strong at building SSNs? Do you think their role was limited to coastal patrols? I think it was more a case of its insurance. I've talked about this before. Just because this is the coming system, and even because you're putting the money in it, doesn't mean it's necessarily all there yet, and you want to maintain an idea of what the previous system can develop. So it's kind of... I did an article I wrote a few years ago for Naval History, now Global Maritime History, which was called Peaking Obsolescence or Forgotten Innovation. And it was all about the last generation of piston-powered aircraft and prop aircraft, and how useful and capable they were. They were really effective, really reliable, really useful aircraft. But the thing is, jets were the coming thing. But you still develop them because, let's be honest, the first generations of jets were not always the most reliable. So you had those because it was better to have them available than to not have anything available. And it's the same with SSKs versus SNs in that period. Fredericks, let's say Germany invents the Type 21 in 10 years earlier. So, yeah, about 1950. Yeah, does this change our subject for the Cold War later on? It does, but also if the Germans are operating that in the early 1930s, A, there are going to be a lot of very interested nations paying attention to it, and B, that is probably going to see one of the most rapid developments and investments of anti-submarine warfare capabilities that you've ever seen. Things like the Limbo, etc., will probably be developed, or rather, Hedgehog, possibly even beyond the Hedgehog, will be developed as quickly as they frigating can. Because pretty much the idea for the British will be, and a lot of nations will be, okay, so how do we sink this sub? It would lead to a lot of testing, a lot more testing. Probably the Hedgehogs are interim ones, so I doubt it would be. It is the not the Spigot one, but Squid. I could see the Squid being developed a lot quicker. It's technically on the drawing board in 1942, and it's ordered from that. Entered service in 1943. I could see the Squid being developed in the 1930s if they see something like the Type 21 operation. That's going to be the Squid's going to be the response. Maybe ASW homing torpedoes as well. It'll be a nightmare, but it'll mean you don't have money developing other things, but it'll be a focus of development. But again, for the Germans to have that 10 years early, again, there's going to be things they're not going to be able to do because they're going to have to put a huge amount of funding. Because, again, the thing about the Type 21 is it doesn't just develop or build upon German research, but it builds on other nations' research, and it builds on a lot of long-term research, which you can only make up for the length of time research by doing wider volume research, which means you have to have more researchers assigned to it, more research facilities doing it, more testing to accelerate it. And if you do all that, then you can't have those people doing other things. So if you do get something like a Type 21, let's say 10 years earlier, great. You've got a wonderful submarine for that period. A really world-class, world-beating submarine for that period. But you've also not developed a lot of other things. Because it's not going to be the same size team that developed the Type 21 historically. Because to get it 10 years earlier, they are having to develop a whole lot of new technologies themselves in that development. They are having to do a whole lot more testing. They've got a whole lot less operational experience and things to draw from. So that means they have to do a lot more work. You're probably talking various programs don't get invested in, don't get developed. So think of other projects which you might like on the naval side especially. They won't happen if this is done. It just won't. Joel Fredericks. Let's say the Luftwaffe jet program is more successful than it was, and the ME-262 problems are fixed and is introduced in 1941. Does this change the naval war anyway? Not really. It's going to have an impact on operations in... potentially... if it's the ME-262 enters service earlier, then it's going to enter service as a fighter, which is going to be an interesting scenario for dealing with in the Mediterranean, etc. But how many 262s are going to be deployed to the Mediterranean versus other critical fronts? How many are going to be deployed in other operations? And how quickly they're going to be built all has a factor on how much useful that's going to be. So, does it change naval war in any way? It's probably going to potentially push the British to try and want jet fighters earlier, which means they could be developing them themselves, which means you could end up with an interesting things. And as Paul from Chicago has just put in the chat, there is a very real possibility that if Germany comes up with a Type 21 in the 1930s, the British might well just go, right then, they have that, they haven't built more than one, let's advance into Germany. Unlikely with the British governments at the time. Unfortunately, the British Prime Ministers in the 1930s are not exactly flush with confidence in their worldview and yeah, I therefore doubt you get something like that, but you never know. There's always the possibility that the British do react marginally sensibly, and they do get involved in these things, but it's unlikely to my mind. It is unlikely. Joel Fredericks. Let's say Luftwaffe answer that one. I should remember to green tick these ones when I've done them. Ramon, do you think the Type 21 is better ASW frigate than a Knox class? No. No. Type 23 has a place in that one. Type 22 certainly does. Type 21s were the Amazon's basic. You have to remember the Type 21s were ordered literally with the idea of filling in a gap and filling in escort numbers to make sure the escort numbers don't drop below a certain level. They're literally ordered by the British government because they don't wish escort numbers to drop below a certain level, so they order some cheap and cheerful to fill the hole and keep the fleet going. Imagine that. Imagine a government being so forward-thinking as to look at numbers and go, oh, we're going to drop below this number. Okay, rather than calling it a gap and trying to claim it's a good thing, let's order something off the shelf that will do the role to an acceptable degree. And we'll literally just order it straight off the shelf. Imagine a government doing that. Just amazing. It just fills your heart with potential, doesn't it? Paul, what do you think was the most important development that came out of World War II, and which was the worst? Ooh, most important development that comes out of World War II is the way to work together as allies and task forces. Worst development that comes out of World War II is probably... Worst development to come out of World War II. probably, and this is not kind of predictable, but I'm going to say it for a different way, is nuclear weapons, because to an extent, the differential between nuclear, chemical, and biological is not as great as sometimes presumed in terms of devastation. But the obsession with nuclear weapons has meant that we have, in many ways, abrogated our good sense and our well thought out policy to the idea of nukes! And that causes issues. That causes a lot of issues. I'd also prefer nukes never get used, but life happens. Humans gonna human. Joe Fricks, wouldn't they be able to fit bombs on a fixed ME-262 and potentially threaten Iran ships that way? You have to remember that most of the reasons why the ME-262 is delayed is because they are turning it from a fighter to a fighter bomber. So if you want it to be turned into a fighter bomber, that's going to add time. That means it's not going to be available at all when it's needed. So fixing problems is one thing. Fixing problems, yeah, you can have a fixed functioning fighter jet as it's originally designed in 1941. If you want to have it as a fighter bomber in 1941, that's a whole different ball game, and that's a whole different question. But also, even if they are able to carry bombs, let's be honest, the ME-262, an accurate bombing, is a interesting question. For many reasons. They have a theoretical capability, they certainly do, but the bombs they can carry are 250 kilogram, that's 550 pounds, or 500 kilogram bombs, or 24 rockets. 2,000 pounders, or 1,100 pounders, or 550 pounders. So they can carry a couple of bombs. They might even hit a target occasionally. But yeah, they were designed as fighters. If you want them in service, 41. Sorry, that was a bit weird. 41. You want them as fighters. If you want them as designed as fighter bombers, then they're going to be later because that's a redesign of the aircraft. Not a fixing the aircraft, a redesigning of the aircraft. So let's say Japan's magically given 90 enemies radar tech and every ship in their service has been outfitted with all such systems. Can they win the war now? Well, they certainly have a massive advantage in terms of information, but the trouble is having that information. Electronic warfare systems can be used to detect those radars when they're active. And those radars are powerful enough, they're going to give you a long way before they can actually see you. So combine that with the reality of what they're operating in, I'd still say the American industrial might is going to win. The American and British Empire's industrial might combined is definitely going to win. They might force a policy of definitely finish off Europe first, and wait longer for an even larger Essex swarm, etc. to be built. But just because you have the radar tech, and that's a useful thing, if you don't have the missiles and other systems that go with it, and the capabilities that use them, well, you know the enemy's coming, but you still have the 25mm AA guns. If you have that radar tech, it's great. You can theoretically guide your pilots in, but do you have the necessary two-way radios to guide them properly? For a cap. All those things. Just having the radar and the tech to use the radar doesn't mean you have the tech to deliver a better air defense picture. It just means you have more information about what you're doing. That can allow you to win some really cool battles, especially at night, and I'm sure they do. But ultimately, the sheer industrial magnitude of what you're dealing with when fighting the US and the British Empire is going to tell. And that's the thing. They are in a war versus the two largest industrial powers and conglomerates at that time. we're talking truly massive industrial powers. Truly massive. You know, one of the things that's often forgotten about World War II is the sheer amount of industrial might that is in Canada, in Australia, in India, South Africa, that is mobilised by the British Empire, by those nations, for the British Empire, as part of the British Empire, for the war effort. The sheer amount of production which comes out of them. And it all fits together and combines. So this is one of the things when we start talking about in sort of interwar years, and we're talking about the differences. People go, well, yeah, Britain versus America. America's wins that. Yeah, not going to argue. They start off with the same size navies, but the thing is, it's not Britain on its own, and that's the thing. And that's once you've got the cumulative power of the whole British Empire together, that is far more cumulatively equivalent to the US. And it's far more mobilised and developed at the beginning than the Americans. The Americans have a lot of untapped potential. The British Empire has a lot of tapped potential. Okay? And that's the thing. The Americans have the potential to be far more bigger, far more powerful, if they actually invest and grow it, and then they can be. The British have it. In many ways, it was developed prior to World War I, and during World War I, in terms of infrastructure and industrial might, and has been allowed to atrophy, but is still a very large amount in World War II. Hello. What's the best sandwich we're eating at sea? There are debates over this, but I've always been partial to the corned beef ones, which I sometimes get. The BLT is always quite nice. I have quite enjoyed a fair number of tuna mayonnaise, and the giant turkey and pepperoni club, which has become the model on which I order my Subway usually, is always a favourite as well. Mm-hmm. Paul, as currently Babcock and BA are building warships only, are there any merchant contractors who could fill in if there was a push for more ships than the two can build within a reasonable timescale? Camel Aids, Harland Wolff is going to be taken over by building the RFAs, so they're going to be pretty dominated by that. If ever Navantia gives them any part of that construction, they don't try and push it all into Spain. Which I am sort of suspicious of. I hope not, because Harland Wolff are a good yard. A really good yard. And they deserve to be properly used. Appledore, I'm not sure how much capability sits there anymore. There are a couple of yards, there are a couple of those. There's also the fact that Camel Aids has all sorts of facilities which are not being used. That's, some of the recent stuff about the big dry docks in the UK which aren't used. They're owned by Camel Aids. Yeah. Paul Amos, peanut butter and blackcurrant jam buddies are the best. They taste the same coming back up, if seasick, as they're going down. No. Just no. What makes a turkey into a pepperoni sandwich best to see? It was just a lot of meat. I just enjoy it. It was just nice, and it was just a really nice sandwich to have. Really nice. It just tasted really nice, and has been one I've had a few times over the years from the Ronnie. You get it. You get barbecue sauce on it. Sometimes they grill it with some cheese as well, and it's just nice. That's all. That's the thing. It's just nice. Joe Fredericks. The Japanese are given 2 DC-5C 5 megaton warheads, ICBM 1941. What targets would they reasonably destroy to lengthen the win the war? They'd hit major industrial hubs in both Britain and America, probably. And possibly take out London and Washington as well. It would lengthen the war. It wouldn't win them the war. Having only 10 warheads and firing them off at, well, if they got 2 warheads, knowing them, they go for capital cities. Yeah. Not really good. Yeah, I can't help it. I'm a carnivore, Paul. I am a carnivore. The USN problems with Mark 14 torpedo effects. Does this shorten the war? Yes, because of the amount of targets which get sunk in the early part of World War II, and American involvement in World War II does make a cumulative difference to the war effort. You know, if you go through the list of ships which get hit with dud Mark 14 torpedoes. Seriously, the submariners. If I'd been a submariner, I would have literally carried a Mark 14 torpedo to the, Bureau of Ordnance and gone, here! And chucked it at them. And when it didn't go off, go, see? I know it's a multi-ton, it's over a ton worth of torpedoes, so no, it wouldn't be possible, but it'd be seriously tempting. Get a party of your crew and go, yeah. We're here in Washington. Let's carry this through and show it to them. Chuck it at them and go, when it goes and go off, go, see? It don't work. Well, in terms of the B-29, do you think because of the jet stream over Japan, the altitude advantage of the B-29 was nullified? No, they worked with it. It's weather. It's something you deal with when you're in all-weather aircraft. You deal with the situations of weather, including the jet stream being funny. You deal with it, you work it through it, and you'll survive it. Do-do-do-do-do. Mm-hmm. Da-da-da. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Channel. How many British destroyer captains came from Cornwall? Interesting stats I go around that one, because quite a lot lived in Cornwall as well as came from Cornwall, so it can get difficult to work out, but roughly we would say it's slightly above the percentage of population. So Cornwall is rarely more than 3 to 5% of the UK population. Rarely more than 3 to 5% of the population in cumulative total. Often lower. So, and usually they're about 4 to 5% of the submarine, of the destroyer captains and people like that, because the Cornish are quite a seagoing people anyway. And by the way, I was talking about population of sailors and maritime people. Joe Fredericks, by July 1945, what amounts of future tech would Japan need to reverse the situation? Same question for Germany in April 1945. If they wanted to reverse it in a way which would actually give them a chance to having us winning a war, they would need satellite reconnaissance and surveillance and Tomahawk cruise missiles and the production facilities thereof. And probably long range and probably sonar buoys for long range maritime patrol aircraft. A channel. Same question, but for Germany in April 1945. To sort out Germany in April 1945. Again with the satellite reconnaissance and information, because you need information. They desperately need information. They desperately need information. That's one of the criteria they need. But for them, Tomahawks is not going to be enough. You need things like MLRS, able to reach out a long way, and the rocket systems to basically start capping out large swathes of Soviet, American, and British armor. And you need an air defense system which can be... The reason I said Tomahawks for the Japanese is because you can both take out the airfields and enemy fleets coming in with Tomahawks, especially if you've got satellite information to help you guiding them. With the kind of scenario you're going to be facing vis-a-vis Germany being bombed, etc., you're going to need an air defense system as well. So you're going to need something like a Patriot battery, probably. And a lot of modern radar-guided guns. But also you're going to need MLRS to deal with the armor formation, infantry formations. And if you've got satellite reconnaissance, you can just about start pushing them back. Well, related question. Do you think if the Japanese had late war fighters like the J-2M, the K-84-100, they could be able to intercept B-29s? To an extent. Those aircraft would have been designed with that as an option and a hope. But, yeah, they didn't have them there yet at that point. So, let's put it this way. In theory, all sorts of things are possible. In practice, it would have to be seen whether they would, if they entered service. P-80. Could the P-80 intercept a V-1? Let's go check its wings. Now, the Spitfire can, yes, people are quite right in the chat, the Spitfire can, but I would say before I want to do that in a P-80, I would want its wings reinforced. Because they are part of the, we're gonna, to make aircraft really fast, we're gonna try and make our wings ultra thin idea time, and that's always a fun thing, and stresses could be interesting on the aircraft. So I would say, yeah, let's check the wings before we do that. Might need to reinforce them. Probably will need to reinforce them. Probably will. Joe Fredericks, the Soviets, because he had to reinforce the wings on the Spitfire, people forget that. The Soviet Navy of 1962 are transported in 1942. How does it change the war? Basically, the German fleet is about to get annihilated. And the Soviets are about to become unquestionably the world's most, one of the world's most powerful navy at that point. As long as they get back with all their supporting infrastructure, they're fine. Let's say in December 9th, 1941, all the ships the USN lost and damaged at Pearl Harbor are magically repaired. How does it change the war? Not a jot. Honestly, the ships damaged and needing repair at Pearl Harbor are not that great. They're not going to affect them materially in terms of their operational capabilities for much of the war. They're going to provide extra ships for bombardment duties. They're going to provide extra second-line battleships. But for the task forces and the rapid movements they're going to do, it's going to still be a carrier-fought war. Hi, Leslie. How do you do? I can keep checking Twitch. No one's put questions in on Twitch. Now, one of the things I haven't done yet, I keep meaning to, is this. All donations today are going to the Flying Navy Heritage Trust. So yeah, they're a pretty cool group. They keep swordfish flying and various other things, and so yes, we're fundraising for them. Always worthwhile having. Always worthwhile having. Paul, that's certainly how they develop things over time. They certainly develop things over time to use the airflow rather than the actual wingtip itself, but some of the initial attempts were slightly more kinetic, let's say. The A7M Repo could intercept B-29. Yes, it could, but it was, if I remember correctly, they never produced enough numbers really to do what they need to do. They can intercept it if they're available, and there. Right on. Ooh. I'm going to be naughty in terms of seeking comfort. And yes, longer term, when this office is being sorted out, I will be getting a new chair. I think that's going to finally solve the squeaking thing, because I tried to... Some made an interesting suggestion of putting a bottle round the joint to stop them licking it. And I thought, I'll give it a go. And I'll try melting the bottle to fit on it. So I got my heat thing out, which shrinks plastic, and shrink it down. Yeah, the corgi ripped that off in like 2 minutes. So yeah, that doesn't work. It was a good idea. Thank you to the person who came up with the idea. It was really good. I tried it this morning. It got ripped off. Sorry, my dogs broke your good idea. I do apologise. I tried to tell them not to, but they still did it. More. Do you think the P-40 variant with the Merlin engine can be a stopcat fighter for the P-51Ds could arrive in large numbers and cannot compete with the BF-19 F-109? P-40 was pretty good, so if you did get if the Merlin engine, depending on which variant you got a Merlin engine in it, and if it is giving you a performance advantage, it would certainly be a fine, useful, fine asset to have. Stafford, despite of Corsairs to disappear sharp back in Florida in 1938, does that give the US enough time to study and mass produce them before the attack on Pearl and how they affect the war? Theoretically, yes. And how does it affect the war? Because now the US has an aircraft which from the get-go is able to body to zero. And technically you could have it, considering who would probably get it first, the Royal Navy would probably get it first, operating in 1940 in the Mediterranean, so they could have that instead of full miles in the Mediterranean. All those who want to think about what would happen to the Regia Marina and the Luftwaffe if of 1940 that is facing Corsairs. Anyone want to put in the chat what they think would happen to those poor Luftwaffe and Regia Aeronautica pilots in 1940 if they are fighting Corsairs? They'd be dead or wet. Yeah. Sad Italian noises. Yeah, it's basically, you are taking an aircraft which is famous for being in the latter half of World War II and putting it in the first half of World War II and going, hello everyone. I'd just be interested to see what the Italians and the Germans would develop to try and counter it. The Fleet Air Arm pilots would be having an absolute field day and be very, very happy. And let's be honest, their zoom and boom tactics would have never been better. Never been better. The zoom boom would have never been happier to do the zoom and boom. Never been happier to do it. Be like the ultimate thing of, we can do zoom and boom. Can you? Yes, we can. Well, that's lovely. Being able to do zoom and boom, that just makes everyone's day come true. We can all do a nice zoom, and we can all do a nice boom. Ba-ba-ba. Water, and da-da-da. We'll put that. Aquatic farm in there, and we'll also do some mild demolition so that we can build up for plenty of you. Cat down. Alright. Stafford. The flight of Corsairs is onto that one. Sorry, got distracted by setting up my little cattail farm. Joe Fredericks, let's say if Japan is given 1,000 Vietnam War era B-52s prior to Pearl Harbor, what can they do with them? That's a lot of firepower. That can do. B-52s. Let's go with B-52s. B-52 is it the A variant or the B variant at that point? B-52 enters service 1952 until 1962. B-52 production. So we're talking 1960s, so it's the B-52 H. Starts delivery in 1961, so that's the Vietnam era one, is the B-62 H. Okay. H. So range, because it's heights. 8,800 nautical miles combat range. So that's a radius of action of 4,000 plus nautical miles. Okay, to be fair, the Japanese probably don't have to launch the strike. Don't have to use carriers to do the strike. They can just use the Stratoforces. Also, if you have 1,000 B-52s, it's more than the Americans ever actually produced. So they have enough firepower. They can do a huge amount of annihilation, and yes, they can basically reach out and touch things nastily. With a whole lot of bombs. And there isn't much most people can do about them because of their height of altitude, their altitude of operation and their range. So it's going to cause a lot of trouble. They can't reach the continental United States. Although the distance between, if you're going on the Great Circle distance between Los Angeles and Tokyo, it's 4,800 nautical miles. Well, 4,800 miles, I think. So Yeah, whilst that's a little bit over the range you can go, because it's 4,400 to return, you can maybe fudge that. You can maybe fudge that depending on where you can take to bomb the bejesus out of America, or at least the West Coast, from Japan. That's going to have an impact. Operating them is going to be an interesting thing. As people are rightly pointing out, they're pointing out fuel. So basically, you have the aircraft. Do you have the fuel for the aircraft? Do you have the ability to operate the aircraft is going to be the next question. If you don't have them, then frankly they're going to be lawn ornaments. But if you do have them and able to fuel them, then they're going to be problems. And fueling them is going to be attractive. Think of it this way. If you don't have to use a load of ship fuel to move ships around the world because you can use those aircraft, do you use those aircraft instead? Especially to attack strategic targets. Now, Chandler. Of the explorers and navigators under Spanish employ during the reigns of the Catholic monarchs Philip I and Juana and Charles V, which ones are your top 5 from a leadership point of view? God, none of them. No, seriously, none of them. Look, Spanish explorers are usually chosen for 3 things. 1, they have a fine pair of calves, so either or both of the monarchs involved, I find them attractive. 2, they are deeply, deeply religious. And 3, they have a burning desire to be somewhere. None of these things necessarily make for the best leadership personality. In fact, almost universally, they were panned by the people who followed them. Usually those people followed them because, well, at least they're going to give me an adventure. Not because I actually believe in them or trust them. And they pay, which is helpful as well. Being paid is always good. But yeah, most of the people we're talking about in this period are really not great leaders. And a good example, I would say, also, is most of the people like this are not necessarily the best leaders. Captain James Cook wasn't really the best leadership material. It's the way it goes. Joe Fredericks. Let's say MacArthur doesn't muck up the defense of the Philippines and takes the threat of the Japanese invasion seriously. Can he defend the Philippines? He can defend Manila Bay, and if he defends Manila Bay, he means the Philippines won't fall. And also does make it possible that you could rearm them, and you could restore them, and you could actually land into Manila Bay in a defensive area to basically retake the Philippines. But, saying all that, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be an uphill battle. The Japanese are bringing enough firepower to them, enough capabilities to them, that it's going to be problematic. The thing about taking the B-52s back to the World War II is because, in a nice way, especially in the early parts of World War II, what is there that can really stop them if they want to go to places? Because the altitudes they fly at and the things they can do. What is there to really legitimately stop them? Okay. Have you read The Count of Monte Cristo? If so, what do you think of it? It was an interesting read. I read it at the same time as I read La Papillon. And that means I must have been about 6, 7. I know, basically, I finished all the books that the primary school I was in had that was supposed to take you to the age of 11. I'd read them through all of them by about the age of... By the time I finished my school year, it was when I was 5. which was my 3rd year of school, because I started when I was 3. Literally on my 3rd birthday. Was my first day of school. And so I was then allowed to bring in books from home. And my granddad and my mum basically started me working through the classics, as I was called. Not sure how age appropriate they were, remembering what's in Papillon. If you have never read Papillon, let's say it's about a gentleman who may or may not be wrongly convicted and is sent to basically a distant prisoner colony, and gets moved eventually into its leper colony, manages to escape several times, often to the same tribe where he has a pair of sisters who are his wives, and yeah, it is an interesting time was had by all. There is a lot of interesting extra information in Le Papillon. The fact that these books are read by my family often at quite young ages probably does explain why some of us are quite as strange as we are. But, you know, I read through the classics. I read Pride and Prejudice. I read all of them at about the same time. So, you know, I got a good balance of the world. Not age appropriate. No, it was not. Oh. If you've never read it, I do highly recommend it. It's also the subject of a very bad movie. There's been both a 1973 one and a 2017 one, and yeah. It was. They're interesting. I think, judging from its rating, it may the 2017 one may well have been toned down quite considerably. It's yeah. It's an interesting read. Just was checking out the movie and going, is this 2017 movie as bad as I fear it is? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It has had a whole lot of the story stripped out of it, and has been made a whole lot less interesting because of it. Right. Given the production of the Mitsubishi A7M Repon was slow due to earthquake on December 7, 1944, and the bombing on the 11th of March 1944, 9 produced with around, without that around 300 would have been available, would have caused issue the B-29 firebombing raids and nuclear raids. Yeah, those aircraft could have caused issues with that. They might have caused you to select, the Americans select targets where they were less likely to be intercepted. Or, alternatively, they might have caused the nuclear bombing raids to be hidden. I.e., you drop the nuclear bomb whilst doing a regular firebomb raid, and so people don't notice what the big bomber which is going in. It's one of a pack of bombers, so it's far more difficult to observe. Or alternatively, you launch a firebombing raid in one location while your bomber goes and hits another one. so that basically there's a distraction going on. It would cause a lot more effort to have to be expended to drip the bombs, pretty much. That's one of the reasons why they were targeted as they were. But yeah, 9 aircraft is not an air defense. 9 aircraft is barely a picket. Ramol, do you think infrared guided missiles used launched from ships aren't as effective as radar guided? It's got a useful function. I would say infrared search and tracking is always a useful addition to add on to a ship's complement of sensors. And I'd say if you do have infrared systems, then if an aircraft comes in which is as stealth as can be against radar, but is not necessarily stealth against infrared, or because there's a limit to what you can do about heat, you've still got a chance of intercepting, and the same with missiles. But I would say I would prefer missiles to have infrared built into them as a backup, as another methodology of tracking and target engagement, rather than as the only, if that makes sense. Joe Fredericks. Seeing how many people always focus on Germany's jets, let's say the Regia Aeronautica is given 1950s jet technology prior to the start of the Italian-Abyssinian War. If they don't have the infrastructure and infrastructure to back it up, then they're not going to be able to do much. And that's their big trouble. They need a whole lot of infrastructure. But if they are going down that route and they do have that, then also they are a leaky sieve. In the nicest way, the only organisation more penetrated by various intelligence organisations than the Italian air defence industry in the 1930s, 1930s and 1940s, is probably the German intelligence agencies, where they basically exist on a steady diet of, this is what we decided to give you this week. Let's be honest, when it turns out that over 100% of your agents, and in fact, not just 100% of your agents, all your potential prospective agents are actually the figments of imagination of one man who is playing you for a fool and his secretary in a country. You can't exactly claim that your intelligence system apparatus has not been penetrated. It has not been co-opted. It's been corrupted from the get-go. It was never even born, it was just a corruption. Stafford. Question. A bright spark decides to cut a bunch of holes in the DC-3 and stuff it with spare 50 cal BMGs from a B-17. It's getting repaired. How's it change Europe and the Pacific once the brass finds out? Not a lot, because whilst that's a very good tool for counterinsurgency, if you are going to tour around something which is more than counterinsurgency with such an aircraft puffing away, like Puff the Magic Dragon did, you're probably going to find you're going to get fighter intercepted and beaten up. This is the thing. Combat air support, close air support, changes depending on your air threat environment. You will have strike air support in a high threat environment. In a low threat air environment, you can have persistent air support. That's not going to have much of an effect on Europe or Japan. It's persistent air support at that point. It's more something for Vietnam and other operations like that. Well, do you think the A-10, in the case of a full-blown war in West Germany in the late Cold War, is more of a launch platform for the AGM-65 Maverick, since it's the most effective anti-tank weapon? They will certainly start out as that. How long they'll retain that will depend on how long they have the 65s in stock. When they don't, they'll go to other options. B-52 it was. Oh, B-52 it was. Joe Fredericks. The People's Liberation Army Air Force of 1997 is given to Maoist China in 1950. Can they destroy the US force in Korea? Yes, but oh, good lord, there's going to be issues. A lot of issues. Supporting that force, sustaining that kind of force, is going to be issues. And as useful as that Air Force is going to be, Fourth generation is going to be a nightmare as well. So they can destroy the US force in Korea. Will they manage to achieve it? Probably not. Simply because of where they're based and what they're operating from. Given the current international tensions in the world, as a specialist in the field of war deterrence, how do you go about reducing tension, given a significant amount of money to assist in negotiations? What would you see as being the biggest problems you could face? Okay, as I said before, peace tends to come about when people are mutually strong, not when people are weak and worried. So you've got to fix that first. You've got to make people actually feel strong and confident. Your other option you've got to do is you've got to deal with the easy flashpoint. So anywhere which is flashing over water, flashing over border, try and focus in on those areas and try and find a compromise that no one is happy with, but no one is unhappy about, if that makes sense. If there's a compromise where one side is happy and one side isn't, that will lead to war. There's a compromise where both sides aren't happy, but neither's unhappy about it. You can tend to work with that. So honestly, I've seen people who have been acting as mediators, and literally they're pushing to the point where neither side is smiling. Because neither side's smiling, but neither side is also shouting or angry. And that is the best point for actually having something which is going to be fair and balanced. So I'd sort of work through those things and those options. Get Britain strong enough that they don't feel scared and worried either. Also, that's the thing. I try and make this point out to people, but I'm going to talk and walk while doing it. Okay. So. Hello. Yes, I'm here. If you have two people who are both strong, meeting each other, they tend to look at each other, size each other up, and go, hello? Hello? You annoying? Well, actually, don't we? You annoying? Nope. You annoying? Nope. Fancy lunch? Let's go make lunch. That usually happens. That's when you are of even balance. And the problem you have, though, when they're equally strong. When people are equally weak, the conversation is slightly more assessing. You're worried about your own weakness, so you don't feel confident, so you're going assessing. You might do that, you might tense yourself up, and the other guy will also respond, you know. This is why I often say, if you want to work out who are the threats when you're walking down the street, it's not usually people who look confident and strong. It's usually people who look shifty and scared. Because they're the ones who are afraid of something. They're the ones who are worried about something. They're the ones who feel at a disadvantage. Someone who's got food in their belly, enough money in their back pocket, and are feeling right with life, don't feel at a disadvantage. And it's the same with nation states. If they feel confident, they don't feel a disadvantage. If you don't feel at a disadvantage, when you have a conversation, you're having a conversation from the point of view of you feel strong. So you're more likely to make concessions because you can afford to make concessions. You're more likely to reach a bargaining position because you can afford to. Someone who feels like they have nothing will fight over everything to defend what little they have. Someone who has a lot and feels comfortable with it will be looking for an advantageous position, but won't necessarily go all out over it. Won't fight over it. Now, you still get bullies in this world, where someone big sees someone weak and thinks, I can push them around. But that is because there is always a percentage in the world of a-holes, whether humans or nation states. Usually what happens to those a-holes, though, is eventually they bump into one or more others who are of equal power, or maybe even greater, who look at them and go, stop that. And if they don't, go, bump. Why? Because again, think about your experience on the playground when you were at school. If there was bullying and issues going on, there become no-go areas in the playground, so you can't enjoy it to the best of your ability. You can't have fun, can you? If there's bullying going on in the world, it's going to be bad for the economics, which is bad for everyone. Everyone suffers because of the bully. It becomes problematic to deal with. So, you have to manage that. And that's usually where eventually the others get in, because if you don't have bullying, or the bullying is minimised or dealt with by the other kids, my experience at school was often the other kids, especially the older kids, who wanted to be able to run around, have fun, and not have teachers staring down their necks every 5 minutes, and not have things going, would deal with bullying far more quickly and far more effectively than teachers could. Mainly because they didn't have to fill out forms to do it. They just went, stop. Why? You know you're bigger than that kid. Yeah. I'm twice your size. Stop it. It was an effective methodology. You're causing the teachers to actually pay attention while we're trying to have fun. You realise we can't have a good game of tag or anything because they are out here watching because of you. Well, you might not care, but we care. And there are a dozen of us, one of you. So stop it. And if you do stop it, you can play with us. If you don't stop it, you can't. Tended to be fairly efficient. Okay? That's the sort of thing. Well, it's the same between nation states. This is why I often do compare nation states and international relations to the playground. Because whilst theoretically there is the international world order and there's various things kids supposed to be keeping everyone together like teachers, the reality is they can only be in one place at a time, and they only have power because they're given power by the people involved. It's up to the kids often to sort it out. So that is the world when it comes to international relations. And that's when we start talking about strength and what we want to balance things, etc. Yeah. You need to balance things. You need to think things through of what are you going to do, how is this going to work? How are you able to be in a position where both sides feel strong, feel confident? And that's also one of the issues we've got if you consider when we're resolving conflict at the moment. I would argue, despite what it may look like, the more fearful nation in negotiations in Russia-Ukraine is Russia. Look at everything they've done. Everything they've done has been a reaction out of fear, including their initial invasion of Ukraine. It's all been a reaction out of fear of what might happen, of what might go wrong. Russia is reacting out of fear. And you only feel fear if you don't feel strong. That's the thing. Strong people don't feel fear. Not in the same way. They might feel trepidation. They might go, hang on, this is a situation where it could get frisky. I need my adrenaline pumping. But they don't feel fear. They're not going, we're reacting out of fear. Nations which feel weak, people which feel who feel weak, react out of fear. And that's when they do things which will seem strange and illogical to us. Because as we all know, logic tends to be a problem. And if you can look at Germany in the run to World War II, what is their fear? Their fear is that they will end up like they did after World War I, that they will end up emaciated, they'll end up disgraced, they'll end up destroyed. Why does Japan go to war in World War II? Because they fear that their culture is going to get destroyed. They fear that they're going to get erased. It's a long-term fear which started off with the arrival of Perry and the Black Fleet. All these things are reactions out of fear. And so that's what you have to deal with. You have to try and balance the fear. You have to try and make them feel strong, and nations have to feel strong so they don't have the fear. Anyway. I was answering Paul's question. Right. Joe Fredericks. As a follow-on, can the Koreans people Army Air Force do it? No. Their current Air Force is not much improved with their Air Force from the Korean War. They need they have a lot of issues going General, what classics do you recommend to 12-year-olds that want to start reading them? Classics. Ivanhoe. Ivanhoe was a good one to read. That was a lot of fun for me to read. Although I read most of these when I was... Please note this is all in the collection of ones I read when I was 5 and 6. That's a whole section of books which I haven't really got out of. Once I'm properly in and I've got all my books out, I will get those books out and I will start going through them with you all a bit, doing through some of the classics. I'd say, considering the current operations Dirt Squad, unless there is a massive surprise, I sincerely doubt they will lose the current war, or they will win the current war in Ukraine. I doubt the Ukrainians get the ultimate result they necessarily want at the moment, with the situation as is, in terms of politics and the way the Russians are going on, but I also doubt that the Russians get their victory conditions, which is a de facto Russian puppet state in Ukraine, if not complete Russian absorption of Ukraine. I don't think they're going to get that because, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think they are in a strong enough position to make that happen. Whatever they might dream they're in, they're not. Yeah. Which is, to an extent, sad for them, because they could have been a very big part of the situation. They could have been very powerful, but they've managed to undermine themselves in pretty much every opportunity they get in this scenario going on. They really have. It takes skill to do things as badly as the Russians have managed to. It does. Ramul, what if World War II US managed to think of the Spectre gunship for the T-47? I think I've already talked about that one. Basically the same as the answer I gave earlier about the Puff the Magic Dragon situation, 50 cals. It's not going to really... It's in World War II, there is too much of an air defense threat. It's not able to do what's persistent air support. It has to do strike air support. Joe Fredericks, let's say Japan does do the glorious death of 100 million plan and all Japanese follows plan. How do the US react? Horror, shock, trauma, so will the whole world, and then working out what we do with the Japanese state, basically the islands, what we do with them. It'd be really, really weird. Probably it's bringing back all those from America, Britain, all the Japanese expats who want to go back to Japan will be allowed to go back to Japan, and Japan will be allowed to redevelop itself under guidance, because if they've all died, they've all died. But it would be traumatic for the world. It's not without precedent. Let's be honest, there were garrisons and things like that which did entirely wipe themselves out rather than surrender. Just talk about the Romans taking on the Israelites. That happened more often than they care to remember for the Romans. The Romans really didn't like it as an option or an idea. They found it problematic to do it, but that's the way some people want to roll. That's the way they feel they have to roll. Mitchell, comparing it to how air warfare developed from pre-World War I to present times, and what stage would you say drone warfare is now? Personal opinion, is it still in its adolescence? Oh yes, it's still very much in its adolescence. It's still in the it can do anything stage, and you're sitting there going, well, let's look at the precedents of history. Probably can't do everything, but we'll see what happens. Anything and everything stage, yeah, and no. Interested to see the whole thing about drones have managed to basically cut off and isolate a city and blockade it in Ukraine. And I was sitting there going, that's interesting. But if you look at those the laser-mounted weapons, etc., we're talking about putting onto vehicles, if you had a couple of them wander into that area, how long would it take for those drones to all be wiped out and therefore that to be gone? Is this a problem which is coming through in this war, or is this is always the trouble when you see these things happening in a war as the systems are developing? You have to think, is this going to be a likely inclination, an example of things to come, and a constant, or is this sort of something which is an aberration, which is going to happen this time because of the unique circumstances? It's what is unique, what is precedence. And it's always an interesting question to try and figure out which is which. And I'd like to point out that aircraft were used to make such a claim in the 1920s, and nowadays you would never make the claim of aircraft. Joel, we do operate on the Little Cousin friendly channel. Little cousin friendly, okay? That's the rule of linguistics, little cousin friendly. So my many, many little cousins can watch. Paul, may I join you in chat? Yes, you can join me in chat. Let me stick my headphones on. Yeah, especially if it helps you with the questions on all the other stuff you're doing. Considering all the stuff you're doing, Paul. Yeah. Ba-da-da-da. Let me go to... You should be able to invite yourself up. You should have the mod permissions to be able to invite yourself up, but I'll check. There we go. Hello. How are things going? They are. They're fun. Plenty of questions coming in. Okay. Give me a second. People can't hear you. Let me just check the system setup. Now they should be able to hear you.
How's that?
Sorry, OBS had reset one of the sound settings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, given that the current Russia-Ukraine situation, I don't see how the Ukrainians are going to get what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see that the Russians are going to get what they want completely. It's going to have to be negotiated.
Yep.
And it may be that the Crimea becomes effectively independent of both of them.
I think functionally, I would say that would probably be a better solution than what will probably happen, but I think probably at the moment I don't see the Crimea being returned to the Ukrainians unless they manage to achieve it by military victory. I don't see that happening. I think what the Ukrainians might get is status quo antebellum for this one. They may get for this round. They might get a return to the lines pre that, but I don't think they get Crimea back.
You have another person in chat
Mm-hmm.
who would be most useful, I believe.
Currently muted himself, being quiet.
Oh, I thought he hadn't been invited.
Nah, he has been invited. He's up here.
All right, that's good.
I thought I didn't want to disturb you. Unfortunately, Ukraine, there isn't a good solution.
No.
Something like Crimea. The Russians won't let it go because they need it. They think they need it for their infrastructure world. Whether they do or not is a different matter, but probably the way they're set out, they do. So that's going to be problematic. The Ukrainians see Crimea as part of their national identity, so you end up with this. Like you say, making it independent would be great, but neither side would allow it to stay independent. Because the people in there don't want independence.
No.
That's the problem. And I think most of them who are living there now want to be Russian. Most of them who have been evicted from there want to stay Ukrainian. You have to work out who has the right. And politics has never been one of my favourite subjects.
It's basically whatever you do, it's going to be a mess. Is the answer I give to people usually when I'm asked. Whatever you do, it's going to be a mess, and people are not going. There are going to be people who absolutely hate whatever you do. And once you accept that as a likelihood, you can actually live with yourself and go, okay, if everyone's going to hate me no matter what I do, I'll do something which is hopefully going to make people happy enough. And that's the criteria, is what's going to make them happy enough. But I would also be very careful, just watching something on Twitter, be very careful what you see in the news. Both sides are planting stories about people agreeing with them to try and make it sway their way. Always be wary with the news these days in that there is often a desire to try and seed stories so they gather momentum to try and bounce people, leaders and politicians into their opinion. So be very, very careful with the newspapers, especially when it's around major things like this.
I also think it doesn't help that the European parliaments, the politicians who have sway within Europe are being almost directly in opposition to what the Americans are suggesting, primarily because of who is the President of America, which to me seems to be a really stupid way of doing things.
That's often how it's portrayed, but I would say it's also because for a lot of the Europeans, they see this conflict as a scenario of if it doesn't go the way they want, they need it to go, then they could find themselves in real issue because it's their back garden, and especially once you're dealing with people like, and this is going to sound terrible, dealing with people like the Swedes, dealing with people like and this is again going to sound terrible, dealing with people like the Poles, etc. They are looking at Ukraine and they are going, and Finns again as well, looking at Ukraine and going, that could be us next in maybe not this in maybe not in 5 years, but in 10 years, etc. That could be us in that trouble, and we don't want the precedent set. We want this firmly on our side, and so that's the difficult. To an extent, I do get this impression because I chat with people from all the sides. That to an extent, the Americans are trying to solve a solution because they are worried about the current, and they sort of miss out that some of the people involved are worried about the future. Does that make sense?
Yes, I mean, I think the Baltic states are...
Yes, as well, the Baltic states are also
the
part of
ones
that.
who are possibly the most worried because of the number of Russians who were put into those countries when Stalin took them over.
Yeah.
And you could say the same for Ukraine. At the, I mean, in the 20s, there were a large amount of people removed from Ukraine to other parts of Russia. The native Crimeans, who are not Ukrainian, they were, I forget which group, but they got kicked off to somewhere like Siberia. So you could say that the people who are saying that, oh, we're Ukrainians and this is our language, are actually, very few of them actually have any ethnic comparison to the people who were evicted en masse in the 20s and post-Second World War.
Yes and no, because a lot of them actually moved back. This is one of the interesting things in it. The Soviets, under the people who came after Stalin, one of the things they do to show they weren't Stalin was allow people a bit of freedom of movement to go back. So a lot of people ended up going back to their own areas. It becomes a nice little complicated, they went this way, and so it's a more of a mixture than even that. And it's a case. This is one of the reasons why it makes it more problematic, because it becomes even more of a mixture. And as we all know, the more complicated a situation gets, the more people try and put simple solutions on a very complicated situation. And you sit there and go, okay, you just made my job 10 times harder. Thank you.
Yeah. But you can say that, I mean, you looking at a broader world thing of, at the moment, China is seen as being a passive aggressor within the South China Sea, for example, but also by the Americans and to a certain extent the Europeans, because China is now producing 90% of all merchant shipping.
Mm-hmm.
Which comes back to the problem with the IMO and its rules and regulations, which really, to my mind, make no logical sense, in that they're not trying, they don't appear to be trying to solve the problem. It's almost as if they are quite happy for the status quo to continue, and will worry about it down the line.
Well, yeah, this is the thing about the IMO. I love them. I've worked with them over the years at various points. They are a very hard-working organisation. They're also an organisation which is, if you think the rest of the UN is underfunded, wait until you see the International Maritime Group. They have virtually no money to do anything they need to or want to do, and this is their problem. They could do a lot of things, but they're not given the money to do them, and they're not given the support to do them.
Yes, unlike a lot of the UN talking shops, they actually do something.
They do stuff, but they don't get the ability to actually do the stuff. They do it in the way they need to do it because they don't get the money. So they actually, the Maritime Organization is one of the ones which is really most connected to the industries it serves and tries to deliver stuff. It's like the clean energy stuff. What people don't realize is a lot of that came from the industries, but it came from a lot of the European and Asian shipyards, which were trying to push the next generation of engines and the stuff which they can deliver, which is going to help them with sales. And the reaction they ran into was the American shipyards, which haven't modernized, and they complained, of course, to their politicians, who then went, no, we're going, this is terrible. And you're sitting there going, yeah, it wasn't actually as bad as you guys are making out. It wasn't. It was just, yeah, you guys have criminally underinvested in your shipyards and allowed the people who own your shipyards to completely ignore investing in them. And yes, you're now in a situation where you are crying foul because you haven't invested, so your stuff can't deliver what you wanted to deliver.
Yeah, very true. But equally, you could say that when you look at the amount of pollution created by a ship, or the volume of traffic that it is moving, is incredibly low compared to HGV vehicles around the world.
Yes.
And you would think that it would be in the United Nations' interest to promote the fact that if we can make these engines this efficient for use at sea, then surely we can do something to make the large engines used in trucks to be far more efficient in their output of, which would then mean that, you know, you have investment in the companies which are building these trucks, and they're producing engines which are more efficient, cleaner, etc., etc.
Well, you could do, and that would be a good thing. But one of the troubles is that you're talking about all these different organisations, parts of the UN, have their own remit, and the IM, the International Maritime Organization, are pushing forward theirs and actually doing the work, and it's to an extent they're being penalised because they're actually managing to get industry on side, or rather the bulk of industry on side, and airfields, and they've came up with these plans and put them together, and the other groups haven't. And the thing is, from the IMO's perspective, well, you know, we've got all this stuff, we can encourage this, and if we can encourage this, we can make it more, make the ships, you know, and this side better and more viable. Maybe that'll help the others, but the other groups are the ones who are slacking. And so, in some ways, the IMO looks like they are pushing ahead. And one of the reasons why ship technology, and one of the reasons why this is a good push, is because making ships more efficient. And by the way, reducing fuel emissions, all these, and making them more efficient, reduces their operating costs, which is another thing the actual operators are very keen on. And a lot of this stuff will probably come in anyway, it's just it won't be the required standard. And the trouble is, I think what America might run into, and those yards might run into, is that they suddenly find that when cities are managing their own emissions, and especially when you consider you've got the Port of London Authority, etc., how it's managing emissions for London, because its port emissions are included in London's emissions targets, they might start making requests on, okay, only ships which have this capable of engines can actually come in here. Only ships like they require buses. They can start setting emission standards for the ships which can come into their ports. And if you have the international maritime standards, then you have a single standards for everyone. So that's what they tend to work with. But if you don't, then every little local authority will probably set up their own standards. And this makes the situation far more complicated and far more difficult for ships. And it's probably going to mean that the American-built ships are going to be at still a disadvantage, if not a bigger disadvantage, because some cities are going to be far stricter, depending on their politics, than others. So you see, it's all these things have... There are wheels within wheels, there are consequences within consequences.
Yes, I mean, there's a very big criticism of the charges within London and the fact that there are certain of the new airships around Britain thinking of doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It seems that although it's understandable, because as it was walking around in the smog of London is not nice.
Well, I used the example that I spent a week in Tokyo and I didn't have any breathing issues. You send me to London for 2 days, and by the second day I'm coughing. And my body starts to sort of to have to react to the difference in there between there and Cornwall in the air quality.
Yeah. But that's the emphasis, rather than charging people not to go into London, or if they want to go into London, charge them a small fortune, they should be encouraging the manufacturers of vehicles to be better.
Yeah.
And I don't mean electric vehicles, because I don't think that electric vehicles for a large part of are practical.
I would say one of the interesting
especially I mean, if you take where I live,
yeah,
there is no way, because of the fact that the houses were built before people had cars, so there's virtually no parking. Being able to park outside your house is an absolute luxury. You don't have a garage or anything like that, so you have nowhere to charge an electric vehicle. It would work in cities and things like that, or in areas where you have the majority of households having access to their own drive and garage or covered area where they can charge.
Mm-hmm.
But making car engines efficient in the emissions would be beneficial across the whole country, rather than just being beneficial in certain areas where they have the ability to charge because of the volume of traffic that wants to go in that area.
I think in the end it's going to be a combination of all things, because I think also my suspicion has always been hydrogen will come through, but it's going to be getting the hydrogen through to the level which they're going to put it through. It's like with electric cars. You see, I live in Cornwall, where it's both the case that you're right in a nice way. There's a lot of space where it wouldn't work, But it's also sitting there looking and going, well, if the government had actually invested in infrastructure when they first talked about it in the 2000, sort of in the early 2000s, and invested in upping things and put in the full solar panel and all that stuff here, you probably found Cornwall would be the first and earliest adopter of the electric cars and would have them everywhere. Because if ever, it was pretty much when they were doing the first thing, they were almost all houses in Cornwall qualified because of the sunlight they got and the amount they would generate for the solar would have qualified for the solar panel allowance, where they would have got a chunk of money up, a third of money off. So basically, the idea was they would get £7,000 grant towards the fitting of solar panels and sort of the fitting of a solar system, and the rest of it would be able to be claimed back against their tax, and that would have been, and it was going to be an even better scheme for people who were in social housing, etc. So it was going to be a mandatory that social housing would get it, so to reduce their bills. And the thing is, if you've done that and fitted that in, and then over years then upgraded that to go, well, actually having batteries as well makes it far more efficient. Having car chargers and having electric cars would have made a lot of sense, and you'd probably find Cornwall be pretty much almost a lot of Cornwall would be electric, especially for personal car use. Probably not for goods vehicles, but probably for personal car use. But he didn't do that, and it's like a lot of things. This stuff could work if people had invested in the infrastructure for it. They're now starting to invest in the infrastructure, and they're going around a bit the way of, well, we don't want to put money in as government, so we're going to make it a mandate rather than something we're actually going to sustain and support.
Yeah. My friend has an electric car. He has a house which has enough area. Now, the first lot of solar panels he bought, he did not buy enough batteries.
Yeah.
And he then had to buy more. Once he did that, he was in such a good position. I mean, he's got a 1.5 Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember which model it is. But he's been able to drive to Cornwall and back on one charge.
Yeah.
Now, did admit when he was in Cornwall, he did put it on a slow charger for a couple of hours. So he got some.
Yeah, topped it up.
So his rangefinder said he needed 700 miles, and he had enough battery when he parked up for 800. So he probably did have enough. But like I said, he put £40 worth of electricity in, and it kept him going for the whole journey back. And he didn't have to worry about maybe.
Yeah, it's one of those things of, once the infrastructure's in place, these things work. If you don't put the infrastructure in, it's not going to work. And again, as Paul's wrote, with the houses, if you always have to go, if you want to have houses in streets which don't have drives, etc., and the things, they always need designated parking spots assigned by the council of, this is your parking spot for your house, and where you can set up a charger. Or they need to set up a car park for the residents where there is a charger positions for them to go charge. Residents only charging. Like you have residents only parking zones. Which is something, honestly, when I was a local councillor, I did look into. And I did sort of say, maybe this is an option here. Maybe this is if you want to have this as an option. I was poo-poo because it would involve spending money. And I was sitting there going, look, and as I said before, I was a Conservative borough councillor in things, but I was sitting there going, yes, but you say we want to do this. So if we want to do this, we have to make it possible for the people to do it, because otherwise we either don't do this, in which case I'm perfectly fine because we let people have the freedom of choice, or if we're going to try and start mandating people to do this, then we have to make sure it's viable for them to do it. We can't mandate something for someone and basically be penalising someone if they don't, and have not put in the facilities to make it possible for them to do it. That was me, though. I do admit I was weird.
I think
you had this weird thing called
Joel and Lyons have got 2 comments which are quite...
Yeah? Okay.
449.
Okay, I'll check it. Let's see. Lions, for me personally, until I can rely on the 250 miles without stopping an electric car, I'll not consider it because of where I live and where I go from. I have to go in emergency. Yeah, and Mitchell Oates, I own an electric vehicle. Trying to recharge from a regular household outlet is like trying to refuel a lorry for a soda straw. Agreed. They are. It's. Yeah. You have to get car charged. And Joe's one. It also seems as if Western powers have lost the Eisenhower era's ability of building infrastructure. Yeah. Trouble is, building infrastructure is a long-term commitment with an uncertain financial payoff. And in my experience, most of the funding rules these days in most governments are set around the idea of a certain financial payoff. So you can go, this money will pay off this, which is why when you're going to do a massive project, you can point to a massive payoff. It makes sense. Small projects are less certain. So this is why HS2 could pass a whole load of funding and get the money in the UK. But if I wanted to institute, as said, residents-only charging zones for residents only charging areas like residents only parking, that would be considered, well, will it work or not? It depends on how many people take up electric cars and on current electric car usage, not taking into account the fact that if you suddenly make it a lot easier, does that encourage a lot of people to use electric cars, which they apparently want people to do, and all those sort of things. You can't get that through because it's not certain. Yeah, no, that's the other advantage about HS2. It's so long term. By the time it pays off or doesn't, the official and politicians in question are no longer anywhere near the results. Yeah, that is true.
It's a short-termism.
It is. But I would say, and me and Jack have discussed this a few times over the years, and the Shipshape crew definitely, and we've basically come back to the idea of, you lost, unfortunately, if you consider the first group of people who joined up in the First World War and the first group of people who joined up in the Second World War, they were usually the people who had usually people who were sort of the ones who fought long term and thought, we're going to get called up anyway, and were also all the ones who cared about their country in the way of they were investing in their country, they were, going out there for their country sort of thing. They were often the first to join up and the most passionate, and they're often the ones who suffered disproportionately the losses, because a lot of them became the junior officers and junior NCOs, and as we all know, the people who are most likely to get killed in a war zone, junior officers and junior NCOs. Every single time.
You can also argue that one of the reasons why I have such terrible eyesight was the fact that in the First World War and in the Second World War, but particularly the First World War, you had to have incredibly good eyesight in order to get into the army.
Yep.
So you're killing off your best people. Logically, you should have sent all the people who could hardly see a bloody thing, like me, unless they've got glasses on, and then get them killed off. Then start bringing in people who had slightly better eyesight.
Yeah, it never works like that, though.
Oh no, I know. It just seems that, it's one of those stupid things that's wars were considered by some people as ways of informal population control. So, oh right, we seem to have a problem of too many people living here. So, oh, let's have a little war somewhere.
Yeah. There are certainly people who talk like that, but luckily none of them were too near the positions of power. They were just idiots who frothed along the side of it. It's kind of like the admirals who sit there, the retired admirals who sit there decrying the aircraft carrier in 1942 as a waste of money, and you're sitting there going, "Shut up, you idiot! You retired for a reason." About 30
Yes,
years ago.
unfortunately, there are some people who listen to those people.
I know. There are many people who quote them and then tell me that proves that the admirals all hated aircraft carriers, and I go, yeah, you've got someone who's been retired for 30 years complaining about an aircraft carriers and how they're useless, and then you've got the fact that the admirals in service are going, please give me more, I'm using them. Who's actually representing the view of the Navy at the time?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, currently with some of the people who are commenting on the Russia-Ukraine situation, who are retired military people, a lot of them were not particularly good, but they have quite a vocal presence.
Yeah. This is the point at which me and Leslie have to just be polite.
Oh, I don't see that Leslie needs to be polite.
Yeah. The paperwork gets annoying otherwise. Ay, caramba. But yeah, it's a...
You still have lots of questions. Sorry, I interrupted you by...
Don't worry, it's good to have questions. As I said, I'm sort of delaying the start of the talk because people keep saying, can you delay the start of the talk a bit later? Because I want to actually see the topic, and I'm going, okay, well, today's one's an interesting one. Today's topic is the blockade of Argentina in 1845 to 1850. And it's one of those operations people forget that there was an Anglo-French joint operation against Argentina in 1845 to 50 to support Uruguay. Yeah. So that's today's topic, and it's going to be a fun one for people. It's going to be one which is I think probably most people will not have heard about it.
Yeah, I think a good time to start those would be between 5:30 and 6 o'clock when people have hopefully got home from work.
That's probably what I'm leaning towards at the moment.
If not a little bit later. I mean, it's not as if you're time constricted.
No. The only thing with time constricted by tonight is that, later on, there are a lot of people looking forward to Pirates of the Burning Sea.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to play it at the moment, but it was becoming impossible with all the questions coming in.
I have a little vote now for moving cargo around.
I have so far not got anything to move cargo around, and this is probably why I'm not developed as much as I have. I need to get the cargo moving over at some point.
It's got a hold of 2,400 spaces.
That's useful.
Yes,
I'm also producing iron brew rum at the minute.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a little bit of the week to get rum production going.
Well, I don't think there are many of our colleagues who would disagree with you getting rum production going. I think they'd probably be quite happy with you getting rum production going, judging by our colleagues. Yeah.
I've requested the first 50 bottles of the limited edition.
They may have been drunk. Paul was helpful. I've eventually managed to I literally got to the stage where I was struggling to get stuff to and from this heavy, so I literally found a Leviathan.
Hmm.
Oh, it was 2005. Yeah, so if you ever need anything moving, just let us know. I have space.
Yeah, you have space. You can move everything.
I could
You know,
take I could take a I could take 2 warehouses loads in one go.
Lions is looking forward to where it's only got 5 levels to go till they get to the first rates. Yeah, it's disturbing.
So we're trying to work out if you're sixth or fifth. Really.
Yeah, I think I'm 5th rate. I think I'm a small 5th rate. I think
yeah,
my gun yeah. I think I'm just in the small 5th rate. I did have this discussion the other day. I said the 4th rate, and then I looked and went, no, I'm 5th rate. I'm 5th. I'm not upset with being 5th. I'm 5th. There are worse things to be than being a 5th rate. It's a nice place to be. It means I've got maximum chance of getting some prize money.
Well, I have a fourth rate. I am not a naval officer.
Well,
I have a 4th rate, a 3rd rate, a 2nd rate, a 1st rate. I am a naval officer.
I am wanting the title of Iron Brew Distiller.
yeah, I will have to have a chat with Garius about adding titles. I think I know he was going to pop in and possibly make another person the head of the organization to make it more because he hasn't he's too wrapped up in these horse girls. Trying to get Garius away from the horse girls is just impossible.
So they are quite entertaining on a Sunday morning.
I know. I'm worried about my friend. I'm worried what kind of conversations I'm going to have at a certain point with him of going, no, the horse girls are not real.
It's not so much it's the way the game works is a very good representation of the horse racing world.
Mm.
It's just the characters are horse girls rather than actual horses, but they're based on horses that existed or exist. So, they have their breeding qualities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I may have to request some more barrels.
Right, you've got Ramal's question at.
Yeah. We're only running roughly an hour behind on the questions. Ramal, how effective would a jet aircraft with 6 AGM-65 at attacking modern ships if the aircraft managed to slip through the area warfare coverage? Can Maverick sink warships? If you've got that many, you can cause enough damage which should sink most smaller warships. Larger ones, it's going to depend on where they hit. It's like a lot of things when we're dealing with modern warships, they are compartmentalized. So if you manage to hit 6 separate compartments all around the ship, and those are non-essential compartments, then they could be fine. If it hits 6 critical compartments, it could be the case of the thing has an unstoppable fire. Again, it's going to be sort of the larger ships. If the ones which are approaching 10,000 tons and above are going to be best prepared to deal with that sort of thing because of their level of compartmentalization. So again, this is the advantage of size. It gives you some protection against certain things, like people who could be going, yes, we are going to cause you maximum trouble.
The there used to be a board game called Harpoon, which is very good for mapping out damage on warships from smaller missiles.
Yeah.
Most of the time, you find that you can sometimes mission kill with Mavericks, but you could not sting.
Yeah.
The way Maverick is actually set up is it will look to plunge in, because remember it was originally designed as an anti-bunker or anti-hardpoint area, designed for hitting a tank that was behind a barricade or something like that. So it comes in at a angle and then dives at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's giving away too much. So the likelihood of Maverick sinking a ship is low. The likelihood of Maverick taking out the command and control centers or the radar
is high.
You're then in the lap of the gods whether it does. Because I mean, if it hits in front of the bridge, the radar's safe. If it hits behind the funnel, the radar's probably safe.
Mm-hmm.
You may not be able to move as fast,
but it'll be okay. It'll be functional.
Yeah. But so the best you could probably get out of that with Mavericks would be a mission kill, as in taking out the CNC or taking out its radar.
Mm-hmm.
Both would be considered. I mean, a kill's a kill.
Yes, and a mission kill these days, because of the lack of investment in infrastructure, often equates to a kill, because where are they going to be able to take it somewhere to repair it?
It's not like, I mean, if you consider Belfast was mission killed,
mm-hmm.
and she's still floating now, and she was still ineffective.
But it was about a year, 18 months before she was back in the water of intensive yard work.
Yeah, and imagine trying to do that now.
Yeah. And the thing is, they had the yard space to do that while also still building new stuff and all those sort of things.
We don't have the yard space in comparison today.
I mean, you've still got the covenant on Jarrow not being able to open a shipyard, for instance.
Yeah. Seriously, our governments have been, the UK governments have been singularly so bright at certain times. So bright.
I mean, as it is, the area you would use for building a shipyard, Jarrow's probably not the best place to go. You'd be better reopening up Shields.
Yeah.
But that's now got all these posh houses in.
Oh, yes. Next one, Joel Fredericks. Seeing how the People's Liberation Army Air Force have created designs of a potential stealth fighter since the 80s, why were media figures reluctant to believe Giant's ability prior to the 2020 J20 prototype? 2012 J20 prototype. Literally because, in the nicest way, especially in the West, we are used to car companies producing concept cars and designs of what cars they could build, and they're never ever delivering. So, in the nicest way, you develop an idea of you do not trust it until you can physically see and touch it. And even with their later their designs, I would say there's still a hefty amount of, okay, yes, they have it. Is it actually the real thing, or is it what they're claiming? The more stuff that's been going on, the more we've seen it's got a case of, okay, they've got something interesting going on here. I would say very much it's their first generation, and it should be treated as such. The amount of times I see people go, well, it's the same years as the F-35, so it must be the same years as the F-22, and this sort of, you go, no, it's their first generation. It's going to have some bits from what they've been able to observe and what they've been able to glean from various sources, but it's also going to be their first generation development, and anyone who believes a first generation development of anything is going to be perfect or great or amazing and reliable all the time, I'm sorry. You're living in a land which doesn't happen when you're dealing with complicated systems. And it is very complicated systems. And this is not a thing about the Chinese, this is a thing about everyone's first generation systems have been that way.
I believe the F-22 stealth is actually better than the F-35, but the F-22 came first.
Yes, but that's because the F-22 is baked in to a level which it... How do I put it?
So even if you have an older generation, it can still be better than the newer generation because of the mission profile and how you want to build something.
Yes, but also the F-35 stealth is to an extent... How do I put this? It's actually, to an extent, the technology behind it is much more advanced and reliable than was probably put in the F-22. So the F-22 to an extent was over-engineered to make sure it worked, which is why it's as good as it is. Whereas the F-35, we've got to the level of, this is what we need for it to work. Night Secretary for one. Is it accurate that in a way you can strongly argue that in World War II, everything that America suffers is in a way the consequence of its actions of what it did to Japan nearly 100 years prior? Not really, but no. I do like to explain that, and I do sometimes have to explain that the original sin for American diplomacy when it comes to Japan is the Black Fleet. It is what Commodore Perry did. For good or for ill, it's what Commodore Perry did. And there is a real thing in that period that I think today a lot of Americans do understand, who were involved in this, do understand that was a contributing factor. But if you talk to people in the 1930s and 40s, they would not acknowledge that as a factor. They would, to them, that was several generations ago. Other things have happened since. It's in the past. But it's not the case. Hello, Dragon. Hello, Foxo.
I mean, I know if you read some of the writings of Yuki Mishima, he mentions Perry as one of the justifications for his attempted coup.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but...
yeah, that's the thing is... It's on their minds. What I tend to explain to people. It's part of their thought process still at that time, and that's something which you have to understand when you're dealing with these things. Is that to the people who are there at the time, that matters. To the people who are there later, that still matters. It's part of their history. It's part of what makes them who they are. And it is always the fun thing of going, for some countries, 10 years is a long time. For some countries, 100 years is a short time. You're dealing with different cultures, different approaches to historical memory, and how they approach and remember these things. You've got to learn that when you start international relations. Because the lesson I was given was there was a treaty being negotiated in the 1990s. And it was between two nations who were in different continents. And the nation which was a European nation, not Britain, but a European nation, couldn't understand why they were now on the fourth round of negotiations and they weren't going forward. And they finally went and actually asked the question, why are we not going forward? And the answer was, because you keep insisting on having these meetings on a Monday, and we have our staff meetings to decide everything on a Tuesday. And then we have debates the rest of the week as to whether it was correct. So by the time it gets to Monday, which we normally consider from our operations not a active working day, we don't have a decision. So if they, so when they next had a meeting, they changed it to a meeting on the Wednesday. Decisions had been agreed. There hadn't been much debate afterwards. No one had been able to start putting forward their own points of view, and it was all agreed and signed off. 6 years of negotiation, several hundred million, I think it was at the time, francs involved, which kind of gives away to which country it was, of the European nation. And literally the whole problem was we were having the meetings on a Monday. And it's one of those things of, this is one of the things why Shipshape does the trips they do. We like to go and learn the culture and spend as much time as we do studying the culture as we do studying history. So we can try and understand these little bit of differences and go, oh, that makes things different. That makes things interesting.
It just seems like a common sense thing to do, to actually say, when is the best time for us to meet? Rather than dictating that, we're going to meet on this.
I think they were having the beginning of the meetings on the Monday because basically the minister would tend to fly back to France and have his meeting with the government government about it over the over sort of the week before, come in fresh from the weekend and be able to have discussions. And so the idea was it made most sense with their system and the way they were handling it to have the meetings on the Monday, and the other people never objected to it being on the Monday. So they presumed it was all okay. So only when you start asking decisions you find out, oh, there are issues going on here. And yes, Seneca, you're correct. Never try and have a meeting on a Friday or a Saturday in some countries, and it gets fun. It gets fun. Joe Fredericks, to this day, China still talks of 3 different Sino-Japanese wars. The first one was about the Imjin Wars. Yeah. Let's take everyone. Is it accurate that in a way you can strongly argue that in World War II? Answer that one. How did the South Vietnamese Navy muck up the Battle of the Parcel Islands that badly historically? The Battle of the Parcel Islands. Well, yeah. Okay, so the Vietnamese Navy is, how do I put this politely? Not necessarily, despite they turn up to the battle with 2 minesweepers, 2 submarine chasers, some patrol ships, and... well, no, that's the Chinese, actually. The South Vietnamese turn up with a destroyer, 2 frigates, a minesweeper. So, theoretically, the weight of fire advantage should be on the side of the Vietnamese, but it really isn't. The way they're deployed doesn't work out well. They don't put themselves in a good position. And... to be fair, there are lots of oops issues in this battle. Takes place in 1974. I'd also point out that The frigates involved are Barnegat class frigates, and the destroyer was an Edsel class destroyer escort. So not exactly the most heavily armed vessels you ever heard to have those titles. So yeah, there are lots of reasons for why it goes wrong. But it would be a full video to discuss it in depth, and it really needs to get into the details of what happens. Speaking of which, the patron vote is live. Just in case anyone is wanting to vote, the patron vote is live. How are you doing today, Foxzone Dragon? How are you doing? How's your days going? You still in... Hopefully you're not in as much pain as you were yesterday, Foxo.
It's better. Actually got to see the doctor today as well.
That's good.
Got told to come back in a couple of days if it hadn't started to heal. So waste of time.
It's better than nothing, but it's not exactly much help, is it?
That's what I said, but you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, and if you're family or anything like mine, they go, yay, we've actually heard from the doctor.
Pretty much.
I've been better, but I live.
I've also discovered that you've gone into the meme sphere. A clip of your video with Drac.
Which one?
Which one?
You're talking about how Vickers weren't the Lockheed Martin of the day.
Yeah.
And were actually the Samsung and Mitsubishi Industries of the day.
Okay, that's either being taken very well and expected by people, or people are turning that massively on its head.
It's NCD, non-credible defense. Just turned it into a bunch of memes.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Come on.
Probably a bad thing.
Ow, 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 ow.
Now, in reference to... Karen Foster?
I got 2 litres of Baileys for £12.
That's good.
Sounds expensive compared to Iron Brew.
It's only £20 a bottle.
Okay. Then that's probably good. Mitchellotes, in reference to using lasers against drones, do you think that a device capable of projecting a directed EMP blast at drones to disable electrical and electronic systems would be feasible? There are ideas of it, but honestly I think the closest we're going to get is the fact that if you ever want to see what happens when a drone swarm tries to attack a major warship and it turns its radar on them. And I have a feeling that for the drones will be for most, especially the smaller drones, would be a significant emotional event. A very significant emotional event. Actually, James Donegan once said, the battles aren't won by the side that gets everything right, but the side that makes the fewest mistakes. Yes, which is why the British are so obsessed with studying their mistakes. So they make less of them. Bone Boy.
I mean, is it though? Huh?
Yeah.
Surely you can do everything right and still lose.
Oh yeah, and then that's why then you want to study why you lost. Still, that's why the British study their losses. But you can do everything right, still lose because you don't have the force structure in place. Okay, so why did you fight that battle in the first place then? Why did you fight that fight? If you were not able to win that fight, why did you fight it in the first place? if you haven't got a force structure in place to fight it. What possessed you to do that?
That almost sounds like Wars of Choice, though. Because you assume that you'd be able to decide when you fight the battle.
It's more a case of why couldn't you withdraw your forces? Why couldn't you reinforce? Why couldn't you change the situation? It's a realization you have to fight. Sometimes you do have to fight a fight, but if you're going to have to fight it, then why are you setting yourself to fight it in such a way you're going to lose it? And I'm glad you two are both here, because I've just seen Chandlerlord's next question coming up, and I think that's definitely your ballywhack.
I suspect that might have happened because we appeared, but...
Yeah. It's a chicken or egg scenario. And you've got Leslie and Paul as backup as well, and they're both acknowledged Star Wars experts.
No. I am most certainly not. Leslie might be.
Leslie's
I understand
currently...
the ground forces. I understand the ground forces more than I understand the starships, because I don't like Star Wars starships.
Okay.
Now that I feel we could have a very interesting conversation on, but perhaps not right now.
Dragon, don't cite the deep lore out, Leslie. He was there when it was written.
But this is factually true, though.
Yes.
I know.
I actually did go and see Star Wars the week it opened in Canada.
Me too.
Which means you'll probably have saw the one that most people haven't.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I still have a copy of it on VHS. Which I'm really tempted to get done to digital just to wind people up.
I remember a Thursday night chat that lasted nearly 2.5 hours with the lore being discussed, which was quite enlightening for somebody who knew absolutely nothing about it. But, yeah.
It's just too much fighter orientated.
I wouldn't say it's weird. I have to admit, sometimes it's really fighter orientated. Other times it's not.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, I've played Legion. I've played X-Wing. I haven't played Armada.
Armada's the one I played the most of, and I'm really sad I never grabbed the Chimera expansion. But then again, that was 50 quid then, and I deemed that expensive. And now looks at me buying Warhammer. What have I done?
Bowmill Boy. What if the SDP had scrapped the Deutschland class in 1929 as it had promised? How much could they shorten the war by? Not a jot, because let's be honest, the Deutschland class, as interesting as they are, don't really have war-lengthening properties. They do add something to the German capabilities, but let's be honest, if they're gone, the main thing they've lost is they've lost the personnel and the reason to train up those people, and they haven't got the ships wandering around. So they've got no Graf Spee wandering out, they've got no Deutschland wandering out, they've got none of those things wandering out potentially at the beginning of World War II. Which doesn't necessarily shorten the war, but it's certainly going to make the entrance into the war easier for the Royal Navy, and give them less things they have to concentrate on, and less things they have to wear their ships out on hunting. So you don't have Renown and Ark Royal having to wander down to the South Atlantic to try and hunt down the Graf Spee. You don't have all those Eagle wandering all off around the world, and Hermes wandering around the world trying to hunt down these ships. So that's going to change deployments and change presence and where those ships are and the capabilities of them. So that's going to have an impact, but it's not going to shorten the war by a massive thing. Anyway, Chandler. The Empire wants to send a message. With the fleet previously assembled, with heavy reinforcements, details in Fred, you're tasked with pacifying the northern quarter of the galaxy. Go deployed fleet, 2 Bellator-class dreadnoughts, 1 Praetor Mark II class battlecruiser, 6 Allegiance-class Star Destroyers, 4 Secular-class Star Destroyers, 14 Imperial Mark I class Star Destroyers, 16 Imperial Mark II class Star Destroyers, 4 Tector-class Star Destroyers, 2 Interdictor-class Star Destroyers, 30 Vindictor-class Star Destroyers, 12 Immobilizer 4s, 418 No. 18
418.
class... 418 class cruisers, 32 strike cruisers, Lonra models, 60 Victory Mark II Star Destroyers, Crimson Command, 80 Victory Mark I class Star Destroyers, 42 Gladiator Mark II class Star Destroyers, 32 Procusator class Star Destroyers, 120 Carrot class light cruisers, 144 Architenses class light cruisers, 298 Tarzan class patrol cruisers, 300 Raider Mark I class corvettes. And on-call reinforcements: Scourge Squadron, Iron Fist, Tallahassee, 12 Imperial Mark I class Star Destroyers, 6 Gladiator Mark I class Star Destroyers, 11 Victory Mark I class Star Destroyers, 90 Dreadnought class heavy cruisers, 30-ton Falk class escort carriers, 64 Architenses class light cruisers, 50 Tartan class patrol cruisers, and all the Imperial forces in the area of operations. Good luck! I'm off to find the facilities.
I'm just going to say that it was incredibly impressive that he was able to do that entire first section basically without taking actual pause for a breath.
Yeah, I agree.
It's practice.
I mean, from my point of view, that seems quite a balanced force.
It is. It's actually a really good force to work with. In comparison to previous, where it's a case of no Star Destroyer goes alone, you always send two because of the situations. This is one where we would have to divest forces. If we're trying to pacify an entire northern quarter, yeah.
Are we just talking known space here, though, is the question.
Probably. I'm assuming probably.
I think we need a lot more if we're trying to do the actual top quarter of the galaxy.
Yes.
I mean, so thinking about it, you'd have to find a place to set a base of operations up and secure that first, and then run regular patrols from that and set up a secondary, then a tertiary base, and then gradually expand your network that way. But
the question is, Joel, it says pacify. The corporate sector technically is already pacified. So I don't know if we're actually having to conquer them, or are they already considered pacified. Basically, we don't have to go in and, mass police them, is the question. If it's...
yeah, it's all clearance missions, isn't it? That's what you've got to think about. It's like, literally have a Star Destroyer turn up and say, hello, we're a nice, friendly empire. You should help us. Want to be your friend.
As for unknown region aliens, that's not really that big of a concern.
Ain't the shit out that way?
No, they are to the west. In particular, the northwest. So,
okay.
Because there's actually a new galaxy map was released recently. But even going off the more old-fashioned one, which is really rather useful to work off, the one we're using in the D&D, by the looks of it, one of the biggest targets we'll have to try and deal with is Mon Calamari. The corporate sector itself's actually quite a small area of space, so that's not too much of a problem. So the question is, if we're going off the assumption of what is the entire northeastern arm. Does northeastern, or is it just northern quarter? So the question is, by northern quarter, do we go east or west?
Or 50% of both in both directions.
Hey, we actually dealt with the Happen Consortium last night, Joel. And honestly, from what I'm aware, they're not that big of a concern. Because realistically, they actually have quite outdated ships and weaponry, and the force that we were given last time would have been enough. This time would definitely be enough to deal with them. Yes, I know there's that whole stupid bit where there's like 3 Happen Battle Dragons take out an Executor-class Super Star Destroyer. No. Just no.
And retcons that itself.
But if assuming we're going for the northeastern quadrant of the galaxy. That means we are looking at sectors L through W, 1 through 9. Which means we'll have to deal with the Apes Consortium, Kashyyyks on the in that territory. You've got the Mandalorians to deal with, Mon Calamari, basically center of Yavin affairs. But as I said, if that's what it means by dealing with this, the corporate sector potentially is a problem. You're not wrong, but also the corporate sector might see the writing on the wall and basically go, "We'll work with you." Oh yeah, Mon Calamari's the true problem here. I'm not sure if Chandler is still around. They answered the question recently.
No, depends on when.
It's why I was
If we're
basically going to
too
ask for a little bit
early,
of
the
clarification.
Mandarin will be a problem.
Well, I'm assuming if we've got Bellators of this type, we're probably looking around ABY 0.
Okay, so this is after the Glassing of Mandalore.
No, before. I'm going off.
So Mandalore's going to be a pain.
Why do I have a feeling that some people are already talking about dozens of Mon Cala class cruisers now in the chat, and I'm worried what's going on?
Well, because the problem is it says Northern Quarter, and there's technically 2 Northern Quarters of the galaxy. I'm going off the more populated side, which does mean we have to deal with Mon Calamari itself, and they have an annoying habit of turning buildings into starships.
Well, look, in the nicest way, we all have to do building our own way, and theirs is they have buildings which are already designed to be underwater, and under lots of stresses. You can adapt those to being in space under lots of stresses.
Yes, Mandalorians do have a very small fleet, so they're more of a danger in ground forces. You're right. That is their own. That's why I'm saying they're just annoying. They're not really a threat. They're just. Ugh.
Yeah,
The Mandalorians aren't a threat in the first volleys. They're a threat once you move past them.
So yeah. Theoretically speaking, without a little bit more clarification of exactly what the intention is, sort of where and what and when, I agree with Leslie, you're basically going to have to break things down, build a lot of supply base up, and honestly, if we've got this sort of fleet, I'm hoping we have the authority to conquer how we need to.
If you've got that sort of fleet, nice way, if you want to, you can conquer the rest of the friggin' Empire.
No. The Empire, if we go off the cannon number currently, the Empire has 25,000 Star Destroyers.
I know.
If we go off previous numbers, they have a lot more than that.
But
and this force is not enough to take that on.
Yeah, if you're going to do a straight fight, but,
It's enough to be making an annoying little pocket in the outer rim.
Yeah. It is enough to do that.
But, honestly, this might just be me being enjoying Thrawn's tactics, but if we actually inspire, loyalty in the men and the areas we're taking over, would be useful.
Yeah. Stafford, the House of Lords copied the US Congress and write into law Vanguard can't be scrapped until a new capital class ship is built. Would she still be around today like the ours? Yes. Because the government's never going to pay for a new ship if they can avoid it. So they'll just keep her in reserve status. She'd be in museum reserve status, and there'd be a whole debate as to whether she was actually a viable ship or not. And it'd be ongoing, and be sucking all sorts of life out of the defence debate in the UK. It would. Brian, follow up. If Vanguard was kept around, would she have deterred the Argentine invasion of Falklands? Nope. Because fundamentally, the Argentinians had 2 things on their mind. One, they believed they were too important to the Americans, so that the Americans wouldn't allow the British to fight back. And 2, they thought the British wouldn't want to fight back in the first place. They fundamentally believed Britain had lost the will to fight. And they didn't see how that could play badly into things like the Cold War, and therefore Britain would be forced to fight. They didn't see that one. Which you can understand why they didn't see, because let's be honest, not everyone is going to see that one. That one sounds pretty nuts when you start thinking about it of, oh yeah, why are we fighting? Because if we don't, then the Soviets are going to actually probably declare war. So we have to fight a war to stop another war. Sounds pretty insane, but it's the way the world works sometimes. It is the way the world works sometimes. Ramol, question 16. Do you think the AK-130 is the best ship main gun today, better compared to the Mark 4? No. If I have to pick out of all those options, I'm picking either the Otto 127 or the Mark 45 5-inch, probably. AK-130 has issues with some of its transverse, and yeah, the 130mm is not a bad gun, and not a bad type, but honestly, if I want range of options and I want capability for a modern ship, I'm probably going to go for the Otto as my first choice. The British 4.5 hasn't had enough invested in it over recent years, and the American one has now got stuff being invested in it, but for a long time the advanced gun system was a coming thing, and basically they were ignoring their 5-inch. So that's why I'm going to go with the Otto, because the Otto have been investing in it consistently, and it's probably the best versatile one out of those options. Joe Fredericks, why are many countries considering a Taiwan policy when they lack the strength for expeditionary capability to resolve reasonably contest against the plan in the Pacific? Because they need a Taiwanese policy, because Taiwan is an important part of the global economic system, and if there are issues there, then they could get into trouble. So basically they want a policy, because if they don't have one, then they're going to be caught a cropper if there is a problem. So they'd rather have a policy set up now, if that makes sense. They'd rather have something on the books so they know what they're going to do, than find themselves suddenly in a situation where, oh, frigate, we have to do something, and we don't have any plans.
It's not like EU doesn't have any leverage over China.
The thing is, that's one of the issues, is that is what would the EU do? People presume plans mean military force. The plans could mean other economic issues and other plans, and let's be honest, they do have options when it comes to China in that scenario. There's also other options in terms of what do they commit to in terms of other assets? Who do they combine with local assets? And who else do they defend? Because again, Taiwan is sort of becoming perceived as sort of like Ukraine. It's a beginning issue. If that falls, then what comes next? Yes, but yes, in a wartime, trade does tend to be dead anyway, Joel Fredericks, but in also in a war situation, there's also the post-war situation. If China believes that post-war that everything will return to normal, status quo ante bellum, and everyone will get on with their lives the same as it was before, then that's one scenario. If they believe that, hang on, if we do this, then there's a good chance that the post-war scenario involves things not being as status quo ante bellum as we hoped, then that becomes a consideration in their factors and their thinking.
But would Ukraine be a good analogy at this point then? That if China thinks that you'll have a Crimea situation, where after the intervention things go back to normal,
yes,
they're much more likely to be aggressive than if they think it's a 2022 Ukraine situation where Europe hasn't gone back to normal.
Yeah, basically, if they think that it's going to be an ongoing issue, then that adds more of a consequence to it. They still might do it, but it's a thing of they've got to factor in. It's one of the things, again, I do tell people as deterrence is, one of the things you have to do is you factor in the cost. It's a cost-benefit analysis, okay? If you raise the cost high enough, does the benefit outweigh it? And again, Joel, most countries might prefer neutrality because they don't want to get involved in the war. But there's also quite a few who want to be neutral in the conflict, but also really rather it not go necessarily China's way because of what might happen next. Again, this is the problem you have with countries. When they have a successful conflict and they've taken something, they might do something else in a few years' time, and that target might be you. For a lot of the Asian nations looking at Taiwan, they're also looking at China's position on the South China Sea, and they're going, well, if they hit Taiwan and they take them out, at what point do we become targets? And that's the problem. Because they might not become targets, but they might also become targets. And that's worrying to them.
Sort of in a, it's better to fight in Flanders than it is to fight in Kent kind of way.
Yes, or it's better to not fight in Flanders or Kent, but to make sure the people fighting in Flanders have all the supplies they need so they do the fighting and you don't have to.
So analogous to the situation in Ukraine, where the European countries and prior to the current regime, America was investing a large amount of money to enable Ukraine to fight and also test our systems to see that they worked.
It has been very providential in that case, in that scenario. Very providential.
It's better to find out that a system isn't quite what it's cracked up to be, or not as good as the salesmen are telling you, when somebody else is using it, rather than you or us in the case of the Falklands.
So it can be nicely tested out, yeah.
Yes, finding out that actually it's not quite as good as the developer said it was.
Yeah. That's basically the pragmatic thing, and the deterrent is the plan. Deterrent is always the plan, but it's you don't want to actually be fighting the war. You want to deter the war, and it's how do you deter it? And again, cost is part of this. Showing that the cost is going to be prohibitive. That works for you.
It's one of the problems that is being currently faced by the European Union, Britain and America, the fact that having given a lot of systems and munitions to Ukraine, that the volume of use was greater than anticipated. Now we're having a problem of replacing it.
Well, it's not that the volume of use was great anticipated. It turns out we've been paying money to companies all these years, all these private companies, to apparently maintain surplus production capacity. And instead they've used the money to pay themselves large profits. And the trouble is...
fines for that, isn't it?
Well, you see, the thing is, they can claim they did just enough so it was a theoretical capability, but as we all know, there's a difference between a theoretical capability and what we found is all these surge production capabilities haven't been able to surge because of the reality of the situation. It's been terrible. Everything was in theory. On paper, it could be done. And so this is where someone like me comes back and goes, yes, I come from the wing of the wing of politics who believes you shouldn't use ideology to make decisions. You should use evidence. And going, well, from the evidence of this situation, you know what? Maintaining the royal armories and maintaining the royal dockyards sounds like a very sensible idea. Because the one way you can guarantee that they have spare production capacity is if they are if they are actually owned by you, and therefore they have the capacity because you have paid for it and it is there. Not, it is, this organisation is going to, and in return we are paying 50% more per missile than we actually need to maintain that facility. Only to find out we paid that much per missile extra, and they didn't maintain that capacity.
Sounds like a good waste of funding.
Yeah! Welcome to my world. Have you noticed I've been less stressy this week because I haven't had my Monday meetings and I'm not having my Friday meetings. And I don't have my Wednesday meetings. No Monday, Wednesday or Friday meetings. I've been a happier bunny all week.
Only for it then to get worse again next week, eh?
Yeah.
And I had a Monday meeting, a Tuesday meeting, a Thursday meeting,
Yeah.
and a Wednesday meeting. I don't have a Friday meeting.
But Leslie, you have successfully terrified people who have never met you now, so they just know all that you now have a reputation of, if the name Leslie is mentioned, brace.
Yeah. Oh, it's good times. It is good times.
Oh, and I had a curious message the other day from Japan
Mm-hmm.
about a large Briton who knew me.
Huh. That's not suspicious at all.
So apparently you made an impression. That's good.
Oh, scary times.
He met you at one of the museums, or you would come from a museum. My
Yeah.
Japanese translation is good at the minute.
Yeah. I did tell you I met someone who knew you.
Yeah. Oh, you know who it is now. It was Matsuni.
Yeah. Have you worked out who was the young ladies who I met who knew you? I still don't know who they were. They were...
No, that's Matsuni.
Oh, that was Matsuni. Oh, hello there. There was also a gentleman as well, which I was reminded about by Glyn, because there was someone who said, "Oh, are you the naval history doctor who knows Leslie?" So
Oh God.
that was an older gentleman, and that was in the
Between mine and your room.
one of the freighter. Yeah.
Was that out of Tokyo?
That was in Yokohama.
Ah, that was probably Yamada Sensei.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just a
There we
gentleman.
go.
Just a gentleman randomly wandering around the ship who apparently recognised me, and I'm sort of going, okay, this is getting scary. This is now. Knight's got a question for Dragon. How reasonable is it to conclude that the data live Saphira crystals, which turn humans into spirits just by physical contact, probably wouldn't work on Canson or Sirens?
Actually, yeah, for once I agree. Theoretically speaking, because Canson are created by the collective conscience of humanity, effectively, for that ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Emden has the issue that, since humanity knows of two famous Emdens from World War I, they kind of ended up being the same ship when they were summoned.
Yes.
In this case, it's basically these crystals that would try and turn them to spirits would be having to fight the collective consciousness of humanity. And humanity tends to put up a fight. So, yeah, I actually don't think... a relatively decent one. I don't think they would be able to work on Canson. Sirens... That one I'm not so sure on. But that's because we don't know enough on Sirens and how they fully work. But, yeah.
Well, the science that leads with isn't enough. But in a universe where the collective unconscious has actual power, and there's infinite timelines of humanity, they haven't been willed out of existence yet, so they have to be resistant to it.
So yeah, I would say probably, yeah, you're right. They probably wouldn't be able to work on Kenzan or Sirens.
Unless there's a method to for the wisdom cubes as manifested to not resist the crystals.
Okay, this sounds like all sorts of interesting options.
Very much so.
But it sounds like, from what I've done reading today, since these questions keep coming up, it would probably be a case of trying to get Windows and Linux to run on the same computer. You can do it! Just,
Where did I put that winter hat?
put your own sanity down.
Oh, yes.
Not easy.
Okay, Joel Fredericks. Seeing how China was willing to purchase Russian technology during the 90s and 2000s, why do you think Russia has not requested Chinese aircraft technology? Ego. It's one thing for China to purchase off Russia, in Russia's opinion. It's another thing for Russia to purchase off China. And, yeah, if ever you've spent enough time in the room with senior people from those countries together, you soon realise that that is a very, very interesting relationship. That's one of those international relationships where you look at and go, you will be filling many books in many years' time. Channel. You are tasked with designing a successor to the Procurator class Star Destroyer, and you have to keep the length the same. Year is 50 ABY. Go. Also, that'd be a cool thing for UAD to do. Ultimate Admiral Star Wars or something like that, where you could design the ships.
That it would. Unfortunately, the closest thing we had to that, which was Death Star Designer, unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, Galactic Civilizations does a pretty good job with certain mobs of you being able to design things, but it's not the same. Not the same.
1,200 meters long. 50 ABY is a little bit out of the standard wheelhouse, but okay. At that point, try and get 3 sets of heavy batteries per side, a bit like the Imperial. If preferable, make it so that they actually can all fire forwards without having to decrease the bow angle of the ship. Keep the centerline set of heavy turrets as well, so that means theoretically, in a fully forward engagement, you can get all 9 of your heavy turrets on target.
Yeah.
If possible, I want to try and squeeze in a Class 0.5 hyperdrive. It'll be expensive, but the idea of this not quite Star Destroyer that can, basically just get to wherever you need it as quickly as you need it would be incredibly useful. Give it a small hangar, probably only 2 or 3 wings of starfighters, so maybe 36 starfighters at most.
Yep.
Definitely keep the concussion missile tubes. I think those are an excellent addition. Beyond that, then intermix anti-starfighter cannons and ion cannons. Is just roughly what I would do.
Sounds like a
If
sensible
anyone else
option.
has any ideas?
Sensible options to me. Okay, next question. Do you think the P-38 isn't a good fighter since it's a twin-boom, twin-engine aircraft which made it heavier on armor? No, it's a good heavy fighter. It's a good heavy fighter, long-range heavy fighter. That's its job. Let's be honest, that's what it's supposed to... It's going to be heavier because it's a long-range heavy fighter. It doesn't suffer from similar issues as the ME-110, which is also a heavy fighter. Honestly, for doing the job it's requested to do in the Pacific, frankly, there wasn't much of a better option at the time. Senator Canero. Question. You get to make the best pistol for use by the Royal Navy in World War II. That wouldn't change anything. Small arms are not an important naval warfare, and that's Lee Snipes, Japanese admirals. The best pistol. The best pistol. Look. I have to admit, I am a bit of a weird person when it comes to pistols. Because I have a favourite pistol, and it's the one I first learnt to use and first learnt to work on, and that's a Browning high power chambered for 10mm rounds. And so that was the first pistol I ever shot, and I got taught to shoot it by my grandfather. And it's a kind of weird thing, because it was a sort of experimental thing. It was designed and shaped around firing a 10mm round, but it's made to the Browning 1935 model design. But yeah, so I've always liked the Brownings, but I do realise they're not as popular as they used to be, and that quite a few people have some sensible points against them. But, you know, what do we all think? What would be the best pistol to design for the Royal Navy in World War II?
Okay. It's a pistol what personally 12-year-old me fired. Because I'd made a friend in a swimming pool, and his mom took us to a firing range in Florida.
That's a good friend to have.
We'd done like all the training shots, and she was like, and I remember I made friends with the ranger in the sun, and his dad just went, okay, pick something to shoot. And I had recently played Call of Duty Black Ops 2, and so I picked a micro Uzi. So, yeah, I think the Royal Marines would have liked the micro Uzi.
It wasn't available in World War II, though.
You can make it available.
It's damn cheap metal.
Oh, I see. Right, okay.
It's damn cheap metal that was made in
Yeah.
50s by a lot of weapon manufacturers from World War II.
I would say if I was going for machine pistol like that, I'd go MP5K, because I liked my MP5s. I've done some naughty things with MP5s in my life. I have probably done far too many naughty things with MP5s in my life, but they have been good. They are good. They are good. They're useful.
I mean, 9mm the loader frequel cartridge. I often use it.
Check your phone.
I'd love to hear what Leslie says.
Well, I'm sort of similar to Dr. Clarke. I like my Browning HP. Mine was only standard chamber. But the Glock 19 is also very nice. It's not to find a point on it. A pistol for a navy, it's not really very useful. Even in World War II, the number of times they would have thrown the pistol would. So really, what you want is something that looks good, rather than something that is good. So in which case, I'd go for something kind of like one of the Beretta 50s. Because it looks like it will hurt you, rather than actually hurt you. I mean, it probably will hurt you rather than hurt the person you're shooting at, because it'll probably break your wrist. That would be my thought on it. Because really what you want to do is impress at the when you arrive, have something big and bulky on you.
I'm just thinking of V and dual-wielding pistols at the Battle of Narvik. No, at the boarding in the not Narvik, at the Iltmolk incident.
Yeah. I said not very often.
Oh.
But like I say, it's the case of what do you actually need it to do? You need it to be impressive when you're on shore leave.
Yeah.
And when you walk on board, if you've got something that's big and it looks like it will do a lot of damage. I mean, you've got the Desert Eagle range. You know, the 50 cal Desert Eagle and the 60 cal. They're probably good because they'd probably even go through a bulkhead.
Hmm. Not necessarily in a good way, but yes, going through a bulkhead is always fun.
So is it a case of you want it almost to be like a cruiser? You turn up with your big thing on your side and say, look, I've got a gun and I can know how to use it.
And it's a big
by
one.
the way, it's up there.
It's such a big one you can see it quite clearly away from without me doing anything.
Yeah.
The real threat are all these sailors armed with rifles, but I have got a gun.
I mean, what I would have probably more likely to do is give them, instead of giving them rifles, give them Thompsons. So for a boarding action, Thompsons with 44 caliber. I know it's hard for us to get the ammunition, but that does more damage.
Hmm.
And since if you're on board a ship, it's all CQB. That's what you've got. I mean, rifles are good at long range, but CQB.
Hmm.
Your assessment, Dr. Clarke?
It's an option. It's you know, it's a case of if you give them all Tommy guns though, the trouble is they're all going to think they're gangsters. If you give them guns like Tommy guns, they're still going to think they're gangsters. And frankly, you have enough trouble with the Royal Navy sailors and their desire to acquire everything they see that looks shiny, without having them have 1930s gangster movie ideas in their heads.
Yeah, but you give them rifles and they think they're fathers from World War One.
Yeah.
I mean, you've only got one hope, and that's that you can point them in the right direction.
Yeah. That is the fun thing. Right. Channel. Question 12 clarifications. Northeastern quadrant, as that is the proper imperial space. Legends continuity. Assume that the CSA is working with you. HAPS is neutralized. Good luck.
Dragon's currently busy. And I don't know about this to answer. So, yeah.
I think Dragon basically answered that in the way that he put it out that he would go to the more civilized part of space, and we'd probably have to build supply depots and. But what do you mean by pacify? Is it in revolt, or is it just you think it could go into revolt?
I think probably pacify.
You want to do a cruiser mission system where you randomly send your big, part of your fleet to a random world and say, look, here, and hand out sweeties. And say, would you like to come for a drink on board? We'll have the drink on board right next door to one of the big sample lasers. You wouldn't want this pointing at your planet now, would you? One method of pacification?
That's always an effective method of pacification. I've certainly seen worse methods of pacification that have been less effective. Right, so, next question.
Well, I'm going to drop off now.
Okay, take care, Leslie. Thank you for dropping in.
Yeah, I'll probably still listen. I just leave the stage
Okay.
for people who don't know more than me.
All right. And you have carte blanche to do as you please. Oh, that's not nice. Joel Fredericks, seeing how it's important to obtain a third eye view on things, how would you rate the industry policy of varied forms of procurement, i.e. logistical mess from very different countries? It's certainly provided with a lot of interesting information and a lot of interesting points of comparison. But I would... How do I put this politely? A close above contamination 1%. They have got other problems in terms of how are they going to make this all work together, and that's the thing, is that you can go a little bit too far. They to an extent want to produce stuff domestically as well. They want to have their own systems, so they've got a good starting point, but it's going to take a while to work it all out. They've got a more complicated logistics train than the Royal Navy did in World War II, and that's saying something. Ramon, do you believe the myth that taking Iwo isn't absolutely worth it? Worth the lives the US lost, but therefore a bunch of airfields. Do you believe the US plans made a mistake? I think they were going for it because, let's be honest, they thought they needed it because of the stats they were reading. You can make the case they didn't actually need it. You can make that case. But I would also add that, realistically, if you make that case, you're also making the case that a lot of people who were involved didn't know what they were doing and didn't understand the reality of what they're fighting. And they did. They certainly understood it. They were doing the best they could with the forces they had available and with the reality of the systems they had available, and they knew that those systems weren't necessarily going to be perfect, so they wanted to have that. Because if they hadn't had it and things had gone wrong, just imagine the outcry. Sometimes in war you literally do stuff because if you don't do it and things go wrong, you've got no recovery position. Whereas if you do it, you've got a recovery position. Poseidon. Whilst I think Dragon might have popped off to go and track down a certain person who keeps sending a Chandler and probably stop them sending him so many questions. So Poseidon's question. Canada develops reliable nuclear power in 1920 in complete secrecy and shares it with Britain. What might Britain give its favourite child in return for its technology? Anything they want. Anything they want, pretty much, in this time. That would solve a huge amount of issues. If you think about it from British perspective, get it in 1920, get it started in 1920, 1920s. By 1930s, you could have a power grid which entirely doesn't depend on hydropower, doesn't depend on coal, doesn't depend on oil, anything. You've just got nuke.
You would also have it in Canada as well,
Mm-hmm.
Which would mean that you could increase the productivity of a lot of the Canadian companies that struggled because they didn't have the infrastructure that was desirable.
And it's the same with Australia. You could put power out there. You could, in a nice way, the British have spread the power around very quickly.
It'd be interesting to see what the Americans did. Would what would Britain and Canada get out of America?
Oh, a lot. It would be, yes, money. Although,
more than money.
With the the interesting thing is, would you get the Great Depression with all this investment in infrastructure going on, and all this change in the economy, or would it help the boom keep going?
I think you probably would still have the crash possibly later than historically happened, because of the types of people who were in the banking industry, and the fact that, unlike today, where there are a small number of incredibly big banks which run a lot of high street names.
Yes.
Then you had all your high street name banks, which were individual banks. Mm-hmm. And then you had all of the mercantile banks that you needed a shed load of money in order to be able to actually get through the front door, let alone even consider to be opening an account.
Yes.
But I think it would depend. Also, I mean, the Bank of England then, was that independent, or was that part of government as it was prior to 2000?
It was independent to an extent. That's usually how I describe it, independent to an extent.
Because if the American or the Wall Street crash had a worldwide effect, but it affected America far more than it affected here, even though it affected here quite badly.
Yeah.
If government and the Bank of England
Well, certainly
looked at the situation in such a way as to say that, right, this is going to create an awful lot of wealth, but it could create a huge problem if it's badly invested. So we need to do something to ensure that.
I think the interesting thing for the British is they probably make sharing it technology contingent on them cancelling the debts from World War One.
Yes, but most of our debts from World War One were from the Empire.
Yeah,
it wasn't from America.
Yes, but there were large. It would not just be. We cancelled them with Empire and America. We basically used the technology to wipe out our debts.
How would that affect the Washington Navy Treaty?
It would certainly have an issue with it because suddenly America's big three-line whip they feel they have on Britain would be a case of you have no debt. So you're going to have to come with something else to get us to the table, which is going to be interesting because the British do want to be at the table, but they also don't want to feel that they came to the table too easy.
Yeah, Britain doesn't want to be spending ridiculous amounts of money on ships that it doesn't necessarily need.
No. But it also doesn't want to look like it's...
But it wants to have the ability to build ships it wants to build when it wants to build them, and not have somebody say, "Oh, you can't do that," because after all, we are the Royal Navy.
I think the reality is you might end up with watching a naval treaty which has the same ship limits, but has no cumulative limits. So no one can really get a qualitative edge, because you can only build a 35,000 ton battleship or a 27,000 ton aircraft carrier. But you can build as many as you need for your own needs.
That would be a lot fairer.
It'll be interesting, that system.
It could also, if that is the case across the board, it would stop the problem that Japan feels that it has been set on by America.
Once again, has been, you know.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah. Rune von Bismarck. Hello, Rune. That's the first question I've seen so far from you on Historiophon, I think. George Bush Sr. does not survive World War II, and consequently Bush Jr. is not born. How does it affect the US later? Another family rises to power. Honestly, the Bushes come in at the right time with the right amount of money, the right connections to become a family of political power in America. It's kind of like the Kennedys and the Clintons. It happens. It'll just be someone else. I can't tell you which else, because I haven't done enough socioeconomic study of the people involved in various positions and their willingness to, you know, subject themselves to that level of political scrutiny. So yeah, that would be to work that one out was a massive ask. You can't just presume it's going to be whoever came second in the things when they were running, because someone else would have been born, or someone else would have been involved at various positions, would have their power, they'd have interacted with various different people different ways, and someone completely different could have risen to power. Nice area. If the fleets of the modern Chinese Navy of the People's Republic of China and Republic of China Navy of similar size from all dimension displaced the modern Chinese Navy of our time, how quickly does panic set in? Okay, let me just clarify that. So, you've got the fleets of the modern Chinese Navy from the modern People's Republic of China and Republic of China. They're of a similar size. They jumped from an alternate dimension and replaced the modern Chinese Navy. I think the first thing people are going to be asking is what the frigates happened. What the frigate has happened. What's gone on. Panic setting is one thing, but first of all there's going to be a whole lot of inquiries and going, oh, frigate, what the frigates happened. And there might even be war between the two fleets. It depends on what their relationships are and what their views are in the times they've come from. Joe Fredericks, what's the potential consequence if the Egyptian Navy completely defeated the Israeli Navy during the Yom Kippur War? If the Egyptian Navy actually managed to defeat the Israeli Navy and therefore started to blockade Israel, you might find another power has to get involved to prevent the blockade being successful. I'm not sure they actually fight, but they might get involved to escort missions of mercy or something like that. Or a submarine starts turning up and does all sorts of deniable duties, because this is one of the things people realized quickly from the nation states in wars versus Israel. You're able to go so far. You're able to do so much. And then the hammer comes down. And it's done in a very polite manner, but a hammer comes down.
What's the phrase? Everyone's ganked as the US Navy swings by.
Yeah. Everyone is prepared to go Gangnam style until the US Navy swings up and goes, "Howdy. You all having a good day? We all behaving ourselves? That's good." No. In the nicest way, Joel Fredericks, the idea that the USSR is going to get involved because the Egyptians push too far and get beaten up over Israel is no. Brezhnev doesn't love the Egyptians that much. Joel Fredericks, do you think the Emperor should have included more interdictors within his Endor ambush fleet? Yes. Dragon's not here to back me up on this, but yes.
But I can't argue against this. The issue is there's several levels of interdictor, and the interdictors that would be relevant against that scalar rebel fleet were already in very short supply. So he basically did bring all the ones he could have in time.
Mm-hmm.
Because the corvette's anti-fighter interdictor's not going to stop a cruiser. It really.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
As much as I wish it would, it's not going to.
You fight with what you have, you don't fight with what you want.
That is frankly what I tell people. And it is true. You might have dreams of having this X, Y, or Z, but if you don't have it, you don't have it. And we'll make that chestnuts and chestnuts. So we can have chestnuts roasting on an open fire sort of thing. They always want stuff. And next question. And we're going to do... I'll do the presentation about 7 o'clock, so in about half an hour. If for those wondering. The Hispania-class battleships... Oh, there's no fleet here. We can have a decent question about this topic. The Hispania-class battleships... are transported in pristine condition with their crews onto La Havana in 1898. How does the Spanish-American War go? Well, if the Hispania class are sitting there in 1898, then I'm sorry, the US Navy's probably annihilated. Because let's be honest, there is nothing the Americans have that's going to win that fight versus the Hispania class. In 1898. Anyone disagree with that one?
Nope.
No. It's, you know... Especially as, if it's the full class, that would mean they'd have 3 of them. So you have 3 dreadnoughts, each with a broadside of 6 12-inch guns, which is going to overwhelm their counterparts. Plus, they have got fire control.
Yeah.
And I know, technically they have an 8-gun, a broadside, don't they? Technically they have an 8-gun because they're offset wing turrets.
They can do cross-stick firing, yes.
Technically. Oh, so yeah, they are, yeah. It's
important to remember, I guess, that the Hispanics might be the worst dreadnoughts ever made, but they are still dreadnoughts.
Yes, that's what I'm basically going with. They are the worst dreadnoughts ever made, but they are still, for all their many, many sins, dreadnoughts.
They're not even ships that someone like a Lord Nelson or one of the late pre-dreadnoughts would take lightly.
No. Lord Nelson might be happy to tangle with a battlecruiser. Tangling with a actual dreadnought is a different matter.
Yeah.
Tangling with an actual dreadnought is always a different matter. As annoying as it might be for all of us to say this, it is a different matter.
The Hispanics aren't like hosts. You can't go up with a rowboat and a flamethrower and kill it.
Why do you need the flamethrower? You've got a rowboat. Just ram it. Okay.
The heretic.
Yeah, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the Soviet Union from 1930 suddenly returned to today? All territory they had would return to their 1930 population infrastructure. Well, in good news, the Soviet Union are back, and they are more ancient history than ever before in relative to everyone else. In bad news, the Soviet Union are back, and they've got Stalin in charge.
How long for?
Well, historically, he was dictator, or rather leader of Stalin, from 1922 to 1952. So if he goes back to 1930, then he has another 22 years of Stalin. And love him or loathe him, he was a competent enough politician that he would probably be running around the current crop of politicians, laughing and giggling at how easily he could manipulate them.
Do you think he would be taken out?
The trouble is, taking out the leader of another nation, you can do it, but it's one of those things of you do as your last option, and if you're not actually at war with them, it becomes very, very sticky.
No, I'm thinking about if he comes back to the present, there are people apparently who would be in a potentially good position to take him out.
Potentially, but the thing is, he's bringing back the whole population from 1930s Russia with him. So,
But most of them hate him.
yeah, but the thing is, they hate him maybe, but they hate the rest of us more.
I'm
Okay.
just walking to the fact you've given the Polish dysphoria, put Poland back under Stalin's control.
Yeah.
Very heavily armed Polish dysphoria, especially the American one.
It's going to be a interesting thing for the whole world to experience. It's the sort of thing which the whole world will experience just once. And probably will never want to experience it again. That is my distinct suspicion. very distinct suspicion, if that makes sense. Mainly because no one really likes going back in time. No one really likes the reality of it. And admittedly, though, it will mean the Russian will have a massive population, but it's also going to cause all sorts of other issues. Yeah, 1930s Russian population remembers lots of things we did to them. And lots of things they think we did to them that we didn't actually do to them, but we get the blame for. Oh, Desert Foxo. Question from Desert Foxo. All British RH steel armour gets replaced by Chum armour with the depleted uranium inserts in May 1941. How does it affect the ship wars and wars in general? If you're building Chobham to I'm not sure how saltwater certified Chobham is and how much it degrades in saltwater. But also, if it's the same thickness and poundage as the stuff on the on all the battleships, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be really interesting. If it can stand up to the salt water, which I'm not 100% sure Chobham can, of the amounts we're talking about, pound for pound, if it's going to be slightly heavier, but it's also going to be a lot stronger. So it's going to slow them down and make them lower, which you'll need to fix things for. But it's also going to give them a fairly good, useful advantage against most of the a lot of the penetrating systems. I'm just thinking what the armoured flight decks on the Illustrious class will do versus bombs coming in if it's that thickness of Chobham. I'm not saying that they're not proof against every single bomb under the time or anything like that, but they are certainly going to bump up a level the bombs needed to penetrate them. Come on, isn't Chobham armour thicker for the same weight per area? Yes and no. You have to remember the Royal Navy. I was going mentally through the Royal Navy's because the Royal Navy ordered their weight by the pound per square foot, not by the thickness. So that's always the interesting thing when people work out the thickness of the armour and go, it's this thick. And you're sitting there going, yeah, but you've done that based on the designs, which are based on what they believe to be average thickness, based on, and because they're ordering the armour at the pound per square foot. It just gets. It gets fun. Channel on the channel. Why did the ports like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa decline in importance as naval bases when compared to La Spezia, Livorno, or Trieste? Geography. Geography, and where your likely threats are coming from, and how you can secure them. But mainly geography. And, of course, things like, can we easily get a large ship in here? Can we easily secure a large ship? Can we make sure it's going to be refueled? Especially in some of those, they are very, very historic ports which have lots of very fine rules around what you're supposed to do here and there because you might damage the history. And that's understandable. No one wants to damage the history, but it's also a case of, okay, then that's not really practical for us as a naval base, so we're going to have to do this some other way. We're going to have to do some other thinking, some other adaptations. And it worked. Over a certain amount of times it'll work. Okay, Whitey and YouTube Micro Watcher. It's 1939, and the first Sea Lord suddenly finds a remote with 10 charges for each, and has the ability to copy whatever warship they are pointing at, and the copy button pressed. What happens next? First Sea Lord, 1939. They can copy.
£50, isn't it?
It depends when in 1939. For quite a large chunk of 1939, i.e. until July 1939, it was Black House. So for most of 1939, he's the first Sea Lord.
Half of it.
Well, July. So
7 months then.
yeah. 7 versus 5. It's the majority of it. And he dies from brain tumor, and basically he did what it was a sudden onset, and yeah. So yeah.
What was his history?
Actually, he resigned in May 1939, didn't he? He died in July, but he does resign in May. And then, of course, he is succeeded by Pound. So Pound actually is in the post for longer. Sorry, I was misreading the notes. So yeah, Pound.
Would it depend on what their experience from Lieutenant Commander upwards is regarding what ships they served on?
Yes and no. Both these officers we're talking about are, well, whilst Roger Barrows had commanded a light cruiser, he'd also served on Lion and Malaya. Pound had commanded Colossus, which was a battleship, and Repulse. He and then gone to the battlecruiser squadron, then Medfleet, etc. I don't think it's necessarily going to affect them too. They're going to be too differential. They're quite similar in some of their choices. So I'd say with either one of those, I'd say one of the things they're going to copy, if it's 1939, they're going to start copying, is going to be probably the latest and greatest destroyer they have, the Tribal, because they want to copy a few of those. Also, potentially Nelson and Rodney. Get some more of those in service, because they could be useful as warfighting assets. The other option is to go to Warspite, which is the most modernised Queen Elizabeth class that's available, and copy that. Ark Royal is the carrion service, which is available to be copied, so you could copy that.
How many copies of that would you make?
Well, let's put it this way. Finds a remote with 10 charges for 10 charges for each.
Oh, right. Oh, so that's okay. I thought it was 10 charges in all.
Well, it says 10 charges for each. So does that mean each copy you get 10 of it? Or does that mean you can copy 10 items? Because basically, if I can only copy 10, I'm going to copy Ark Royal at least twice. I'm going to copy probably Nelson and Rodney once each. I'm probably going to also... King George V is pretty close on, so so the option is to copy her or Warspite. In 1939, I might go copy King George V and just get it into get them multiple ones into service.
10 copies per use.
10 copies per use. Oh, well then, in nicest way, yeah, I'm gonna have
10 Royals are very nice.
Yeah, 10 Ark Royals, 10. 10 Nel rods added to the fleet, 10 hoods, because I might as well, and 10 King George V's, and probably also a whole load of destroyers. Basically, I'm going to go to every single large destroyer class I've got and just keep adding 10s, because that's an extra flotilla of destroyers each time. And that's going to scare the bejesus out of people.
What about some of the better sloops that are
Probably
coming out at that time?
Yeah, probably of Black Swans, and probably things like the Didos for if I fancy some light cruisers, but probably towns. And suddenly the Royal Navy has 10 more towns sitting in the service going, hello, and everyone's just going, okay, so the Royal Navy's just started multiplying massively. We'd all like to declare peace, please. Well, I wish, but they're suddenly going to be a case of going, looking at China going, what the frig are the British up to? It's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. And then, so that was that one answered. I'll go return my plate in a second. Especially as I'm going to be starting the presentation about 7 o'clock-ish. Stafford. The Jim Palace, with a full crew and supplies, appears at the Battle of the Chesapeake Bay. Does the War of Insurrection end in British favour, or is it already too late at this point? The Gin Palace.
I think that means Agincourt.
Yeah, I'm presuming it's autocorrect has managed to correct that. If it's HMS Agincourt peeling at the Battle of Chesapeake Bay, then in the nicest way, whilst the insurrection might still win, the Battle of Chesapeake Bay goes the way of the British. If that's the HMS Agincourt, which was either the one which served in World War I or the one which was being built as a 6th Queen Elizabeth class, I think either of them appearing the Battle of Chesapeake Bay is not a close run thing. It's a battle of annihilation, and the French have just been annihilated. I think Lafayette no longer gets to be called a hero of America.
More a martyr of America.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay, so the Gin Palace was actually a nickname for Agincourt of World War One, huh?
Yeah.
She was Sultan. I'm never going to try and say that.
I was so hoping you'd try. It would be interesting. But yeah, it's the Battle of Chesapeake. You're talking Age of Sail ships versus something which is World War One. There ain't any chance they're coming out of this in a good position. There just isn't.
Okay, so Braggins just DM'd us with something.
Mm-hmm.
That Agincourt was nicknamed the Gin Palace because of some of the admiral's facilities she had on board due to the Ottoman.
Oh, the Ottoman additions. Oh, lovely. That does ring a bell.
Baths.
Oh, very nice. I mean, that's
why
just...
would you put Turkish baths on a battleship?
Because this is about your status, my dear. Status. You have a full bath. Just imagine the Royal Navy officer getting assigned to HMS Agincourt, being on there for 2 years, having all this experience, and then getting told, "Oh, now you're going to the Pride of the Fleet, Warspite." No! Do not take me from my bath. No! It's just non-stop. Why are they crying so much? Amenities?
The description of Agincourt is like Are you describing the dreadnought or a cruise liner?
The ship was a royal yacht, so basically, yes. Worse, assigned to a submarine. No, at no point. No, you will not get me from this bath to a submarine. I am not going from having a bath to going to sea in a bath. It's not happening. Okay, YouTube microphone. What's your opinion on the Providence class dreadnought? And what if each panel member owned one? Dragon!
I think he's still out and about.
That works for you, it doesn't work for me. Dang. I tried. Look, there are worse options. There are a lot worse options. I'm just going by...
I'd sell mine for the highest price.
Yes, you... my thing is... yeah, it's probably a sensible option. My main problem with the Providence is that they are the Separatist dreadnought, and they look like someone has given steroids inappropriately to a Blackbird when you look at them in profile. SR-71 Blackbird. And I just think they look a bit... They look like someone's going, oh, I want to do something like a Blackbird, but I want it to make it look organic, like the the Calamari, and I'm sort of going, yeah, you're trying so hard to make it fit in with Star Wars lore, it's got no personality.
My problem with the Providence Dreadnought is it's a Providence carrier upscaled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is.
But anyway, it's got enough firepower to cease the existence of France, so I'm happy.
That is your criteria. And you hold to your criteria very well.
I'm sorry, but a small 5'4" Anglo-Irish woman, I would be quoting Count Dooku on live streams from that place. Like, with a Providence, you could pull off the whole crazy revolutionary vibe so well.
Yeah. You could do. You could do. Right, I'm going to go put my plate back, and I'll be back with you in a second. Have any more questions come in while I wander? When I get back, we will start the presentation, but I will leave you with the lovely beavers all running around doing things, and the panel chatting away, so you have something to watch while I'm gone for a second while I return this. Because I think I'm also going to get the full briefing about the builder, because my sister earlier said, have you checked your phone? I always know what's coming. It's the have you checked your phone.
Your information, Foxo, I found my Ashley Book of Knots. I will photograph the pages that show the different types of rope and cabling and how it's laid up, which we talked about a month ago.
Yes, thank you.
It turned out to be in a completely different place than I thought it might have been.
Pexington, you can't advocate for the glassing of France. That's my job.
Pexington can have Madagascar.
Or how about we split this? I will take France, you can take Belgium. Or just Belgium with Picardy, because I don't want to go anywhere near Picardy. To the Calais. Paddington, you may ask, why Belgium? That's the wrong question to ask. Ask yourself why not Belgium? Mate. Anyway, so chat. Due to France being an unholy creation, the entire navy except for Bien becomes the host as punishment by the gods. How might this change things in 1939?
Luckily.
Well, if the entire French navy have become host,
Germany will be rolling around on the floor, laughing hysterically, and will be a walkover.
really laughing hysterically. I was more thinking of just like rolling around because they're trying to guide their eyes up for them to look upon the host.
Yeah, that would do.
Because I'm not gonna lie, the French could probably take the Rhineland by sailing the host up the Rhine River. And it would just be like a cognito hazard to every single German stationed on the Rhine. So you'd have to protect against friendly fire, but
Imagine the chaos it would cause in the Kiel Canal.
yeah, all the Germans running away from the hosts.
Wilhelmshaven would be distraught at the thought of them not being able to blockade the entrance before it got there.
Oh, that'll be my problem for tomorrow. No, that'll be my problem for next week. That'll be next week's problem. Next week's issues, there can be that one. Next week's issues, definitely. Okay. Next week's issues.
We need your opinion on one of Knight's questions.
Oh, good lord. Okay.
So, in 1939, due to France being an unholy creation, its entire navy, except for Bien, becomes the host as punishment by the gods. How might this change things?
I agree with Lions that Bern is somehow the best ship, but Poseidon, why would you ask such a question and torment my channel? How might this change thing in 1939? Well, the French Navy is now not doesn't really matter to anyone, and honestly, the Royal Navy might not. In fact, there might not even be the attacks which the Mersel could be and all these things, because frankly, the Royal Navy will look at them and go, they have Hoshes.
Foxo and I came up with a better result. You'd sail the Hoshes up the Rhine and along the Kiel Canal, and the Germans would either die of hysterical laughter or be blinded by the obscenity that is confining them. Hence, no German Navy.
It would certainly have an impact on them. It would certainly have an impact on them.
You imagine the speed they would be trying to blockade the Wilhelmshaven entrance to stop Hoche getting anywhere near it.
Yeah, there would certainly be some interesting things going on that one. Tribal question was missed. I don't think there was a tribal question missed. If there was, we'll find out.
Oh yes, there was. Sorry, one above it.
Okay, we'll
My
grab
mistake.
that. We'll grab that before I start. Before I start the presentation.
You want to put the questions closed for the time being?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Up.
We're moving to the different presentation screen in a second, and exit to that. Hang on.
There you go.
Okay. What if you were suddenly given a tribal class destroyer? Each panel member gets one. All the panel members are having them taken off them by me, and I'm setting up a museum.
No. Sorry. One of them's going up onto the Mersey.
Okay. We can have a distributing museum. We can have them all around the UK. But I was thinking if we put them together, considering there's 3 of us, we'd have enough tribal destroyers that if we had them as one group in a museum, we could occasionally sail them up the Thames and just point the guns at the House of Parliament and go, "So, you're going to give money to the Navy? You feel like investing in infrastructure?" Foxo can go, "Are you going to go to France?" And the rest of us can go, "Please stop asking that question."
No. What you do is, with my tribal, I go to the Berwick and Jersey fishing grounds, and I wait for that one French ship to come out. And at that point, I declare a crusade against the illegal Spanish and French fishing vessels. Of course, I didn't torpedo them. They were just in front of my live-fire historical demonstration. They just happened to be in the designated area that we told them about in English, not French.
And the one up in Liverpool would be the Navy's new gunnery school.
It'll be a good time to have. It'll be a good thing to have. It will be.
And also they'd have to remove one of the guns to take to a gun foundry to learn how to build them again
Oh, yes.
properly. And then build them.
We'd probably have to.
On that.
We'd probably have to each surrender one of our spare barrels from our spare barrel set we carry. Because you used to carry spare barrels for your guns. So yeah, we'd each have to carry. We'd each have to surrender one of our spare barrels.
Because they could develop a high-speed turret arrangement.
It'll be quite fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Now, let's get. I'm going to do. That's the answered. Then I'm going to go to normal. I'm going to do questions not live at the moment because questions aren't live. This was, of course, yesterday's slideshow. I always like to put up yesterday's slideshows when I'm starting because then it gives people an idea if they didn't watch yesterday's to go back and go look at it if they're interested. That one was done unexpectedly joint with Dan. Unexpectedly joint with Dan. I was expecting by Thursday to start having joint ones. I wasn't expecting them to get that early. But Dan just turned up and went, "Yes, I'm going to be involved in this." And I went, "Yay, that's fun." Today's one is about blockade. It's also about why would you blockade the River Plate? Or blockade, well, why would you, along with the French, blockade Argentina in 1845 to 1850? Because, why? Why are you doing this? The Royal Navy do have a reason. It's not necessarily the best reason, but it's a reason.
As we can.
Yeah, and there's an interesting thing where it goes. It's about building up relationships for the build the closer relationship that's needed for World War One, and it's a case of no, it's not. You haven't got anywhere near the point at which is Entente yet. Nowhere near Entente. I'm sorry, it's not. So today's topic is the Anglo-French blockade of the Rio de la Plata, 1845 to 50. And it's one of those scenarios where, frankly, the Royal Navy decides to be, and Britain as a whole decides to be, absolutely 100% perfidious. Definitely perfidious. Now, there are some interesting theories which go with this. That the reason the Royal Navy got involved is because they wanted to... Well, Britain was worried about their losing their position in Texas, so were trying to secure themselves in South America. The only problem is they've been doing it for the previous, couple of 100 years by this point, securing themselves in South America, so kind of a bit late for them to wait to be going, oh, now Texas is no longer connected with us, so this is the point. And then there's the whole, they're looking for extra sources of cotton, so they're going to South America to offset the fact that they've lost the cotton supplies from Texas. And again, Britain has a lot of other sources of cotton at this point. So none of those ones really add up. Here's the thing, though. What Britain really wants from South America is someone to trade with. They want to be able to do the trade, and they don't want interruptions to this specie trade, i.e. the silver trade. So if you look like you're about to interrupt the silver trade, they get annoyed with you, because this is still the point at which you need silver for trading with China. And that's still a big economic point. So there are lots of reasons, people, if you go look up, the other people give you lots of theories. But just start doing some actual critical thinking and go, in the nicest way, at this point, Germany hasn't started building up its forces yet. They haven't started doing the things which eventually threaten. In fact, in 1845, they are nowhere near becoming a threat. So, no, there is no desire for entente cordiale with the French. It's about South America. It's purely about South America. And it's nothing unusual for the British to get involved in South America at this point, because they have been for a long time. A long, long time. So that's what we're talking about. And it all takes place as part of the Uruguayan Civil War. And you have two main parties. And their names are actually more explained on this side. The Colorados and the National or White Party. The Blanco or the Colorado. And here's the thing. These are still the two major political parties in Uruguay today. So just think about that. Just think about this. They are fighting a civil war. And after the civil war, they're still around. After the Civil War, they're still around. Who can think about that? How many political parties survive civil wars? I know they do in America. Democrats and Republicans, but there are Democrats and Republicans on both sides. The Civil War is not between the Democrats and Republicans. It's between the Confederate States, which are mostly Democratic, and mostly Democrats, and the Northern States, which are heavily Republican. But they're not all Republican. And the Southern States are not all Democrat. Just mostly. And the thing is, all of this is more about the shape of Uruguay as it was developing, and other partners get involved. Now, I would like to point out, before we go too far down this road, that whilst I will be talking about the Anglo-French blockade, I need to first start off by giving you background, which means I do need to talk about the Uruguayan Civil War. And if you're about to get confused, because the blockade takes place on Argentina, but it's part of the Uruguayan Civil War, don't worry, it will always be explained. Now, by the way, the Uruguayans, with absolutely no sense of shame, or at all any real sort of worry of it, also call this particular war the Guerra Grande, or the Great War. So, by the way, if you're going down to Uruguay and you want to look at their legacy of World War I, make sure you don't call it the Great War, because you'll be asking about a completely different conflict. Just some advice. And the war is... Okay, so it basically lasts on and off with a series of issues and spats and fights for about 72 years, from 1832 to 1904. But traditionally we actually date this war, the Hot War, from 39 to 51. And both parties receive backing, sometimes from international sources supporting both simultaneously. I kid you not, both are being supported simultaneously. Yeah. This is especially true when you're talking about the British, the French, the Spanish, the Brazilians, and a lot of others involved. They literally will be happily backing both sides simultaneously if they think it suits them. You'll notice this in a second, because the British government are backing the one side in the Uruguayan Civil War, but there is a British admiral, a guy called William Brown, in charge of the Argentinian fleet, which are backing the other side. And there's all sorts of informal agreements going on, trying to work out what's going to happen with his fleet and which side the British sailors are going to fight on. That part of his fleet. It's just, it's fun. It is really fun. Now, realistically, the conflict starts because there is a different view on how Uruguay should run and who should be in charge. You see, when Uruguay gains independence in 1828, the leader of an organization called the 33 Orientals, or the 33 Orientales, which was an interesting revolutionary group that was mainly against the Empire of Brazil, to make sure that Uruguay got free. Juan Lavana didn't agree with Fructuoso Rivera becoming the first president of Uruguay. And actually, his supporters, possibly on his encouragement, attempt to kill him. And then the Montevidean garrison revolts, trying to make Lavera commander-in-chief, because they are worried that, principally, they're worried that Lavera will be found guilty of trying to kill Rivera, and that will lead to, him getting executed or something for trying to kill the president. So Rivera called upon the help of the Argentinian Unitarians to help defeat him. And they do. So Lavera, who remember had left the campaign against Brazil to get independence for Uruguay, then leaves Uruguay and goes to Brazil to try and get support. And he goes there, he tries to get support whilst he's in Brazil from the new person running Argentina. Remember, Argentinians had just helped defeat him, but he's now getting Argentinians to side with him, Juan Manuel de Rosas. And in March 1834, they invade Uruguay. They get defeated by Rivera again, because it turns out that whilst Lavella likes to portray himself as a strong military commander, he ain't. And Rivera is slightly better. Now, because Uruguay likes to be helpful, in 1835, another person from the 33 Orientals, Manuel Oribe, gets elected as the second president of Uruguay. Rivera remains commander of the army. Oribe then decides he's going to remove Rivera from command and tries to give amnesty to Lavella, which means that Rivera rebels against Oribe, because frankly he sees this pushing it too far. He gave up the election. You got elected, that was fine. But when you're dismissing him from command and trying to bring back the guy who tried to rebel and overthrow the democratic elected process, that's going too far. I personally agree with him, but I also can understand why Oribe was doing what he was doing. He's trying to let bygones be bygones. And so Oribe ordered all his soldiers to wear a white armband to distinguish them from the ones of Rivera. Rivera's supporters then get ordered to wear blue, but that fades, so then they start wearing red. And eventually, that's why the conservative blancos, the whites, get called the whites, and the liberal, and I'm doing liberal in context, colorados get called the reds, and it's all fun. It's all fun. But remember, the liberal colorados actually represent the business interests of Montevideo, and are led by Fructuoso Rivera, and the blancos, the whites, the Partido Nacional, are headed by Manuel Oribe, and they are focused on agricultural stuff in the countryside and want protectionism, is what it's described as. Basically, one of these factions is for trading with Britain, one of these factions is for not trading with Britain. Guess which one Britain supports? And remember, it's the River Plate. It's one of the key areas for getting trade in and out of South America. Anyone want to work it out? Which one Britain's going to support? Anyone in the chat? Which one do you think Britain will support? The one with the best sea, not the farmers. They do. It's the trading one they support, and there's a reason they're supporting trading one, because these trading ones have access to Montevideo, which is the key port. Someone said the one with the best sea. So yes, it is the Reds. And well, the thing is, you now have external participants getting involved. So, as I've said, this gentleman is Fructuoso Rivera. This gentleman is Manuel Oribe. So, up here, Manuel Oribe, Fructuoso Rivera. They let's be honest, they both look like Spanish colonial officials in those uniforms. They really do. They always look like Spanish colonial officials. Hello? Is there a corgi coming to say hello? We were just talking about Oribe and Riviera.
We're talking about what?
Oribe and Riviera.
Hello.
Hello. You could.
Yes.
You could come further over here and then say hello.
Hello.
Oh.
You can't see me.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Okay. I will just move out of the way. That better.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Yes. You. That's good. You good? You enjoying yourself today?
Well, not really. bit cold. And there wasn't proper snow.
Not proper snow, more hail.
Yes.
It's terrible.
And very cold. Mummy went out.
Lodge a complaint with Santa Claus.
I have.
Lodge a complaint with Santa Claus.
I've had him 5 years today.
5 years we've had him. How they have flown. Hulk Corgi. Anyway. So, with the joy that is these particular individuals, you might notice that basically Oribe managed to get help from the Argentinians. Now, he thought this help would come with help from the British, because the British had been helping the Argentinians with their independence issues. Might sound strange here. The British help the Argentinians with their independence issues and various other things, but then the Argentinians go back and forth between whether or not they're trying to claim the Falkland Islands, and for many years they don't claim the Falkland Islands because, well, it would disrupt their relationship with Britain too much, and various other things. But it's kind of like what happens in the Falklands War, where he thinks, well, I'm important to the Argentinians backing me, so therefore the British will back me because the Argentinians back me. And the British don't, because the British are going, which one's for trade? Which one can we make money off? Which one's for trade? Which one can we make money off? This is the shameless thing going on here. Riviera, well, he's supported by Italian red shirts, led by Giuseppe Garibaldi. Yes, the guy who's quite important for... how do I put this politely? He's quite important for Italian unification wars. But I would say in this war, he doesn't necessarily impress as much. He doesn't have tight control over his forces, and he has yet learnt the importance of discipline and how to keep control of his forces, which does lead to issues for the Colorados in terms of their ability to say... in terms of the ability to say, we are good guys. He comes in with a force, a lot of French and Spanish legionnaires, and eventually the 73rd Perthshire Regiment of Foot. Yes, the Perthshire Regiment of Foot. As well as the Empire of Brazil. Now, all of this is rather interesting. Why do these people all get involved? Why does Brazil get involved? Why do I not list Brazil as being part of this group? Okay, so Britain is masking this very much as part of their wars for liberty, and this is one of the reasons why I argue that Britain getting involved on the side of Confederacy is very unlikely in the American Civil War, because when Brazil comes forward and goes, would you like us to join? And actually tries to talk to the British about wanting to join, and they send their Viscount, Miguel Camon de Pin Almeida, to meet Lord Aberdeen, who was the foreign minister at the time, to request they could join the action against Rosas. Rosas is the dictator of Argentina, who's backing... It's more about the relationship with Argentina than it is about what's going on in Uruguay. Aberdeen said that if Brazil thought that civilization was just free trade, broadly speaking, Brazil should accept extending their free trade agreement with Britain before imposing it on someone else. And if they were concerned with humanitarian reasons of the conflict, they should start by abolishing slavery themselves. Neither the British nor the French were keen on the idea. Why not? Why are they preparing to go into this? What are they preparing to do? Well, you know, Anglo-French relations have always been, to an extent, pragmatic. I know there's a running joke with one of the panelists here who would like to destroy France. And I do realise it is a dearest wish, but to an extent, the British have always been very pragmatic nations, and so has France, when it comes to diplomacy. In this case, the reason they are getting involved is because it serves their ends if Uruguay is open to trade and sitting there, because trade is what it's all about at this point. You're in the period where it's starting to move from a mercantilist worldview to a capitalist worldview. You have to remember that. It's starting to move from mercantilism to capitalism. Starting to. And that means that whilst you haven't yet reached the peak of the imperial age and the peak of empires, you're already starting to get the ruminations and discussions which are going to lead to the eventual decisions and for ideas for the Commonwealth. What does this all mean? This all means that they are looking at the world differently, not just from conquest, not just formal empire, but informal empire. They want navigation, they want freedom of movement, they want freedom of goods. This is what they want, this is what they need, this is what they lust after. And trust me, they do lust after it. It is one of those constants in this period that they lust after these things. They lust after the ability to move their goods everywhere, because they believe if they can move their goods, then they are going to get the kind of time they want to get. They kind of, they think if they can do the movement of goods, if they can get all these things going, if they can get the freedom of access, they will get the money without needing to control things. That the locals will control it, and they will be the natural person to discuss these things, the natural person to do all this stuff with. And they're not wrong. They are not wrong at all. They're just maybe a little misguided into how powerful it's going to be, how effective it's going to be. Now, why are the British and French actually working together again? Well, because they need to for this operation. The British don't want to send soldiers. They really don't. The French don't mind sending soldiers. The British have no desire to get involved in sending soldiers. They will send a fleet, they will send ships. They do send ships. But they are not sending soldiers. They do eventually send the 73rd Persia Regiment, but let's be honest, they're Scots. They don't count. Not at this point. They don't. That's, at this point, that'll be the equivalent of sending an Indian regiment in the 1920s. It's a case of, we have them, we can send them, we're not going to think too much about it. And the reason why the Scots are in that position is because at this point in Scotland, honestly, they are dirt cheap. They are being very easy to recruit. It's a case of the Scottish economy is not in a good position at this current time. Well, you don't send the Irish in this circumstance for a reason. There is a regular Irish hero wandering around. And he's wandering around having fun, doing a lot of stuff. But anyway, if we go back to this, and talk about all this, the real thing that leads to all this participation is that, as part of the Civil War, and a core part of it, there is the Great Siege of Montevideo. The Uruguayan armies beaten at the Battle of Arroyo Grande, and they thought Montevideo would fall, but, and I do say but, Oribe doesn't get to march in. The siege lasts for 9 years. Why? Because the Montevideo itself has a contingent of 5,000 freed slaves who are fighting for their freedom in defense of the city. And there's also a huge community of foreign exiles and foreign expats who are providing also troops defending the city. And a lot of them, let's be honest, in 1830s, a lot of them have fought in wars. Okay, maybe it was 25, 30 years ago in some cases, but they know how they fought in wars, and this is a defensive operation. They've got a lot of young people providing the muscle. They have a lot of young people providing the muscle. They are providing the experience and the brains and the drill. And there's a lot of others as well who've been involved in more recent conflicts. The city is alive with French, with Spanish, with British, with Americans, with Germans, well, Prussians and various other Hanoverians, and Italians. They've got everyone there. And they are all mixing in together and all getting involved. And, well, the other thing that happens with Montevideo is that the British Empire decides, or rather the British government decides, they're going to receive some supplies. And they're going to make sure they get supplies. Hello.
Do you want lunch? Come on. Come.
Food. One. Now, basically, what they do is they go, oh, so the port's being blockaded. No, it won't be. And the Royal Navy and the Marine Nationale, I think they're Marine Nationale at this point. Don't think that. I think it's a Marine Nationale at this point. Sail up. And they land, as said, a whole load of legionnaires from France, Spain, and Italy, under command of Giuseppe Garibaldi. Joins in the defence of the city. Bringing also later on in 1846, those troops landed in 1845, the 73rd Persia Regiment of Foot. The thing is, the siege starts in 42. It takes a while for the British and French to turn up, but by 43, the French are there. Well, yeah, sort of. By 45, they're there. The British and French fleet is there and breaks its way through. By 46, there's the British troops there. Now, what I will say is that things get even more complicated now. But I'm going to use the next few minutes to talk about today's charity, not to just to make a shameless book plug. Yes, it is Garibaldi, the Uniter of Italy. Yes, it is. So, if I do that, and that, welcome to Navy Wings. Today we're raising money, and the money, all donations will go to the Navy Wings. They are the British Naval Heritage Flight. They do things like keeping a swordfish flying. Apparently, I have a poodle trying to ram raid his way back into here. Oh, poodle. I thought I was getting poodle company extra, but apparently I'm not allowed poodle company extra. His prison guard has taken him away. Now, what they do is literally, they are the Fly Navy Heritage Trust, otherwise called Navy Wings. And they look after all the classic aircraft which are still flying from the Fleet Air Arm. And, yeah, their aircraft, it's quite a fun collection. You have a Swordfish Mark II, another one, a Mark I, a Seafire, you have a Harvard, which I think you can go for a fly-in, a Wasp, Seahawk, Sea Fury, which I think is the one that's still in issues, Chipmunk, Stinson Reliant, and then they have other aircraft which they look after to an extent in associate collection, where they basically do try and support and take care of them. So most of these are, I think, including that, I think that one's on the one on static display at Calderos. I thought it was, but it might not be that one. It might be a different one which is on static display at Calderos. But yeah, they're a cool organisation, and today that's who we're fundraising for. We're doing donations for them. And as I said, as normal, it will be from the Brewstorians and Dr. Alex Clarke. That's how the donation we made. And there is a link, should be a link in the chat to them. They don't have a Blackburn. If you want to make them build a Blackburn, you can start a petition and talk to them that way. But I would not recommend forcing them to build a Blackburn. That would just... How to tank an organisation quickly. But as you all know, these, the weekday ones are the charity fundraising ones. Every day so far we've raised roughly £60. I don't know how much we'll do today. Usually most of the money comes in at the end of the day, and some people just send me a PayPal donation at the end of the day and go, yeah, that's for today. And I go, thank you. That will go towards that. The fundraising for the actual channel, for stuff for the channel, and this year we'll be raising funds towards... there are two things I'd like to do. One, I'd like to do a bit of an archive tour of the UK, but I'd like to do an archive tour of the UK where I can spend time in each place to meet up and chat with everyone, and maybe host some history events, and maybe do some tours around the local museums. See if the museums are happy for me to do a guided tour around them. So that's sort of the fun thing, sort of do a sort of Shipshape UK tour, but by this channel. I have already been told by at least 2 of the members of Shipshape that they will be coming along if I do that. My plan is to do probably Wirral Archives and one of the museums in Liverpool. Tyne and Weir Archives, and probably the Discovery Museum in Newcastle, because that's actually a pretty good one to go around and talk about some naval stuff, because there is turbina and other stuff in there. And potentially, and I do mean this, potentially, a museum in Glasgow, and also a museum and archive in Portsmouth, and a museum and archive in Bristol. That's sort of the plan, is if I could do 5. So a 10-day, it'd be about a 10 sort of dayish journey, thing for me, wandering around, because I need time in the archives for my research, but I'd then want to do sort of the moving around. And my plan would be probably to hire especially if Dr. Dan and Gareth come along, we'd hire a car, and so we could do that all with a bit of driving quite easily. But yeah, it'll be up to you all if you're interested in that, and if that's something you'd like to support. I'd also like to do eventually a trip to America, but I doubt we'll raise enough money that I'll be able to fund the trip to America. The trip around the UK I can probably work out and sort out. But especially depending on the time of year when we go, if we do it in sort of February time, we can probably get away with it, because there's probably not going to be much going on. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we raise. We'll see what people want to have done. And yeah, shameless book plug. So, seizing the Argentine Navy. As the first thing you do in any good blockade is seize the Argentine Navy. Because, well, they are there. Pretty much. This guy is called William Brown. I've done a bit of video on him, mentioned about him in the past. He is one of Ireland's greatest admirals in history. At this point, he was not with the Royal Navy, he was with the Argentinian Navy. You could borrow a camper for the UK tour. Not really. A camper... Don't take this the wrong way, but getting campers around UK towns and the places we're going for the archives would be a nightmare, as well as finding parking spaces for them near the archives. It's actually cheaper and easier to probably use hotels and travel, but we'll do those discussions afterwards. The UK is not sent up for our RV infrastructure like America is, and various other places in the world are. The UK is really not an RV. Let's put it this way, there are RV parks in the UK, but they are not necessarily where I'd be heading for this sort of thing. Not Glasgow University Archive. There is a different archive in Glasgow which I tend to visit, which has all the records of all the companies and shipyards in. Right. Curious enough, it's closer to the head archive, to the main building of Glasgow University than their own archives are. But we'll leave that to one side. So, the Argentine Navy are sort of doing a blockade. When I say they're sort of doing a blockade, they have things going on. They have some ships there. They are all under command of William Brown, and pretty much the British give a ultimatum as to the how do I put this politely? Oribe's about to actually enter Montevideo. This is the best point to put it as a point to say. The Americans have sort of got involved and are sort of supporting Oribe. And after the Battle of India Myrta, Oribe is about to try and push into Montevideo. And the American representative tries to say, well, give amnesty to supporters of Rivera, call lectures to legislature, and then the Argentine forces are supporting him should leave the country, which Oribe accepted as an idea, but he claims he accepted as an idea. But the British actual policy was, if you try and enter Montevideo, we will engage. We are going to reject the American representative's mediation because we consider him biased, and gave the ultimatum that if the army of Oribe and the navy under Brown didn't leave Uruguay in 10 days, they would proceed to blockade Buenos Aires. So they would not just break the blockade on Montevideo, they would go a step further and blockade Buenos Aires, which was backing up and supporting these troops and Brown. And so during the night, while it was on, the British and the French start anchoring themselves next to the Argentine ships. Now, that sounds interesting. But Brown then turns around and requests permission. Okay, can I return to Buenos Aires? They go, okay, you can do that, but you have to give over the British and French sailors you have aboard who've been crewing your fleet. As we're no longer friends, and so therefore you can't be recruiting our citizens. Brown requested that he do this in Buenos Aires, as his crews were overwhelmingly Irish. After all, he was Irish, and he recruited them was from them. And so, when he receives no answer for this, because the British and French go, presume he understood no, there is a lot of assumption going on, he decides to sail back to Buenos Aires. On his way, because he's left without giving back their sailors, the British and French board and seized the entirety of the Argentine Navy. The entirety. The San Martin, the Vicente de Mayo, the General Achago, the Maipo, and the 9th de Julio. All these ships. The French get the San Martin and the Vicente de Mayo. The British take the General Achago, the Maipo, and the 9th de Julio. They return the Argentine officers and to Buenos Aires. But they also take William Brown and all the sailors which are back, and they are forbidden to sail under the Argentinian flag for the remainder of the conflict because they are now at war with their own nation. So basically, the British and the French just went, you can have this toy, you can play with this navy as long as we want you to have it, and then when you don't want to have it, we'll take it back. This is one of the reasons why I find it interesting when people go, oh, the British were uninterested in this area. Yeah, the British are basically supplying the entire Argentine Navy. As long as they're doing what they want them to do. When they don't want to do it, they take it off them. Now, the fun thing that happens then after that is that, of course, they disembark their forces, the ground forces, into Montevideo, and go, hello, we're here. And whilst there are some politicians locally in Montevideo which don't like it, most of them back up Rivera and go, woohoo! You are here! We are secure! And that's the case. That is the case. This is the age of sail nights, everyone. This is 1845 to 1850. This is very much age of sail. And so they now go and declare the blockade on the 18th of September, 1845. The reasons that they cited for this was that Rosa did not stop the war. He carried on fighting in Uruguay with Llano. That the Navy had not returned its sailors. And the fact that, they carried on. They listed more. They also listed the way the papers had described the reinforcement of Montevideo and the capture of the Argentine Navy. But, things go on. Things get fun. Rosas is not as bad as he necessarily gets made out to be, and does try and make compliment diplomats and try and get all sorts of things on. You realise very much it's a very there is a lot of media talk going on as well. This is one of the fun things when I'm dealing with modern discussions and they're going, it's so new to have people bad-mouthing someone else to the other side in this conflict, or spreading rumours about their opponents, and you sit there and go, what rock have you crawled out from underneath? This has been going on for centuries. This is a classic one, by the way. The British and the French are full of all this stuff about Rosas, and they really don't like him. And the British just keep repeating it because they just go, well, if they've gone to the effort of inventing it, we must well use it. But realistically, no one involved is nice or good or anything. Everyone's just about their own interests. At one point, Rosas managed to get a petition signed by the 15,000 British and French living in Buenos Aires protesting against the blockade. He thought that this would, along with a formal declaration signed by foreign diplomats, would turn international opinion to his side and counter the blockade. Unfortunately, whilst he had international opinion on his side, when he turned around to the Americans and go, "So will you break the blockade?" They went, "No." But you agree with me? Yeah, but that's the Royal Navy and the French Navy. You've got the world's two largest navies at this point, both staring down guns at you. No, we're not getting involved in this. We like having ships. We like having ports. We have no desire to fund more than we actually have. It's a fun time, really, had by all. Now, Rosa has many demands and many discussions, but the thing is, the Anglo-French Navy are still there. And they will continue to be there for the next 5 years. But in the meantime, they will actually have one of what we would call an actual battle. And I'm using the phrase battle to describe it because I am not legally allowed to call it a kerfuffle when people actually die. And there is also the fact that, whilst unsurprisingly the overwhelming firepower of the Anglo-French fleet does win this battle, the fact is it doesn't achieve what they wanted. And it's remembered in Argentina as apparently a day of national sovereignty because it doesn't cause the collapse they wanted it to. At a certain point, though, the British do go back to doing what they do best. But we'll leave that to one side. We will get to that in a bit. Now, pretty much, Rosa's leadership of Argentina had managed to upset pretty much everyone on the international stage. And despite him getting some support, he was in trouble at this point. That's another reason why they're supporting the people they're supporting in Uruguay. Honestly, if Rosas had really wanted those people to get to power, he should have supported the other side. Then they'd have supported them. Then they supported the people he wanted to get into power. But Rosas didn't play that level of subtlety. Now, they do have some steam-powered ships, which is helping them. But not a lot. And Rosas is trying, pretty much as part of this whole scenario, is trying to actually stop people coming up and down his rivers. I'd add that part of the reason why the British have got involved and the French have got involved in this is because freedom of navigation. Okay. We talked about trade and economics. Well, freedom of navigation matters. And Rosa had declared that you couldn't go up and down. Foreign shipping could not, was barred access to Paraguay and couldn't go up and down rivers. And the British and French had been ignoring this. And that's part of, again, why when this siege is, when they, breaking the blockade and they're doing the blockade of Buenos Aires, they might as well go and do this as well. They might as well go and do this as well. And they're going to. The British have 2 paddle steamers, both with 6 guns, the Gorgon and the Firebrand. They have the Filmon, which has 8 guns, the Comus with 18 guns, the Dolphin with 3 guns, and the Fanny, which is a schooner, with 1 gun. This force is all the British forces being led by Captain Charles Hotham. Yes, it's Hotham. It's a name which comes through quite a lot of the Royal Navy history. Then you've got the French, which have the Saint Martin with 8 guns. Captain Francois Thomas Trehard, who's also probably is in charge of the French group. Fulton, which is 2 guns. Expeditive, 16 guns. The Pandore, 10 guns. And the Procida, 4 guns. Now, the Fulton is also a steamer. That's a 2-gun paddle steamer, and that's in the French. So they were potentially partially armoured, and had concrete rockets and rapid-fire guns as part of their weaponry. Now, honestly, it's the typical thing of, we have a river, so how are we going to defend the river? Well, we're going to put some gun batteries on there with 30 cannon. They also want some troops in trenches. And they've put a whole chain across the river. And there was at least 2, possibly 3 gunboats. And possibly another vessel as well. And multiple armed launches and some armed barges, and yeah, they have all this force. Let's just think again, they have multiple small little boats in there which they can help with. And they've got 30 cannon to provide them with fire support. And they are against the force which is coming in with, well, 82 guns across 11 ships. In simple terms, in broad weight and broad fire, they each side is able to outmatch and overwhelm the entirety of the firepower they are going to be faced with. When it's divided on both sides of the river, well, things are less than good. Now, the combat starts at dawn because, well, you're going up a river, so of course you might as well go. See, this is so blooming predictable. It's so blooming. It's dawn. They start blasting away. The barges that hold the chains are burnt down. One of the gunboats is blown up by its own commander because he's unable to defend it. The armed launches are sunk because, well, they're armed launches in a battle against full-size ships. Warships armed with actual sailors who are actually going to go, oh, target, fire! Rather than merchant ships going, oh, we haven't got guns aboard. It's what do you expect to happen? And they start to the Anglo-French fleet starts to sail through the gap they managed to make in the chain, and they start disembarking troops, and they capture 21 cannon, and for the cost of 28 dead, 95 wounded, they've got through. It takes 40 days to repair the ships, but I would say some of that 40 days is certainly them sitting there hoping that the Argentinians are going to come back, and so they can shoot them with their guns. And honestly, there is considered to be a secondary action, because when news reaches 40 kilometers north, another Argentine force hears what's happened. They presume they're coming towards them, and so what do? They scuttle their sloop and they take shelter in a port. It's called a secondary action in some sources, including on the wiki page. And the reason I'm saying this is because I don't consider it an action if the enemy ain't fighting at you. If you're not being engaged by the enemy, it's not an action. Okay? It's what you do to yourself. It's a result. It's a continuation. It's not an action. There's no one out there acting upon you to make you do it. It's literally your own psychosis. It's you sinking yourself before the enemy even gets there to sink you. And, yeah. Well, they managed to get some merchant ships up and through, and yeah, that was all good. Now, here's the thing. The apparent result the Allies were looking for was that the Argentines would give up trying to blockade the river. It didn't work. The Argentines come back. And, well, it has to get sorted out. Now, what does get sorted out? What happens as a result of all this? Well, the conflict slowly gets ended. And how do I put this as a conflict getting ended? Well, the British and French sit down with Rosas. They do. After this has been going on for a while, it's been getting expensive. You've got a lot of ships there doing not much against not much force. And you're going, it's expensive. What the frig are we going to do here? I'm going to do something. It's expensive. So, here's what happens. The British and French agree peace with the Argentinians, which is a triumph for Rosas. It really is. It's a triumph. The treaties give him everything he wants. They really do. They give him all the conditions for peace, that he wants. They give him the ability to prevent navigation, all those things. Negotiations with Britain and France, and it's all lovely. It all works great. And, well, they negotiate an armistice with Oribe. And Oribe accepts the terms, but Rivera does not. And so that breaks the alliance with him. So the British goes, well, these results are reasonable. And ends the conflict. The French try to keep the blockade so low, but eventually agrees. And the Arana Southern Treaty is signed in March 1849, which basically says, there's strict conformity with they have to return the captured ships, they have to return the Martin Garcia Island, they have to remove their troops from Uruguay, they have to accept the Argentinian sovereignty of its internal waters, and it'll be approved by Oribe. Everything's perfect for them. And the British Navy would make a 21-gun salute to the flag of Argentina. Just once, but they would do it. The French eventually agree a similar treaty. Unfortunately for Rosa, and this is just terrible, is then, just as he's getting this great glorious treaty, a guy called Juste José de Urquiza rebels. And he's surprisingly well funded. And he defeats him, and he's supported the whole way through by a guy called Sir Charles Hotham. Anyone guess who Sir Charles Hotham was? Leader of a fleet earlier in the conversation. And this leads to new negotiations. So the British have accepted laws, but, and new negotiations. And whilst there's a rebellion going on, Rosas actually cannot support Uribe in Uruguay. And so, well, Rivera manages to win and beat Uribe. Beat him hard and takes it back. And then Rosas gets killed. He loses. And so after he's gone, well, the new government needs help, and the British get involved, and they start having some long negotiations. And very quickly, all those issues from the treaties which the British didn't like disappear. Now, the reality of it, once you start looking at all this, is you can start going, well, was it a success of Rosas' diplomacy or Lord Palmerston's view of ending the war because he didn't want to keep paying the money for it? But yeah, I would say the British government's intentions of, as some would put it, as pacifying the public's plate and getting independence of Uruguay, advancement of commercial and diplomatic relations of all states in the region, and establishing contacts with Paraguay, I'd say in reality, the whole thing is about the British getting economic access. And whilst some will declare that it was Britain have had a failure to deal with half-civilized governments, I'd say the problem was the British tried to play by the French rules, everyone else's rules, of doing this honestly, doing this nicely. And will you ever find a definitive shooting gun going to this man saying the British supported him? No, I doubt they did, because I doubt they did it directly. They made sure banks were willing to loan him money. They made sure people were willing to support him, but they wouldn't have done any direct contact, because that would have ruined things. Ruined things. Sometimes when I read on the modern newspapers, various people declaring the British the most evil nation of all time, and the people who have been secretly manipulating the world for centuries, I really don't believe them, because I know the current I've met enough of the current British government that they're not capable of that. Then there's not. But then I look at some of the fortuitous events that have occurred to us in the past, and I go, I can see where they get the idea, because sometimes the dominoes really do fall suspiciously well in our favour. Really suspiciously well in our favour. And that's certainly the case here. The dominoes fall very well in the British favour. Very, very well. And that being said, any questions? And I'm going to do on this topic today, and then we'll go into general questions in a bit when I start up the Pirates of the Burning Sea stuff. But just let me make sure I've got everything going so I can find questions. And yeah. Then I can hear my fellow panelists if they wish to comment. And as I've Did you enjoy hearing about the Britishing? Student panel.
It was interesting.
Yeah. Have you heard about this one before?
Nope. I'll be honest, this is a bit before my time period, personally.
That was news to me.
It took a bit of time to go, oh, that's William Brown. But once that William Brown became obvious, it was like, I get it going.
Yes.
For those that don't know, that William Brown is an Irish folk hero?
Yes. He is. It's also called Guillermo Brown, and if you hear of ships called Almirante Brown, they're being named for him as well.
So this is something I might have to talk to you about later then, Fox.
I need to go for a bio break.
Go and take it.
I'll
I'll watch.
out for questions for a minute.
Okay. Yes. Almirante Brown was one of the heavy cruisers that served with the Argentine Navy, and yeah, there have been lots of a fair number of ships named by them for him.
He's part of the reason why there's such a large Irish minority in Argentina.
Yes. I think she's currently, the Almirante Brown class and the Almirante Brown herself are Miko 360s, and they are she's one of the three remaining in service, despite the fact that she was laid down in 1980 and commissioned in 1983, just too late for the Falklands War.
Oh.
Michael Cooch has a question of when the Argentine fleet was seized, was prize money awarded to the crews?
The answer is no. I think no, there wasn't prize money awarded, but I think there was a bonus provided. I don't think there was prize money awarded because of the situation, but there was a bonus provided. There you go. I've made sure I've got the question. Thank you, Dragon. You picked up the question for me.
I do a lot of fleets, though.
Thank
you. Do when needed.
Thank you. Yeah, it's this is one of those bits of history which, if I did a separate video on, would probably never really go anywhere, because no one could look at the title and go, "Oh, I really want to study that and really want to learn about that en masse." Other than probably a lot of people who already are turning up with their minds made up on what was caused and what was going on, because they've heard the history a certain way and they're always going to hear it that way. And I just thought, well, no, this is a fun one. This is the Historiophon. It actually happened roughly around these dates, which is kind of cool. And yeah, it was a bit of an interesting sort of bit of history, something different for people to hear about, something different for people to learn about.
I'm back.
And if you keep here in the live stream, you probably don't get a visit from the Nationally.
No, because it's about 6. Starts about 5.5 hours into a live stream. Which case they'd have to come in, find it, start off. Yeah. They probably won't come and do that. They might, but they probably won't.
Because I'll admit, this is before my time period of really knowing about ships. My earliest is sort of around 1880-ish,
yeah,
on average. Sort of the beginnings of the age of steam and steel. But so it is fascinating to see how they do it.
Yeah, and they get up to some really wackadoodle stuff, and you sit there and go, yeah.
The fact they were literally allowed to basically park next to these ships is what I would have thought would be an immediate red flag.
Yeah, and you sort of go, okay, and Rosas goes, I've won, I've got a great diplomacy. And then literally within days, my most senior governor is rebelling against me with a massive army. And here you go, oh God, if this didn't happen the fact is, no, you won't find any smoking gun. But it happens so often in British history, it's almost a frigging meme. You have won a great victory against the British. And diplomacy, and it's all gone through, and you feel secure. And then within days, your most senior, you should almost probably send out, at the moment your negotiations are coming to the end, if you're going to do well against the British, you should send out kill orders against all your senior governors. Because they can guarantee one of them is going to rebel within days. It's going to happen.
Out of curiosity, you also have the foot that was sent in. Do we know if they actually did any... I know it's technically land warfare, but if they did any fighting with the Argentines themselves?
A little bit. A little bit comes in and here and there, but not much, because mostly they're fighting Argentines who are actually supposedly Uruguayans. Because Uribe's troops are mostly Argentinian, and Rivera's troops are mostly foreign troops and freed slaves. And Uruguayans themselves are sort of going, okay, you lot are fighting over us, and we frankly don't like either of you. But we don't feel we're not going to get involved to deal with it.
Okay, because I know it's a lot more on the folk history side of things. But there's quite a lot of folk history about the wars in this time period in this area when it comes to the Irish militias.
Mm-hmm.
And with the British sending the actual perfect foot in.
I do think the 73rd Foot do get some action, but they are part of the combined force. So, how do I put it? Sometimes because they are quite distinctive and they are a regular military unit, not legionnaires, they get more attention for their involvement. So, there's an interesting point of there's one account of I've read of them where, on one side they're claiming the entire brigade of the 73rd Foot attacking them, sort of going, no, there was like a platoon there the British had sent along to help out. Because they needed a platoon of them to do some skirmishing. They sent a platoon from the light company. And they're now the entire unit attacking is the 73rd Foot, and it's really not. It's just they're the distinctive ones. They stick out. What can I say? They're from Perthshire. They're from Perthshire. They look pretty.
At this point, they'd still be in red, wouldn't they?
Yep. But it is Garrett, the Bank of England, the biggest weapon against Britain's enemies. Even now, the law against bribery does not cover foreign aid. Look, no, it's foreign aid. It's hiring consultants. It's hiring local guides. It's hiring local outreach personnel, community advisors. The nicest way, Colin, the more the rules have got strict, the more names they've got for various things people can be. My coach, we've been subverting subordinates since Plessy, if not before. We have. We've been doing it longer than that. In the nicest way, that's the joke. The real joke between Terry Pratchett about Act Morpock is that several of the songs do apply quite well to British history. And some of the sayings, and one of them is, we've bought your generals, we've bought your armies, we've bought your generals, we've bought your arms too. And yeah, that's sometimes our policy. There's I think the Sultan of Mysore, when the Tipu Sultan, when he falls, that's down to the fact that 2/3 of his army decides that they haven't been paid, and the British have offered to pay them. So they withdraw to their various generals' properties and positions within the city and stop providing guards on the wall. And suddenly, if your garrison that's guarding a wall drops by 2/3, you suddenly can't guard the wall very well for some reason. It's amazing, really, isn't it? It's also terrible. It's just, that whole group realizing just when a critical moment of siege that they haven't been paid. Just the timing. It's brutal. Just going to grab something. Oh yeah. It's not subverting subordinates, it's community outreach. Yes, it's community outreach. It's making friends. It's being kind. These are honest soldiers who put in an honest day's work and haven't been paid. They just, don't you? I'm sure Fox and Dragon and Paul all agreed. Those soldiers deserved to be paid, didn't they? It'd be rude of them to fight against the person who paid them.
You can pay them to not fight for the person who they originally signed up for, if you pay more than they were.
Mm. And also say the Tibu Sultan is probably a good example of why, if you are of a different religion than the majority of your soldiers, you make sure those soldiers have a very good quality of life and constant pay, and aren't in how do I put this politely, are not in a scenario where they are worried about pay. You missed the World Service from your list, Doc. Look, the World Service the World Service is not about bribery and corruption. The World Service is about making sure everyone has access to information. The fact that by being a trusted organisation that gives people information all the time, and is usually fairly accurate on the information, not always on the analysis, but always fairly accurate on the information, means that it gets very trusted, which means people listen to it and maybe disagree with their government based on the information they're hearing from it versus the information they're hearing from their government. Well, that's not our fault. The government shouldn't lie. It's not our fault. And also, as we all know, the truth sets you free. And as I try to explain to my students sometimes, there's an incredible power in just telling the truth without any spin. Because you automatically make the other person look deceitful. And the moment people think that person's deceitful and don't trust them, is the moment they stop listening to them. And that's how you can break down a government most quickly and easily, by just telling the truth. The amount of times I have some people go, but well, it's propaganda. I go, no. You don't want to do propaganda. You tell the truth. It's whilst the truth will a lie will spread halfway around the world before the truth has even got its pants on. The best way to disrupt a lie, to disrupt a propaganda, to disrupt any kind of mantra, is to just have a constant supply of the truth entering the conversation, so people start to question what you are saying. Hi, Dan.
Hey, I'm just a little shocked. You seem to be suggesting that the Tipu Sultan wasn't defeated by Sharp.
No. No, he wasn't.
Because I've read the main historical source on the matter, Sharp's Tiger,
Good lord.
And clearly that's what happened.
Yes,
fact, my mum-
even in that book, even in Sharp's Tiger, which does take some very interesting turns to it, even in that one they admit the soldiers disappear off to go get paid.
And my mum may or may not have done quite a lot of the research for it.
If I remember correctly, she didn't get to do the trip out to India, though, for it.
No, he decided he wanted to do that one, but he happily sent her along to look at the archives.
Yes.
Sorry, pay her to go and do that.
Colin, aka Carrot. Also, if you have the reputation for telling the truth, the occasional exaggeration is believed. Yeah? Oh.
But no one suggested you have to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It's merely...
But it's always important that you take at least a bit of the blame for the minor stuff. Because if you have a reputation of, oh, we'll admit when we're wrong, but we're rarely wrong, it's better than, we will never admit we did anything wrong. It's always X's fault.
Is that the way the Japanese kept on winning? It's just the fighting that they were doing, where they were winning, kept on getting closer and closer to the home islands.
And when the Emperor kept pointing this out, everyone kept ignoring that the Emperor was pointing this out until the Emperor eventually said, no, we're surrendering.
Yes.
It wasn't a defeat, it was a tactical withdrawal.
We are advancing in a different direction, towards the enemy. The enemy who are apparently behind us and closer to the home islands than we are, then.
It's something like that. But today's theme was the British informal empire, wasn't it?
Yes. And the importance of not getting too glued to one particular plan of action. And how you deal with messy situations. Incredibly messy situations.
Have the biggest warship. Sit off the coast. Await events.
Go and beat up a few people in the rivers, and then the interesting thing about that operation and various other things is that the access up and down the rivers does mean that it was very easy for certain people here, I'm not going to name names, to get supplies needed for his when he's building up his army to do a rebellion. It's amazing.
That's terrible. Because of course these are big rivers where ocean-going warships can go.
Yeah.
And the British must have just completely missed that happening.
Yes.
On behalf of somebody who was going to favour them in the trade deals to come.
Well, you know, you can't find any proof, and he is considered a true Argentine patriot.
Mm-hmm.
He was considered a full Argentine patriot. It's just, you know, he rebelled against Rosas because Rosas was a very bad dictator by that point.
This is just Britain continuing the theme of helping the Argentinians to oust their less pleasant regimes, you know, that we carried on up to 1982. he says, trying to look innocent.
You're not succeeding, Dan.
Let's put it this way. I think the process that Argentina went through, and the fact that basically Galatasaray falls in June 1982, succeeded by Saint-Jean in an acting position, and then Bigon stays there for a little over a year. And you have to remember that June was called the National Reorganization Process. Before they restore rights to speech and all sorts of things, and eventually decides to evolve. There's nothing. There's nothing, too suspicious in that. The questions should be open, and but the Twitch is collecting the questions. The bot is working to collect questions from Twitch. I don't think it's collecting it from YouTube.
No, it's not.
It's still not working, but I will tomorrow morning delete everything and reload it and recreate it. That will have to be what I do early tomorrow morning.
And I'll collect them from YouTube, unless I'm in a battle. Then they'll have to wait.
Yeah. Well, what we'll do is we'll do about an hour of questions before the battles, and then we'll do the questions with the battles from about 8 o'clock. And also that might mean pizza might arrive for me. Might mean pizza might arrive. And Lion says they don't mind helping as well.
But you'll have to promote Lions to access.
Having met him and heard about his IT skills, I'm sure he can generate that without our input.
He could probably promote himself, realistically. Lions probably could, but I will make it be nice and make it easier.
Promote him like he promoted Leslie, Steve, and myself.
In the best traditions of the Royal Navy. You have been voluntold. I require 3 volunteers. There are only 3 of us here, sir. Yes, that's you.
This sounds awfully familiar to last Historiothon. Doesn't it, Foxo?
Mayhaps.
We have World of Warships, by the way, on the weekend. There are going to be... Yes, so, again... Because it's traditional to do World of Warships, so we will do World of Warships.
Which means I might be able to see who I can snag out after Saturday.
Yeah.
I think not long after that.
And,
Which means I was right
I do
to
know
bully Runon.
There's a fair number of the World of Warships crew who also will be happily getting involved.
The more players, the better.
Yeah.
Was that meant to be a question, Fox?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's annoying. Da-da-da-dee-dee. Run the... Oh, there. Got it.
That's one strange question, Foxo. In 1991, all military aircraft turned into their namesakes. So F-18 Hornets will turn into Hornets. Apparently, Frogfoot turned into the French. How does the world react, and what does the most damage?
The Sea Kings.
Either that or the B-2 Spirits.
Yeah.
Tornadoes? I mean, you'd end up with quite a lot of
Yeah,
damage.
tornadoes would be annoying.
Yeah, but they're a one-off tornado, whereas the Sea Kings are able to unleash the wrath of Neptune.
Typhoons are also going to be pretty annoying.
Yeah.
Did they have them?
Oh, I guess 1991 actually that's fine.
They have the Jaguars are not going to be that annoying. They're just going to purr around the place. The Buccaneers.
All of Lynxes in ships, kind of going. I wish to curl up somewhere warmer than this hangar.
Okay, so Typhoons are safe as they were manufactured 1994.
Okay.
Buccaneers
So
are going to end up.
Yeah.
They're going to be hunting the nearest pub.
What else we got? F-16 fighting Falcons. They'll just be getting annoyed. F-15 Eagles. You've got the F-14 Tomcats. They'll make the carriers stinky. A6 Intruders will go through the cruise stuff and steal everything. What do we think a Hawkeye is? Do we think they're referring to the American Indian character type thing or somebody else?
The Indian stuff.
That could also still lead to issues.
Yeah. What other aircraft are there?
I'm trying to think of the Russian stuff.
Well, they'd have bears.
Yeah.
They'd have a whole load of bears.
Hello.
Hello, Lions.
Fox
As long as they're not polar bears, they won't be able to swim very well.
Bears.
As Michael Cooch has pointed out, Vulcans are currently in museums, so they're still around.
Yes.
That's a lot of very angry gods of fire in the forge and such.
And there's the Victor tankers are still around.
Mm.
You'll be fine as long as you don't get in a fight with them.
We've got the Ghost Riders as well.
They're also Spitfires, though.
Yeah, I'm actually more worried about something else. I need to check when did these remain in service.
Let's be honest, the Gannets are going to be the happiest. From the museums, they're just going to fly off.
Sea Vixen, Sea Viper.
Oh, good lord.
So, I'll be honest, the one I'm more concerned about, actually, is the Meteor.
And the Lightning.
Yeah.
That could have a significant impact on the mass of the Earth.
I really would get concerned about starfighters. The F-104s.
Well, that's concerning, yes, but I don't really know what that actually would end up doing.
Well, no, there's that movie. So they turn into a starfighter from that movie Starfighter.
No, it's the last Starfighter.
Last Starfighter, yes.
What would be the physical embodiment of the Spiteful? That's a good question. There's probably some of those left around.
Let's be honest, though, that was an interesting movie, The Last Starfighter.
What other aircraft have you got floating around at that sort of time?
Blackburn?
Fortunately not.
Unfortunately not.
Mhm.
It'd be lovely to have one.
You've got things like the Avro Lancaster.
Also,
I mean-
the Blackburn would just turn into Blackburn. Would just turn into multiple versions of Blackburn from the 1930s, wouldn't it?
Yes. I mean, this is the problem. You're going to end up with quite a lot of industrial cities.
Yeah, like that's a whole bunch of Canberras.
Lancasters.
Oh, Canberra, yeah.
Yeah, like Canberras are still in active service at this point.
Yeah. There's oh, don't forget to help with
But
the,
which Canberra are they going to be?
There's Hercules.
And the Nat.
There's the Hercules.
Yeah.
C-130. But you're also going to get. So the thing is, there's still. I mean, there might be in museums and things, but there's still some Vickers Wellingtons around. Now, are they going to turn into a snooty 18th and 19th century general and politician, or a New Zealand city?
Or they just turn into a pastry.
Petchington's just made me have a thought. So A, you've got the Wyverns, but then B, that made me then go to something else. The Draken, aka Dragons. Concern.
You've also got all
It's
the
just
AH-64
in that way, Dragon is just your family coming home. So nice. Why are you concerned about them?
Because I know what my sister's like, and oh no.
The C5s.
Alexei.
Because then you've also got the Griffins, so we've now got a whole bunch of Griffins flying about. Yeah.
Mirages.
Things are concerning.
Mirage.
They're less of a concern unless you happen to be sitting in one when it decides to change and you suddenly find yourself plummeting thousands of feet.
Because the mirages just disappear.
Yes.
Or worse, they become invisible.
I think regardless, we can all agree it would be a significant emotional event to be involved in. That may or may not be good for the health of one's trousers.
At least there's a lot of Bidens around with the MiG-21s.
Frantically trying to think of other aircraft from the era. Warthogs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Feral hogs everywhere. Apaches.
Actually, we haven't thought of the most common god there's going to be around the world.
Go on.
Hercules.
Yeah.
Also, does the
Hercules
B-52
mentioned earlier.
does the B-52 no? Because that's because I was distracted by something else. Does the B-52 become the Stratofortress or the Buff?
Stratofortress.
I'd say Stratofortress because that's what's more familiar known of.
I think the other is more a descriptor.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Although I do, there was it was a shame you didn't go see the painting section in the Imperial War Museum because there was one particular painting I wanted to ask you about, Dan.
oh.
Yeah, and it's just recurred back to me now with us thinking about going on that line of thought. It was supposedly of some people after, I think, the Holocaust, some guys. And for some reason, despite they were all being emaciated, they were fully erect.
Yeah, you can be.
Okay.
I think there's photos of them fully erect, aren't there?
And I sort of sitting there going,
Oh.
they're the thing made a whole thing of them. They looked absolutely terribly emaciated and almost asleep. And I was sort of going at the same time. I was going, I might have blanked out photos with that part of it in there. I probably did because that's way too much information, but
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to talk to Dan about that one eventually when I think about it again.
So
Yeah.
I've just been directed by Poseidon to the U2, nicknamed the Dragon Lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that mean they turn into a female dragon, or they turn into Foxo?
Or do they end up, turning into basically Dragonoid? Yeah, no concern.
Oh, what are they called? Dragonkin? Perhaps they turn into Dragonkin?
Make 15. Which one's the make 15 again?
As I said,
Right.
it was-
Make 15 just turns into a bundle of sticks. If you go off the NATO reporting one. I'm not sure what the Russian one actually translates to if it had a nickname.
Not sure that most of them didn't, I thought.
Yeah.
I think they liked the name Fulcrum and actually kind of adopted it.
I thought Fulcrum was a different one.
No, it is, but just in terms of
Yeah,
they
right.
mostly didn't use the names, but apparently
Yeah.
they liked the name the Fulcrum and so decided to use
Yeah,
it.
to be fair, Fulcrum's a decent one.
Um,
We've also got,
Backfires
Phantoms.
are going to have fun.
There are a lot of dragons and a lot of gods that aircraft are named for.
Yeah.
Um,
The Shackletons will just have a convention in the South Pole.
Yep, Buccaneers were mentioned earlier, Patch.
Talk about them.
Nimrods.
They've been discussed. Yeah, Carl von Gasberg, why did I know you'd think of the Floggers? Hang on. I've just thought what probably is the most dangerous aircraft in this whole list, and what will probably certainly destroy the Earth.
Oh,
The C-5 Galaxy.
A sort of mass.
All them turning into galaxies. That would be 131 galaxies suddenly appearing on Earth.
have you not seen? There's one of the Men in Black films. There's a galaxy that's just like in a marble on a cat's collar.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll just be on some of, I don't know, the Tomcats or something.
Maybe.
That's
Or
still, a
they'll
lot
just
of,
get.
it's
or-
still a lot of mass in case the marble gets broken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or they could just be galaxy shortbread or something.
No. Their
Galaxy
patches are
chocolate.
their patches are all for each of the aircraft are a different galaxy in the universe.
Ah,
So they have 131 different galaxies.
It could be 131 large bars of galaxy chocolate.
Yeah.
No problem.
We can always hope. But yes,
And the black.
the Mach-free Blackbirds are probably some of the easiest because they won't be doing Mach-free. But if they are, then there'll be some very interested ornithologists. What is my What is my plan for catching up with the rest of the group in Pirates of the Burning Sea? Well, I'm still ahead of Dan in Pirates of the Burning Sea, so that's okay. And I'm ahead of Drac. And I'm ahead of Garius. And in fact, I'm ahead of everyone else of the ship-shaped crew. So I'm okay.
But you're the only one of the ship-shaped crew who plays.
Stop pointing out the flaw in my cunning plan, Paul.
Apart from fleet, You did say come in and interrupt a battle one evening that we were in, and was saying, when can I get Alex to play this so that I can catch up? And it's like, well, you can come in on a Saturday night with everybody else, or you could join in with us any night of the week.
Yes.
Oh no, I'll get Alex to do it on it. And he came up with a couple of nights, and he does things on those nights. It's quite funny that he just assumed that he would automatically jump into playing Pirates of the Caribbean with him.
No. I normally would
were
try and
doing
find
a live.
yeah. I try to keep to quite a regular schedule on the channel. I do try to keep to quite a regular schedule because it makes things easier for everyone involved.
So you joining in later on, Dan?
Probably not with my current computer setup.
Oh,
Actually,
yes, of course.
this is one of the few games which could possibly run on your current computer game setup.
I don't know. I mean, in theory, I should be able to play World of Warships on this current setup, but it doesn't seem to even want to install it, so...
No. Pirates of the Burning Sea was first designed in, I think, the 1990s. It was evolved since, but it can be run on, I could probably run it on a microwave these days.
Run it on my watch.
Yes. You literally could. Your watch is quite a fancy watch.
Yeah, it's an Apple Watch. Yeah. Yes. I've forgotten where my brain has gone, but never mind.
Yeah. Just getting a question. I'm getting a question about who should I recommend as a submarine historian for a TV show.
A historian who knows about submarines, or a historian who is underwater at the moment?
Gareth's surname is the traditional, because I never call him by his surname. It is a traditional one, isn't it? It's Edwards.
Yeah.
No. Okay. So, what's my plan for catching up with the rest of the group in Pirates of the Burning Sea? At some point, when I am through the Christmas period, maybe during the Christmas period, but through the Christmas period, and I got the books out, and they were all happy, I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to play a lot of Pirates of the Burning Sea for a couple of days. And I'm just going to take some time off. I'm even tempted by the idea of, if the books come out and they do really well, I might take myself off for a day or two and go somewhere where I can do some fun history, and I can spend my free time on Pirates of the Burning Sea, just improving my skill set levels on that. But at the moment, it's a case of, I have building work, I have the Christmas videos, and I have books which I'm hoping to come out. And instead of visiting the National Archives to check if the pictures of the documents are correct, I am literally just paying for National Archives to produce pictures of the documents, as expensive as that is, because I don't have the time to go up there. do usually stream Pirates of the Burning Sea on Twitch. Most Saturdays when I don't do it. I haven't done the last couple of weeks because I've kind of had very busy last couple of weeks. I literally got back from Japan, went, woohoo! Oh, good lord, I've got all this stuff to do. And then I got back from King's, and I went, woohoo! Builder's coming. Got all this to do. Oh, great. So the builders are going to be starting work the same week I'm doing the first week of the Historiophon. I'm doing the Historiophon. Yes! Oh, happy days. Carrot, if you're given the opportunity to update the Royal Navy infrastructure post-World War I, before Washington, what do you build and where? Okay, I'm going to let Dan start off on this one because I know he's raring on this one. And then I'll let others drop in.
So I've got time to improve infrastructure for the Royal Navy ahead of World War II with foreknowledge.
Yes.
Scarpa Flow is getting proper defences.
Yes.
And some stuff to entertain sailors who are stuck there.
Mm-hmm.
What next? Malta gets a boost. Alexandria or around Suez gets a boost. Singapore gets hurried up and improved.
Built.
Sydney.
Singapore gets not only built, it gets a whole load of 15-inch twin turrets. If I was doing it.
Yeah. Well, it can have the 14-inch ones that I'm no longer going to be using on the King George V, because I will be using proper guns on them of a better caliber.
This is 1920. You don't have those 14-inch guns.
Oh, good.
You had the 14-inch guns from the monitors that you're taking off.
Yeah, I could maybe stick. There will be lots of them. Perth in Western Australia, possibly Darwin in Northern Australia a bit, but mainly Perth and Sydney.
West coast of Canada, around Vancouver Island.
Oh yeah.
Esquimalt, Halifax, Freetown, and what's the? Is it Mombasa in Kenya? Trying to remember. Indian dockyards, definitely.
I'm going to take the 14-inch guns actually from the World War One monitors, and I'm going to that were originally for the Greek battleship, which was being built in Germany, and I'm going to use them to put them all around Singapore, all around Hong Kong. Because again, those guns then don't provide any evidence about British actually guns and what the guns can do. But they upgrade the defence of Hong Kong massively.
Yeah.
And it just makes Hong Kong that much more secure. It's still going to fall,
Hong Kong
but
much more expensive.
it's going to
take.
yes, it's going to still fall, but it's going to mean that taking it is going to cost you an arm and a leg.
Yeah, I mean it's. I'd keep Rosyth ticking over rather than letting it get put in care and maintenance. I mean, I think that's most of it.
Yeah.
I would keep the time shipyards open and not have these covenants saying they cannot be used for 100 years
Yep.
once they've been closed.
Yep.
And any other shipyard in the UK that has the same sort of covenant.
Yeah. On the Tyne and particularly the Tyne and the Clyde.
See, I do a massive investment in dry docks and manufacturing, so the dry docks are as big as possible.
Yeah.
So that, they are future-proofed.
And I would be...
I make sure Britain had about 400-metre dry docks sitting in it, various places.
The deep dry docks are bigger than the Admiral class.
Oh, yes.
By 100 feet minimum.
Mm-hmm.
I would also invest in floating dry docks, which can be compartmentalized so that you can move them around easily in small sections, but put them together to make very large, so that you can take them to places where you haven't got the infrastructure to put a dry dock, but it would be very nice to have one.
Oh, yes. And
that would sort of, by creating all that work and everything, you're not paying unemployment benefit, but you're receiving tax revenue. You're also receiving tax revenue from the companies which are building these things, and you're also improving general infrastructure around the Empire, Commonwealth, and the UK.
Mm-hmm. That'll be fun. It would be. I think the other thing I'd go around doing, and this is going to sound strange, is I'd use it as an excuse to invest in a lot of railway infrastructure.
Yep.
So I'd sort of go and do... I do railways in India, but I also do railways in Africa. So that you would have the thing of, do I need to take my ships all the way around the Cape of Good Hope into the Indian Ocean, or can I take them to Freetown, Sierra Leone, load them on a train there, and get the train to go across Africa and to go look up the line going up to Egypt?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I have a big facility in Freetown, then that's going to make my life a lot easier, especially if it's a big defended facility.
Mm.
Upgrades for aircraft manufacturing. Unfortunately, in this period there isn't, because we are doing this in 1920, and you've got till the Washington Naval Treaty in 1922 to authorize it and get it through. There's not much you can do. There's not much you can do for aircraft manufacturing. What you can do is make sure you have access to the things you need for aircraft manufacturing. So you can think about where are you going to get your aluminium from, where are you going to get your oil from, where are you going to get all these things from, and make sure you have easier access to it. It's how these things work best. Now, I'm going to be back in a second. I'm going to leave you with the next question quickly. Does anyone know a good web-based map-looking Excel spreadsheet kind of program that can be used for HSL logistics? Asking for a friend from Jonathan Moon. Which is why Jonathan didn't get promoted to being in the voice chat, because, I was worried this would become dominant things. But I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go and deal with a small issue in the kitchen.
Conundrum to mind.
The Black Prince of East Anglia is suggesting Google Docs.
Yeah, honestly, Google Docs is just what I use. If I ever need a spreadsheet done, I've got a resident spreadsheet monkey who's very good at them. It's what we use for all our D&Ds, and now a massive Nation RP's coordination of like 20 odd nations, all navy setups. Man, I really need to finish setting up some of mine. Oh well.
Yeah, um I was going to say it's fun times, but the problem with tracking all of those sorts of logistics and things is also that they didn't do that historically particularly, but that's a different point. The it surprised me hard because you've got things like the risk of your water just all going bad and things, or how do you tell if your barrels of salt pork are going to go bad or not when you're so you almost want to be rolling for a random allocation of that. It feels then again, I don't like Excel, and I was having to use Excel again today, and I still hate Excel and spreadsheets and things.
I don't mind spreadsheets, but I can entirely see why someone would hate them.
It's
Then again,
why
I
you
must use Google
decide
Docs
to
these days.
check. It's like something is a perfectly legitimate date. Why have you decided you're just going to turn it into hashes? What is wrong with you? It's a perfectly legitimate number. No, stop trying to be clever and format things. I'm typing.
Just do
Fine.
just do what I tell you.
Yes, so I find Word tends to be better for that. If you just create a table in Word and then you can just fiddle with it.
But it's all the functions I do find useful with Excel. Admittedly, I'm terrible with those functions, but that's why I've got someone who's really good at spreadsheets.
Would that be a dragon that uses them to keep track of their treasure?
No, naval assets, D&Ds, possibly setting. I guess if we consider Warhammer a treasure, possibly. I need to set one of those up at some point.
No, it's an addiction.
It's not an addiction, I can stop any time. Now let me just get this Mark 10 Tacticus helmet. Something I'm actually considering. They've got 1-to-1 scale Space Marine Tacticus helmets for Dark Angels at the moment. It's like, oh.
I mean, it could be worse. You could have got to the stage of melting down the bits of plastic to inject them directly in your veins because you just weren't getting the hit from...
No, because the thing is, I actually really enjoy building them. Like, that is just something I do thoroughly enjoy, is just the physical building of all the models. Painting I don't mind, but I'm really bad at it.
That reminds me, I need to have a wolf. A wolf woman with a clone trooper hat on top of the head.
Yes, you do need to try and do that.
That'd be funny.
Like, theoretically speaking, I've got a new Leviathan Dreadnought coming in, like, a day or two. Because that one's the Dark Angel specific one's finally returned in stock, so I nabbed one before it disappeared again.
Hang on, why are we discussing Dark Angels when Runon's not here? Usually it goes Raven Guard, then Dark Angels.
Because Dragon's trying to put me to sleep.
That's cruel.
Because we were discussing uses of spreadsheets and mentioning how actually I should probably make one for my 40k army, just to see exactly what I've got and how many points it all equals.
Yeah, that's fun to have, but the spreadsheets can be scary, because then you can realise, okay, I've got this
a
many.
template if you need one.
I've got this many ships and troops. I've got this many things, or rather, in my case, this many dreadnoughts, etc. And you then realise that if you get 3 more dreadnoughts, it becomes a nice round number.
Well, I'm thinking of picking up a second Deredeo at some point, because they've now released an alternative kit which has the las cannons.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got one with the plasma carronade, which Foxo got me like a year ago. But I'm now tempted to get a second one. So I have 2 Leviathans, 2 Deredeos, 2 Contemptors, a Saturnine, a Ballistus, and a Redemptor.
Okay. Now, please note, the reason why everyone I went through was whilst I noticed that I had done the chicken for myself. I actually put it in the oven and my sister brought it in, but I'd done the chicken in the air fryer, and I noticed my mum was cooking some food for herself then, but I didn't notice anything for my sister. So I checked, and she was too tired to do herself anything. So before we start Pirates of the Burning Sea, I'm just quickly going on Deliveroo. So please excuse me while I do that. I know it's a bit rude to all of you, but I've got a sister who was too tired to cook herself something, anything, and I'm sure she's okay.
Seneca,
because she's an idiot. She's an idiot sometimes when it comes to remembering to feed herself. This is why I worry about Foxo, because I live with one like it.
I have pain.
But Seneca, while I agree, the problem is when you've got cats and a dog, 3D printing, especially if you want to do resin 3D printing, which is some of the best stuff for 40k, not fun.
No. Corgi fluff gets in everything. This is why you don't see any of my. This is why. Well, also I want to get a 3D printer. I'm actually tempted to just not. And this sounds terrible, but to hold off until a long time in the future.
Oh, hello.
Why was the Blue Streak even being considered for an SLBM? Because the British were looking at doing their own thing, and it's their own program which they've got as an option. Okay,
The
so
SLBM is better than no SLBM.
yes. So yeah, we will order 12 cookies. Apparently, she won't eat unless I get something, so I will get myself something.
That was a difficult decision to make, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Is anyone here old enough to remember Morris Motors?
Yep.
Vaguely.
Forest Minor. Wonderful.
When you realise that when I realise that my footlong is about 20 quid from Amazon, my order from there. And my mum even wants some stuff. Okay. That's good.
Problem is, Seneca, 3D printing can save you in some regards, but it can also cost you in others. Also, they're really trying to crack down on 3D printing now. Like, if you're selling any of the files anywhere, yeah, you're just begging for trouble. Important. And also, if you try and bring any of them into an actual shop, they can just say, no, please leave. Because you brought counterfeit goods into their store. Even if you're not selling or anything, even if you just basically brought in to paint or just play, they can say, please leave.
Yeah, they can try that in certain stores. I think if they said that in Cornwall, they get hurt, but we'll leave that to one side. And by hurt, I mean they get ignored.
Which would just hurt their egos.
Oh, by the way, Kate says you have a very nice sounding voice, Dan. And Dragon.
I keep being told this, and it's slightly concerning.
So now do you see why I love my dragon?
Yes. But,
Which
you
Kate
know,
are we talking about?
Jameson.
Ah,
The one that, if Clarke even suggests trying to do something, something goes wrong.
Yes, this is basically. I want to get her on 2 historians, but you know.
We are worried that what would go wrong this time
Yes,
because it seems to be potentially escalating.
every time I invite her on something, it gets worse. I think there's some sort of hex or something on the poor girl, or on any of us working together, or any of the ship crew working with her, because Drax has got the same issues.
You just do an ad hoc one. Message her and say, "Are you free to talk now?"
Yeah.
Something would explode.
Or her dog would eat something it wasn't supposed to. Ugh. I'm worried about my sister. She likes
Anything?
red onions.
Yeah?
Yeah.
For you. They're good for you.
Yeah, no. And this is how my bill for when I go to Subway ends up at 45 quid.
How are you spending 45 quid at Subway?
2 packs of 12
Holy.
cookies, 2 packs of 12 cookies and 2 foot-long sandwiches.
Why don't you get 4 1-foot-long sandwiches?
Ah. It's just, yeah, you sit there and go, just realize, Subway is not supposed to be expensive, but the moment you're ordering for 3 people, you suddenly realize, oh, it's cheap for 1 person. Because it's a filling dish for 1 person for a reasonable price. And it's reasonably healthy. But once you're ordering that same thing for times 3, it's,
Yes. Less?
Heads up.
yeah. And my mum specifically wants the white chocolate cookies. Oh, they've sold out of them. They've sold out of them.
That will not do.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, I'm going to get told off for that. But I've got ordered some extra rainbow cookies which are a second favourites. And yeah. Oh, it's a good job I got some money back from Great Western today.
Oh, for not being on time.
Yeah. And when it comes to the fact that now I almost, because I am the type of person I am, please note I do this, I always budget. So I have planned out the money I'm spending, etc. on things. I almost have stopped budgeting for the train journeys. Because now 3 times out of 4, I get the money back for the London journeys.
It is disappointing how unreliable they are.
It's half an hour each time. And people ask me, why do I pay for first class when I know I'm going to be late? And I go, because if I'm going to be late, I might as well get some liquid, have some liquid and some food. And they actually supply me with biscuits, with sandwiches, and drink and liquid while I'm on the train. So A, I don't have to carry that with me, and B, yeah, I get it supplied when I'm late sitting on the train instead of me running out on the train because I'm running late again. Okay. Right, so that has all been ordered. Send a note through to my sister so she knows what's coming for who.
And what's coming for the fluffs?
The fluffs have had their food.
That's not an answer. What are the fluffs getting?
Little treats and
Yeah.
corgi treats.
Yes, basically lots and lots of treats. Where's my screenshots? Screenshots. Sorry about doing this, everyone. I sometimes I do expect my family to be mildly adultish.
I mean, you are the baby of the family.
Yeah. I am the youngest in this residence. But I forget sometimes that as much as I love them, they are both the types who go, but, and I know, because I sometimes get the temptation to do this myself, but in Mum's case, I've eaten half a box of chocolates today, I don't need to get any more food. Yes, you do, and why did you eat half a box of chocolates? And where's my chocolates? If you ate half a box of chocolates, surely some of them should be shared with your son. Never going to get them. How could Blue Streak have been made a viable program so that it was never cancelled? Basically, you have to make the government has to believe that they have to have an independent nuclear deterrent, a completely independent nuclear deterrent. And, yeah. Basically, it's like with most modern programs, if you want to make it work, you have to find a way to both commit the government of the time and the potential future government to it on an ideological level and a political level. They have to both believe it's necessary for the future nation and believe it's necessary for their own political survival. If you can make that the case, programs will survive, no matter what happens. If you don't achieve that, though, you're not going to get that. Carl Gosberg. The British VLS for Sea Dart gets developed in 1984. What happens? Well, if the British go for a Sea Dart development in 1984, then you're probably getting the Sea Dart Mark III, which to go in the VLS, which is going to be a better Sea Dart. And it then becomes a more interesting thing of how do you transition stuff. And what else do they do? If they do go for a VLS, do they develop a SIT VLS, or do they go for a Mark 41 VLS and put it in there and retrofit them? In which case, do they put some strike length cells in as well and add in Tomahawk? Because in the 1980s, that would have been more of a possibility. In that period, 1980s rather than late 1990s. In which case, if you start off with that, then that becomes a bigger part for the future of the fleet. There's also the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, the Type 42s, in terms of their magazine, they carried 37 missiles in the batch 3. So that means you're going to have to do a VLS which is going to carry at least 40, at least 5x8, and probably it's going to be 48 VLS cells. Which means then that becomes the base point for the Type 45. So if you've got a 48 VLS cell system that's usually loaded with 40 surface-to-air missiles and 8 Talams, then you've got to make your Type 45 bigger in terms of missile basage. And one of the interesting things for the Type 45s, if we consider their missile allowance and their VLS cells, they've got 48 A50s. Now, if you'd gone for the silver A70, you would have more of a strategic length, but still not be able to take Tomahawk, because I don't think that's been adapted to the Aster. But if you did have a mixed VLS, i.e. a British VLS for the air defensive missiles, and then you had a tradition of 16 cells for Talon, so let's say you had 48 and 16, then on the Type 42s, after they've been modified with the VLS, you probably end up with them going right then. So the Type 45 has to be bigger and better, which probably means it ends up with 24 strike length VLS cells and probably 64. That sounds about right, doesn't it, Dan? 64 VLS cells for the surface-to-air missiles. Has Dan, after hearing the subway, gone off hunting food?
Yes, I did.
I knew you would. Okay. Did the maths sound about right then?
I think so. I'm not the person to ask about maths, though.
Yeah, but I don't want to be cruel and pull poor Foxo back into the world of corporates. Pour Dragon into the world of engineering, when current doing it, and make Paul, who's been doing questions all day, do maths, and Lyons, who has to deal with this enough on a computer side from various things, do maths today. So I thought I'd bring in the medic, because your kindness towards your friend, your fellow Peter Man would allow you to, do maths.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
I've been having to
Clarke has done a dynamic and revolutionary plan to introduce more labour into this Historiophon workforce through the use of creatively acquiring the services of the NHS. It has led to a 3.2% increase in stock prices for Historiophon.co, which the shareholders and I am proud as a main shareholder, are incredibly excited about. We do, however, push the chairman of the board, Mr. Clarke himself, to bring in further talent onto this board, including high-value scouted targets. He is aware of said targets, and we would like to encourage him dynamically and aggressively to summon these
good lord.
economic growth opportunities.
Oh, good lord. Oh, yes, hello, yeah.
I had to spend at least half the day fighting Excel.
Well, in that case, Dan should get the question taken away from his remit, because I would say that that's probably the worst thing that he would have to do in any day. I'm thinking of some of the things that he probably has to do in a day. That's saying quite a lot.
Yeah. All right. So, Carrot, with a system of compartmentalized floating dry docks that are put together in sections, and could you see this leading to super building of ships earlier? That's actually been around for quite a while. One of the things the Americans did is a lot of their floating dry docks were built in sections, then they compile them together, and this is why they got sold off in sections as well. Why sections of them lasted for so long, and the whole super dry dock went away. They had dry docks which could lift whole battleships and aircraft carriers out of the water, and then what they did was, after the war, they cut them up because they didn't need so many anymore, and some bits their bits were spread all over the place, and then they, instead of keeping all the bits from one in service so they could stitch it back together if they needed to, no, they scrapped the bits piecemeal, so you didn't have the ability to reassemble one. It was so well done, it could have been done by the British Treasury. It was the masterwork in making yourself impossible to actually be useful again. Seneca, question: the process of tinning food gets developed in 1650s in Britain. How does that change naval travel?
If you can get over the lead poisoning problem that occurred in the late 1880s, it would be brilliant.
And
There's
also,
no plastic coating. I mean, if you think of most tin cans nowadays, they've got a micro coating of plastic on the inside to stop any metallic taste getting into the food.
oh good lord, Dan, Poseidon has said they run off maple syrup alone, so the Drakenfell diet is spreading.
Oh God.
It can be okay, but also sometimes the tinning of food can actually get rid of the good parts of the food for you, the nutrients, can't it, Dan? If you don't eat them properly.
Yeah.
So it looks like
Yeah.
you think you're eating veg, and that's great for you, but actually it's had all the bits that got taken off.
If it's
been
you
cooked.
kind of cook, denatures some of the stuff, particularly
Gets rid of
vitamins.
vitamin C.
Yeah,
Yeah, which apparently we need.
terrible, really.
Especially C.
All us humans need so many things.
It's a single point of mutation. It's a single little mutation, and it's us and guinea pigs both have the same mutation. Everything else just makes their own vitamin C.
Terrible.
Learn something new every day.
That's what we try. What would the British Empire demand and bargain for in exchange for giving France its section of the Cameroon in 1920s? That's quite a lot, because the British Cameroon is quite an interesting place.
Northern France.
We just our historical holdings. Greater Burgundy or Aquitania.
Yeah, and Aquitania. Yeah.
The thing about British Cameroon, and the important point of it, in terms of how to put it politely, the map, is where it is. It protects. It was a useful section to have because it made sure that the French couldn't easily. It made Nigeria more secure from the French, and Nigeria had important areas. So it also was quite an important area because British Cameroon basically follows, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it follows some of the key valley, one of the key valley routes through, and basically helps to defend the rivers and defend the areas which the British need to protect themselves. And it was a trusteeship, if I remember correctly. It was a trusteeship, not a not
That's
part
one
of
of
the
those-
Empire Technic. It was one of those things which was taken over from the Germans after World War One.
So it's kind of, yes, terribly sorry, not actually ours to give away.
Yes. Oh, we'd love to give it to you, but we can't. I'm so terribly sorry.
Yeah. Such a pity.
It's amazing. Certain parts of Cameroon actually decided to join Nigeria, rather than stay with the French Cameroon, when they became independent. And there is a very large independent movement there because there is a large portion of the population in the part which is currently part of the Cameroon, which claims they are being persecuted by the francophone population of Cameroon. The Anglophone population are, especially by being required to speak French.
I mean, that's
Sounds like
outrageous.
Canada.
I mean, we literally we ran the country for like 40-something years, 45 years roughly, and we managed to instill them with the hatred of French. Foxo, were you one of the governors?
I can either confirm or deny that statement.
Ay, caramba.
Could you imagine it if Foxo emigrated to Canada and became a politician and became the MP, not MP, the Prime Minister, like a former
Governor of the Bank of England?
Governor of Bank of England, that's the
Yeah.
one. I wonder whether there would be a reduction in the amount of French having to be spoken in Canada.
Look, it's one of the things I loved about going to Canada. You'd hear depending on where you are, you'd hear the English or the French first, and then you'd hear the land acknowledgement, and then you hear the announcement again in English and French. And I then made the question, which caused a lot of the people confusing, was going, well, if you're making the land acknowledgement to the people who originally had the land for a given number of years, because let's be honest, sufficiently warring tribes, we'll leave that to one side. Shouldn't you do that in their language as well as your own? If you're being fully above board. So, if Air Canada is now doing it in native language as well as English and French for the land acknowledgement, I'm sorry, Canada, but you owe that one to me.
Pretty sure that counts as a war crime.
Someone has to try and get them back occasionally. 1961. How much does the panel agree with the statement that for Azur Lane Warspite's future lies? Reddit comment. That is we should be afraid that Warspite will be an SPN.
Yes.
Yes. We have all said this. I have said this many times. We're talking about a ship which has in its past forms has fired without orders to on an enemy fleet. Has decided to ram ships without instructions to in actions, and which has on multiple occasions decided to do donuts in front of entire enemy battle fleets just for kicks and giggles.
No, it was drawing fire off its friends.
That was the excuse.
And she's sticking to it like glue.
Bowman Boy, what if independence is a third option in the Amazonian referendum instead of merging with Nigeria Cameroon? Oh, they'd have gone independent. They seriously didn't like the French option, and they would probably prefer not to go with Nigeria either. Let's say, how much modification would the Blue Streak IRBM have needed to fit inside a Resolution class SBM submarine hull? You would probably design the hull around fitting the missile. Kind of like you did with Polaris. Basically, you went, how much space do I need for the missile? And then you worked everything else out from there. So it's not a case of modification be needed. It's a case of, if we're going down the British missile route, we have this missile, we know it's going to be this size, it's going to have these launching requirements. We'll develop it from there.
Blue Streak was a very poor missile system, though.
Blue Streak was interesting.
But it was very early.
Yes.
So as a result, it was very inefficient.
It was something which could have been interesting to see developed on. If you consider that it is cancelled in 71, but if it had proper funding going into it, and if the Resolution class had been built around it, they would have been built around it from about the 1960s. Let's be honest. Resolution herself was laid down in 64. She was ordered in 63. So basically, you need to decide on a missile from the 60s. That could have made a difference. That could have, if they decided to go that route. But the moment they're going the Polaris route.
Well, I think part of the problem was that Blue Streak was an airborne launched system.
Well, there was also
and land launch, but it was. It was developed initially for the Vulcan.
Yeah, it was developed initially. There's lots of options being. You can use it to try and develop something. You could have gone down a British development route if you'd wanted to, and if you were prepared to put money in it, but they didn't. They went, well, we'll just buy the Polaris system. Because the main British advantage on this, and this is the point I always make with missile systems like this. If you put in a kill switch in your ballistic missile system, then your enemy's entire aim is going to be to get access to that kill switch. Because then their defense of themselves against a ballistic missile attack is going to be literally to kill your ballistic missiles. This is why you do not build in a kill switch. You just don't. Because it kind of mucks you over before everything else.
Who was planning on putting in a kill switch to their missile?
Oh, people are always claiming the Americans have a kill switch in the British missiles.
Now, the kill switch at the moment is Keir Starmer's letter to the captain of the nuclear submarine, which is probably as long as a bill in Parliament, going through all the legal ramifications.
Oh, I hope it isn't, because in the nicest way, if it's too long, I doubt the submarine captain will read it. They'll just launch.
Yeah.
Save them from the paperwork. The British system of control is wonderful, by the way. The entire British system of control is the commanding officers of our submarines. The others
we didn't trust them, we wouldn't send them to sea with a nuke boat.
Yeah.
Well, it's ultimately the commanding officer of a submarine after being told to read the letter that's in the safe.
Yeah, but we have no guarantee they'll actually bother. The letter is supposed to tell them what to do if they cannot get contact. They get orders from the UK to launch, then they launch. They don't even read the letter. They then go open.
Oh, yeah.
They then go open letter to find out what they're supposed to do after they launch. But the letter is there for if they cannot get contact with London, they've lost contact with London. What are they supposed to do? It's supposed to give them advice and the idea of what the Prime Minister would like them to do as the last British people on Earth, basically, at this point. And I've always wished that the letters were kept and were stored somewhere so that we could read copies of them, but they're all destroyed. The moment the Prime Minister's changed, those letters are destroyed. It's one of the very first things the Prime Minister has to do when they get into office, is write the letter.
It is sad. They would be a fascinating archive.
And I think Liz Truss's letter never went to sea. I think she's the first Prime Minister ever whose letter never went to sea, because the submarine was out on patrol throughout the entirety, and no new submarine went to sea on patrol while she was Prime Minister.
So she not only lasted less long than a cabbage, but also, or was it a lettuce?
Letters.
I shouldn't find that so amusing.
Yeah, but you must remember the submarine patrols have moved up from being roughly 6 months long to, with only de facto 3 units available, usually 8 to 9 months long. So, yeah.
More wear and tear.
Yes, and there's at least
Longer
one person.
refit time.
There's at least one person I know who's gone out because they're short. They were looking for volunteers and were short on a specific skill set because of shortages, because of their needing to generate personnel for elsewhere in the wider fleet. Has done 3 back-to-back.
Yeesh. You hope they are getting extra money.
They do. You get a great for it. It's basically, they've worked out that they, in nicest way, they'll be able to, when they retire from the Navy, when they're about 40, they'll never have to work again. Because they basically don't eat anything. They're constantly at sea whenever they can on submarine pay and getting bonuses for doing extra ones, and they just stock it away in investments.
The problem is, in situations like that, is that you increase the likelihood of burnout within crew members.
Yeah.
Because they're not getting enough R&R. It's no different to Dan and his profession.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have unhealthy coping mechanisms.
And this is why we abduct him for a month. We abduct him for a month a year to take him on the ship-shaped trips. This is why there's no question that we will be doing a trip next year to the Falklands. There is no trip we will be doing the year after that somewhere, so we can abduct Dan. This is what some people don't realise about the ship-shaped trip. Half of the reasoning for me and Drac is we will definitely be roughly a month, and we will be abducting Dan because we want our friend to still be alive when we're all retired and old and get to be naughty and wander around the country doing whatever the frigate we like.
Fair enough.
Yeah. What would happen if the Kahara coup had turned into a full-blown civil war? Leslie, are you there? Please tell me Leslie is still here. He's still in the audience. He's not popped up.
He's in the audience.
Yeah.
He's got his hand up. You'll need to invite him again.
I have. Is it green?
It's a green hand.
So I've invited him.
Invited.
Yeah. Now, the Coda Coop, I'm presuming Wilson triplets, you are going for the February the 26th incident. That's when they do their coup d'etat. The big one. With the goal of purging the government and leadership of all their faction rivals and ideological opponents, and yeah. It's when they say people like Baron Sado Arakai are regarded as their leader, political theorist, and philosopher behind a movement. And there is literally no part of him which screams to me, philosopher. Hi, Leslie.
Hi there.
So, the question is, what would happen if the Japan would happen to Japan if the coup d'etat had turned into a full-blown civil war? I would say Japan gets very, very busy internally, and that's pretty much it. Probably in a nice way you don't get the Sino-Japanese war going on because they're kind of busy internally, and probably the militant faction don't win it. But if they have enough force to push it to civil war, it will be interesting. But because if they get into actual civil war and they're actually fighting soldiers in the street, then it might be more than a slap on the wrist time. It might be a case of welcome to the house of Sebuku.
Come, greet your ancestors.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's like Sudoku gets his. Imagine this in every other force. If you arranged for a friend of yours who you trained up to move their forces into another country without permission from the actual government, to present the Prime Minister with the fait accompli of seizing Manchuria, in any other country, if you'd done that, you would have had issues. You know, the British Army gets pretty expansionist at points, but at no point does it turn around to the government and go, you know what, we've taken a whole nother country. At one point, the Royal Navy did annex Hawaii accidentally, but they gave it back.
Can't hear you, Leslie.
Can't hear you, Leslie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. Right. First of all, if the coup was to have enough strength behind it to get turned into a civil war, it would be a bit like it would end up more like the Bosnian War, where basically it's lots of small actions leading up to one big action at the end.
Yeah.
The likelihood is the status quo group would win over the radicals. But yeah, it's not something you can easily try and work out. Because for it to be successful enough to go into a war, it's almost going to be successful to take over.
It's got to get
it
almost.
All depends on how strong the emperor goes. If he stays out of it, then it's a bloody civil war. If he steps in, whichever side he steps in, it wins.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the only way I can try and put it.
Yeah. I would say...
I mean, in the 1970s coup, the emperor said, "Do not do things in my name," and that's it. They lost instantly. You know, even their own supporters started backing away from them.
Yeah.
We didn't say don't do it. They just said, "Don't stop doing things in my name."
Well, of course, the February 26th incident is the interesting time when Yonai is with his mistress in Shimbashi, holding a party with a party of other naval officers, and has the interesting driver who scares the bejesus out of people, so they decide they're not going to go anywhere near him. Excuse me. Food's just right.
Basically, you're not doing that in my name. And that's enough to knock the wind out of the sails, you know.
Code's 87.
But we thought you'd like this large chunk of mainland China. No, it's the wrong colour. Or not my size.
He would never. It would be this definite lack of doing things in my name.
Please move to the area of Santa Clara and or Sisal for fleeting this evening.
Just going to refill on shot and dump stuff.
Already there.
Oh. Hey, by God.
Vicky?
All right,
You've
food has
done.
arrived. I think this is my one. Yeah, that's fine.
I've managed to lose track of what we were supposed to be talking about to cover the silence.
So we were just, the next question up was, what if Southern Rhodesia had joined South Africa in
The Acts of Union in 1910.
1910.
You don't get... You probably get apartheid collapse about the same time it did historically. If they stay as one country, it's going to be economically far better off, but it's probably still going to be run into the same issues the current party has, because that's structural to do with the party politics and the way it's developed in South Africa, whereby I'd like to say is that in a nicest way, the patronage system has been the patronage system in the ANC is probably one of the worst examples of a patronage system, in that there is almost no consequence for promoting idiots, and so that's why you've ended up with the system you have. Loyalty matters more than ability, and that has led to the issues they're dealing with. And nicest way, there are people who go, there are plenty of countries which have had this happen to them. Lots of countries end up in this phase, and usually it ends when someone gets so fed up with it not being any form of meritocracy, they change the whole system.
They have so many structural issues there, it's...
Yeah.
Very tricky.
It is. It's an absolute... It's...
Pickle.
Apartheid was bad, but... Yeah, Mandela was... South Africa was doing well after Mandela, and for about a couple of presidents they were doing well, but it's after that point you start to get the issues build up, and... Yeah. Similar issues as you had to an extent in some of the other countries. Again, we've talked about decolonization and difficulty of decolonization before, and how it can go wrong, and how the fault is on the colonizer because of the way they've run the country, not on the people. But it's the situation it sets up. It's a bad cauldron for everyone. And yeah, it's another example of what happens. What were the 5 top most important British African colonies? South Africa, Egypt, Gold Coast, as it's called at that time, Nigeria, and there's basically a 4-way tie for the 5th place. But Rhodesia is pretty important, so I go for Rhodesia because it was basically the grain basket at one point. It was one of the most fertile, productive areas in the world. And what do you think?
Place would be Kenya was another bread basket, wasn't it?
Yeah. Now,
do you think the African colonies have been run better than they were, by involving people locally, more than relying on expats?
mm-hmm.
Would that have made the transition more democratic rather than revolutionary?
Well, that was the original plan, was to slowly reduce the number of British people involved in the administration, the organisation, and make sure more locals were grown up. That was the plan from about the 1890s. And if you can see it being slowly enacted in places like Australia and in Canada and all those things, and being enacted in South Africa, and when that was very quickly after they've taken over South Africa, realistically, from under the war. But also it's being enacted elsewhere. It's not at a pace which the locals wanted. The locals wanted it faster, and that's the trouble. It's a very tough thing to explain to people. Okay, the reason we don't want to grant you independence faster is because we've mucked up and we've given too much power to one section of your society, who are actually, who are honourable, nice people, but we've emphasised training them and haven't put in the balances to them, because they've burnished our position, and the only solution to that, realistically, because you can't click your fingers and generate the societal pressures and other things immediately overnight, is we have to stay in power for longer. That's not really a case you can make. As much as you might want to make it, that's not a case you can make.
It's because they to some extent structured the colony system. In no way was it designed to produce stable population bases for kind of internal governance.
No.
In fact, it was possibly the opposite. But then people had got wedded to the geography that had been imposed for a few generations.
Yeah.
And so wouldn't want to change it. And as with all kind of continental, well, any land border, it's messy because people keep moving them periodically, and people wander across them and things. So you can't have a kind of nice fixed point or anything, which is frightfully awkward. And so you then can't have a nice border, and so people get grumpy with each other.
No, yeah.
To put it very mildly, for the purposes of emphasis. I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
Well, it's because it is a bit of a it's an acknowledged thorny subject to deal with, and to get round, and you want to make sure you sort of do it properly and do it justice.
Yeah.
And it's a tough one.
It's the whole thing. Empires are fundamentally not nice things.
No, this is what I have to explain on a fairly regular basis. They fundamentally are not nice things.
They can be more or less terrible, but it's shades of bad rather than
Yeah.
I cannot think of a beneficent empire.
It's not really within the nature of an empire to be beneficent.
No. Yeah. But it's history and it's messy because people like simple things and they like clear delineations of kind of. I'm trying to avoid using colour metaphors because of,
Empire and
one
colour
likes-
metaphors are never a good combination for your longevity in life.
Yes.
Although, Foxo, I have a reason why Fleet doesn't like playing this game that much. So many of the soldiers are short redheads armed with large rifles. And he's scared of you, so I think he's scared of all the soldiers in this game. One says as one starts Pirate to the Burning Sea.
We are at Sizell and Santa Clara, Dr. Clarke.
Okay, that's good. I will head in that general direction slowly while eating a sandwich. But we'll also keep taking questions, as we know. The questions are live, so I hope everyone's going to enjoy this. I've made sure it says Pirates of the Burning Sea on the system, and I will head in your direction. So we're going to keep taking questions. I have to make sure I click in the screen before I press a button, because if I press the letter to turn... Yes. We're at Santa Clara. So we're this way. Oh, the Spanish have been doing. Spanish have been doing. Spanish have been joining us, doing a lot of stuff recently. Yeah, you can join us up here.
Pirate.
Once
have been busy.
I've unloaded all this.
Just be
cargo.
Yeah, but I will say, just be careful speaking when we're answering questions so that it doesn't get too busy. This is the first time I've done this kind of one with also questions, so we'll see how we do. It could be distracting for us all to combine it. Don't worry. But yeah, it's going to be fun. So, who on this group plays Pirates of the Burning Sea? Because this, by the way, is a very old game. For those who don't know, it's rather appropriate to play when doing stuff for the Navy Wings Heritage, because I think this is about the oldest ship game running online that you can go and play. Like this. Is there one older? Anyone know of one older?
The silence is deafening.
Yeah, the silence is deafening. So I'm presuming I'm right, and I'm presuming it's the one where it's the oldest going.
Sorry, I blame this on my parents having worked in the media. I don't like dead air.
No. So that's Santa Clara where we're heading. So the next question is, what do you think of the new Hearts of Iron DLC with Japan, China, and Philippine rework? Has anyone managed to play it yet? Because I haven't. But have you?
I would assume Garius will have, but I haven't played for ages, and I've only tried it once or twice.
Didn't that DLC come out like today? I swear that DLC came out pretty recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 28th of November, so it literally came out today, so no, I have not. Those are 25 quid.
Bone Boy, stop being cruel about Runon. I know she could probably tell us about an older game that's probably around, but, you know, stop being cruel. No, I think, from what I remember in Nexus Way, reading on the bits I've read from the history side, it's going to be pretty darn good, and it's got all sorts of interesting things added into it. But, it's also not exactly... you know, it's not... I don't think it's going to be a revelation. I think it's more going to be an interesting historical thing. I think they've included more of the Mitsumasa Yonai path, and there's all sorts of interesting stuff about him added in. Especially the Japan bit. Boneville Boy, to what extent can politics of various polities in African Horn be seen as a mirror of their colonizers, e.g. Eritrea's totalitarian due to the influence of Italian fascism, and Somaliland is democratic due to the influence of British democratic traditions? I don't think it's necessarily that, but I think there is an argument that you have to remember the British put a lot of effort into the Commonwealth idea, and let's be honest, the Commonwealths work better if people are democratic as an organisation. For the Commonwealth to be possible, you had to get a level of public, political, popular buy-in. And that meant you had to have a method of getting that public, political, popular buy-in.
Although democracy, whilst it's not stable, isn't the right word for it. It is... I'm trying to think how best to phrase this. It tends to have continuity within a degree of instability.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you want a solid trading partner, a democracy is probably better than some sort of autocracy, because when the autocracy has regime change, there is a very, very good chance they will shred everything and not honour any previous agreements.
Yes. And please note just how massive the ships of my compatriots are versus me.
I've got a new 4th rate.
Stop making it, yeah.
As I said, you're in a 6th rate.
I'm just about lower level 5th rate, I think.
Right,
Hang
6, right?
That's not looking for a target.
You, Dr. Clarke?
I've got 32. I've got 36 guns. I'm Pierce of 36 guns. By my count. Because I
Including
have...
swivels.
Yes, okay, 34 guns then. 32 guns, which makes me 5th rate. Just about.
What level are you?
Depends what period.
You taught us too well.
I'd say stop being mean to the good doctor, but no, be meaner.
I'll get my revenge. I'm level 26.
In this life or the next.
On my way to get a conquistador.
In the nicest way. I don't need to worry about this life or the next. I'll get revenge in the next 10 minutes. Fancy a lurking Brethren fleet, which is trying to make it to harbour?
No,
Which we can
We don't
block?
attack pirates in Santa Clara.
Okay. They don't like it.
It's
got
an
a
agreement in
French fleet.
place. Santa Clara's a pirate port.
Yeah.
French or Spanish.
French or Spanish?
Invite, please.
We're going to have to split.
I'm only staying for one battle. I've got volunteering in the morning, so I'm just staying for the one battle to show off my new ship.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you all right waiting for a battle, Petch?
Yeah, I can wait a battle.
You can probably pop into the battle if we put up a flag.
Yes, you could.
I'm on a French fleet, by the way, if you want me to take it. I'll wait for you guys
Yeah,
to get
too
there.
far away from the big ships.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever catch up to you in time, so you end up basically, it's a bit easier to just sit closer to them. The thing is, Lions, they're not as fast as you or I. We can outspeed them.
Question from
They might have the firepower, but we have the ability to get away
Stafford.
when they muck up. Oh,
Question from
Stafford.
Stafford.
Okay. Dan, I'm sort of
Panel
depending on you to keep an eye on keep an eye on the chat and the questions, because you're not playing the game, but you are quite used to answering questions online when we do this on trips.
Oh, cool. 2 secs.
I know.
Panel has dropped back into golden age of piracy. Where do you commandeer your ship, and where do you source your crew from? Personally, I would get a privateer's letter of marque from British government and work from there.
Penzance, please.
Probably the same boat. Letter of marque first.
Spanish patrol, Spanish supply fleet 12 coming from Sisal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
That'll
sitting
be
on
our
its
target.
turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it when it gets close to you.
Let's go.
Oh, lovely.
The wrong way.
As long as Alliance engages with good wind, we'll be fine.
That's why I'm sitting where I am.
I think you've got bad winds. You need to wind behind you. You're in the red from what I
No,
can...
wind is
I'm in the
behind
red,
us.
sorry.
This needs to come in from the side, opposite side to me.
That'll do.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
Let's go.
Into the battle. So
was
yeah,
waiting till I got
it's
closer to
basically
all of you.
Penzance. It's Penzance is where I go, because that's where my family is anyway. So I get just get my family to back me.
Here's a far. A PvE fair.
I'm going to go straight down the middle of them.
Okay.
Oh, cute. I will try not to lead you straight down the middle of them. So if you don't mind, I'm going to bottle off to one side.
And want to split them in half if possible.
Yep. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, mhm. Oh, cute. Da-da-da-da. Just doing a bit of an Africa here.
Which ship we picking on first?
Hmm?
Charging Hercules for me.
Got my best name for it.
Tally ho!
And
Fire in the hole.
let's see, can I distract any to follow me? They should be after me. I should be looking nice and weak on one side.
No. Get out of the way, Alex.
That's what I'm doing. I am getting out the way quickly, but yeah.
You're splitting them up a bit much if you're not careful.
Oh, it's trying to run.
So if anyone want to come and follow me. Thank you. Basically, sometimes in this game, discretion is better castle valor, valor, and when you are so much smaller than them, you want to come in from an angle. So first of all, you try to split them up, and if that doesn't work, you dance around and shoot them from behind.
Yeah, that's one of them. One of them's shooting at my stern.
Well, shoot back then.
How about evading?
For me, I've got them hanging out about 800 yards away, so they can shoot at me all they like, but they're unlikely to hit me.
I got derelict.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone want to negotiate in person with the treasure ship?
And I'll brace it. Ooh, Spanish escorted treasure ship spotted. Tasty time.
Yeah, does anyone want to go? Does anyone want to board? Is what I asked.
Oh.
Two of them.
Negotiate in person is slang for boarding.
I'll come do some boarding if we need to. If it needs to be done.
You're way too low.
Long.
Yeah, but I've got the wind directly behind me.
You might be
That's a
able to
level
board,
my ship wouldn't last a
you'll
minute.
You'll be defeated in 20 seconds.
Should be pretty fun.
We boarding it or not?
No.
Sunk.
Watch your back, Jonathan.
My back's clear.
Basically, this is
Like
actually
this now.
kind of like what a frigate normally does in these sort of battles, is just hang out while the big rated ships fight and just go, is there a frigate for me to fight?
Not this time.
No, they're all too big.
don't know why they keep surrendering to me. I'm just here with cookies.
So of course they're surrendering to you. I would surrender to someone who's giving me cookies. Nice way, I get to stop fighting, get to stop being shot at, and I get cookies.
I am firing the cookies at them, though.
At high speed.
Mm-hmm. It's moving. So, yeah. Bowman Boy. There's a question. What's the most unpleasant area for British soldiers to be posted to in the 1920s British Empire in terms of climate, fighting, or lack of anything to do?
Burma?
There are certain places which were not like to do, and there were certain places which were certainly hardship employment still in the 1920s.
Sudan?
They were not keen on the northern frontier of India still. That was never a fun deployment. And yes, then there's the Sudan, various parts of the Middle East. Middle East was often not liked because they spent most of their time there under the RAF command. And they weren't too keen on the RAF being in command of them.
Understandable.
Aden was known as a punishment station, yeah.
That's a Corone galleon, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite a freaking big boy boat.
That's actually a escorted Spanish treasure ship. So yeah.
Yeah, but the actual class is a Corone galleon, which is like the largest, one of the larger merchant vessels you can get in the game.
So it's one you can really enjoy using, but currently is being annihilated.
It is now abandoned.
Well done.
Yes. Oh, good lord.
Don't forget to dice.
No.
Do you want to claim that?
Yeah, I'll go
Sure.
and pick that one up.
Yeah, let you have it.
Are you going for the treasure galleon?
Lions, you go for the one on the right, I'll go for the one on the left. Rather.
Yeah, you guys go ahead and grab that.
Yeah. Just grab them and go, yay, we've got them. And off we go. And let's go see what else we can get. Oh! For Dan from Stafford, as you said you don't typically get adult juice over 15%, would a bottle of maple flavoured syrup shine at 30% be too strong for you?
Borderline. There have been a few things I have enjoyed that are more like that. As I said, there was a salted caramel vodka. Well, there is a salted caramel vodka that's gorgeous. So...
Here's a hypothetical on that. If it's a sold item, is it actually shine? If you don't make it yourself.
It depends. Does it matter really if it's made in your bathtub or someone else's?
That's how clean the bathtub is.
Mm-hmm. I've seen mine. Mine occasionally has a poodle jump into it and a corgi jump into it to try and decide to have a bath when they're really wet and they really need to get clean. I'd prefer to not have have it made in mine.
Yeah, that'd be rather annoying if you had the moonshine in it at the time.
Oh, the whole batch is ruined. No.
Or can you invite Pack?
I'm not the leader.
I'll see you guys next time.
One second.
Bye.
You are now.
Oh, I am now, am I? Okay. Where is he? There he is. There you go.
The British patrolling fleet is looking very spiffing.
Well, Stafford, that counts then.
So, as a follow-up, would you be willing to supervise Drac for an evening if he gets a similar-sized bottle of 100 proof shine? Yeah.
Yeah. 100 proof is only 50%.
Yeah.
Guess what Woods is.
Wait, that's about even with Screech.
That's nothing to Drac. That is nothing to Drac.
I have some nice whiskey at 58.7%.
Real smooth. Oh yeah.
Single cask sherry barrel.
Mmm.
I'm sure if you like whiskey, that's going to be very nice. I personally can't stand the stuff.
I can't stand some whiskies, but I like this one because this one tastes more like Christmas.
Cool.
So it's got cinnamon taste to it.
No, it tastes like mince pies. Very fruity and rich.
You notice how? Can I just say? I just heard the noise from Dan, which usually means, "Oh, I'm interested in this."
No, I'm not.
I disappeared. I just want to grab myself a drink.
And by contrast, what were the best areas for soldiers to be posted to? Oh, the area they wanted to be posted to was pretty much any. The Caribbean was usually considered a pretty good spot at this point in the 1920s. Very low chance of actual combat, very high chance of getting a suntan and having a lovely time. And Drac would never... Yes, he would. But Drac would be fine, Stafford. Drac has a scarily high tolerance at times for alcohol. And is very self-aware.
Essentially, he's the anti-fleet.
Yes. Who really doesn't have the tolerance of alcohol he believes he has, and really doesn't know what he's taking.
There's a Spanish fleet to the west. I think it's going to go around the corner, so it might be too far away.
Spanish patrolling fleet of 8 coming up towards Santa Clara.
Okay.
There's also a French patrolling fleet nearby. Santa Clara.
Alright, it's the French patrolling fleet I meant. The Spanish one's an elite 6. So
That's first rates.
There we go. Ba-ba-da-ba, ba, ya-ba-ba-dee-da.
Swing round.
It's easy to say. It's a straight line. And, yeah, you know, it's...
Was Hong Kong or Malaya, were they popular places to be sent?
They were quite popular, but you were considered to have to do a bit of a fairly large chunk of work when you were there. Fleet does know a lot. Fleet just doesn't know a lot. Doesn't always know himself. That's the thing I think we realised while we were there. Fleet knows a lot, but doesn't always know himself. Does that make sense?
I think so.
I'm going to port.
I'm going to port.
Go ahead and starboard.
Sorry, I'm going to starboard, actually, because I want to fire to port and make them come at me.
Yep. So I'm going to starboard.
Boosting acceleration.
And I'm basically doing a maneuver there to get out of the rear of others.
As the actress said to the bishop.
Good one. Colin, when do you do your UK tour? Will you restrain Doc and Drac when you reach North Arkansas and Iron Brew Pond? So I think that's for Dan. You know, if we do our UK tour, will you manage to restrain me and Drac from the Iron Brew plant?
No. I mean, that's just suicide trying to do that. I mean, I might as well try and get between you and HMS Warspite suddenly reappeared. She wasn't actually scrapped down in Cornwall. She's just been hiding in the ice for the last 80 years. I might as well try and stop you from that, get you away from that one as well. What's the point?
In nicest way, I'm sure they don't allow me to drink directly from the tap. I probably will try to drink directly from the tap, but they probably won't allow me to.
I'd go out of business if they'd let you try.
I'd ask them who could drink more, me or a lorry.
I just worry that you're going to try and work out how to use that fuel pipeline network got around the UK to get and convert that to iron brew down to Cornwall.
Hey, look, there are some pipes.
Run a small pipe inside.
There are some pipes which are still out there, which are not currently in use, but are still connect up. Now, admittedly, I would have to add in about 30 miles of pipes spread across about 4 different points, no one greater than 8 miles. But I think we could do this.
If only, I don't know, you had a sibling and a best friend who were engineers.
Yeah, that does help, but they're not really the right type of engineers, but they'll do some work. Mainly, I need someone who understands a lot about tubing and piping and the flow of liquids. Someone who, let's say, deals with an intricacies of such a liquid network on a regular basis. Hey, Dan. How you doing?
Keeping my head down.
He's trying not to enable you.
So I'm pretty sure Drac knows about pressure and pipes under civil engineering.
Mm-hmm. Oh, both him and my sister know it. Both him and my sister know it. It's just that Dan is an artist at it. They know it. He's an artist at it.
That frigate is going to go down.
Yeah, I've fallen in behind you. Dr. Clarke, I'd suggest coming back towards our side.
Yeah, he probably will do. But I'm just trying to get one more slam on this one. I'm now at level 27.
Nice.
Yay.
And the wind is shifting direction. Okay, how's that going to affect my... Actually, that's going to help my maneuver. Oh, you were coming to see me! This warship was coming to say hello to me. And,
Arranged to me.
that's nice. That's nice of it. Considering what its current bow's like, that was very kind of someone to send it to me. Whoever arranged this gift for me was very kind of you. Very friendly.
One left. Which is going to go down. There we go.
That's it.
They had
Nice.
accidents.
So what's weird about this
dice
for
time.
me at the moment is I'm not actually watching anything that any of you are doing, and even if I did, I'd probably be out of sync. So
I
This
can
is
stream
just
if you want.
yeah.
Do you want me to stream to Twitch for you?
No, don't.
Sorry,
don't,
not to Twitch, to
No,
Discord.
No. I'm amused. That's all.
I have my game up on mine. Discord
No.
chat, the
It's
YouTube and Twitch. The Twitch is about 15 seconds behind my game.
constant
And
drowsiness.
the YouTube is about 25 seconds behind my game.
Yeah, that's the thing. They'd be out of sync as well. So
Fine.
I'm actually reading stuff anyway, so I'm content.
Constant drowsiness. The game is called Pirates of the Burning Sea, and it's a guilty pleasure. It is the sort of game which you sort of play and you go, oh, I'll play this once and it'll be nice in a retro way, and then you find yourself every week logging in and going, yeah, it's my Saturday night playing, and then there's quite a lot of people in this server who found it taken over even more of their life than me.
If you wanted a better description, it's basically Age of Sail RuneScape.
Mm-hmm.
Because graphically it is there.
Oh, I got a nice royal commission.
Nice.
I mean, the main thing for me is I can distill rum in this game.
If my order is complete in Belize, I'll be able to set up that ironworks.
I've got something for you.
What is that?
Oh,
Something to help whilst we do this.
That one
I
just
shall
blew up.
have a read.
Stafford's got a question.
What are you reading? If anyone's got any questions, let's stick them up. Yeah, I think there's one from Stafford.
Ooh, thank you, Lucy.
Fresh off the production line yesterday.
Just gonna have to bow out for like 5 minutes to let the dog out.
That's fine. Stafford, things kick off in an impressment is reinstated. How long until the Doctor becomes Captain Clarke?
Like he wasn't already.
If things are that bad, we're in trouble.
Oh, I don't need that, Ian. I'm okay.
6 months while he works through lieutenant commander, then captain.
No, my luck, I
Kicked
get
off that badly.
no, my luck, I get stuck in charge of a training school.
You'd be good at it. You could second Leslie.
I once had this conversation with the reserves, and it's basically gone, oh, so if you joined up, you'd want to be intelligence officer, wouldn't you? I went, no. I would want all to do anything like my current my day job. If I was reserves, I'd be amphibious warfare branch. Nowhere near my current day job. As far away from it as I physically can get, would be my motto.
Is it a Spanish patrolling fleet just going over the edge of the peninsula?
Cool.
Tell you what, you got some
French
rum.
French patrolling fleet, looking very tasty today.
There's a French patrolling fleet immediately
East.
off the coast, east of us, north of us.
Yeah, just beyond Santa Clara.
Oh no, I see what he means. He's actually directly in front of us.
If you look where I am, I'm heading to the patrolling fleet of 8 French.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I swung right round. You're going the wrong way, Dr. Clarke.
I'm heading towards the patrolling fleet of 8. There's just another one.
So
it's just, you found one there. I was heading up the. I had managed to spot one further up the coast, which I was heading towards. I'm coming.
Yeah, we just found one which was closer.
Yes, yours ones are coming in from when I go. Yeah.
You're going the wrong way, Dr. Clarke. Heading towards the patrolling fleet of 8.
No, it's in that. You're heading.
You found one there. I was heading up the. I had managed to spot one further up the coast.
Steve, you're bleeding through.
Yes, yours wasn't coming in from when I go. Yeah.
Everybody, I was about to ask where you all were.
And you found us.
Santa Clara.
Santa Clara. Oh, Michael Cooch has got a question as well. I'll just quickly copy that in.
Already done that.
It's actually here on my headset. I don't know why.
It says you can't hear on your headset.
I can't hear on my headset.
Is it server deafened?
Brilliant. Why is my headset?
Yeah, your server deafened.
Oh.
Your headset is server deafened. For some reason, obviously, went and tried to do server mute on you, and they press server deafen. I'm guessing.
Alex, my headset's deafened, so I can't hear you.
It's not been deafened anymore.
No, I was about to ask where you all were, and then I saw the map because you were out in the battle, and I could see where you were. So if I join POBs, I can play.
Very good. While you're doing that, let's see. Michael Cooch, you can take a full set of drawings, plans for any one invention or device and explain it. Take it to the DNC in 1913. What do you take and why? Radar. Fire control. Radar.
Yeah, radar.
Can they even make the displays to read radar? Even the old school sine wave display?
Radar? Yeah, it would work.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, if you take radar, then in nicest way, especially to the Royal Navy, then the Battle of Jutland, the Germans never get away.
Oops.
The Trafalgar.
Oh, the maps on the Jellicoe had the QEs, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, that was a BT.
Are the masts on the QE?
By the night battle, Jellicoe has the QEs with him.
Oh yeah, he does.
Well, actually, my question is is the range close enough for Grand Fleet, not Battlecruiser Force, that if you took and you mounted radar on the ships with the tallest masts, they could see the High Seas Fleet?
Yes. Easily.
Are they close enough to do that?
Yes.
So if they start Jutland with even a basic sine wave radar set, That could be ugly. Because if nothing else, they'll always know where Beatty is.
Yes.
Which would help a lot to begin with.
And then when contacts start disappearing, you'll know that his battle cruisers have started exploding.
Have fun!
Oh, yeah.
For the record, that was me saluting the oncoming.
The oncoming night shift? Oh, this is a question for Dr. Dan.
Oh.
Is Dr. Dan this is from Stafford. It's transported back to 1692. Is he even considered a witch or a maid, the head of Medical Institute of London?
Both. Definitely both.
Probably a warlock.
Get male witches.
Thank you for picking that up, Lions.
Yeah, I'd definitely be both.
I'll happily do questions at the same time. Let's play.
Oh, are you coming to me, French warship? That's not what I was hoping for, but I will deal with your bow. Because I am an equal opportunities attacker. And also, if I do this, so that you are in my stern chasers the whole time. Da-da-da-da.
Nice shooting.
Yeah, I kind of needed that one gone.
Oh, you're trying to do... You are a very cheeky lady, aren't you? This warship is. Very cheeky lady.
Accident.
So, Dan, why do you think you end up as both a witch and the head of a medical institute?
Because I will be saying completely weird things like, no, wash your hands and clean your surgical instruments. Do not apply leeches. And things like that. Stop giving people mercury.
But how else do you cure venereal disease without mercury?
So I'm going to get this mouldy bread and work on that. But at the same time, I will be right, and so I will also be lauded. So that's the great difficulty I will have. So I'll be more like John Dee from about a century before.
Yeah, sorry, I was waylaid by night shift.
They were telling you how well they're going to do tonight?
No, I was telling them, crap, I can't say that here. How frigated up is frigated up.
How bad did they do last night?
This time it's actually not night shift so much. It's engineering. And, not exactly listening, thinking that they are the ultimate subject matter experts on the work that they had to hire somebody else to do.
Yes, that sounds...
Dr. Clarke,
they...
Why don't you come and give me a hand with this frigate?
Come on.
I need it.
The only reason that my boots are the only outermost layer of my personage that is not soaked right now is because my boots are waterproof. Oh. Ow. Oh.
You're supposed to be waterproof as well, Rudolph.
Unfortunately, I am not waterproof.
Yes, you are.
Everything can be everything once.
Given that the fact that a human body left in water for an extended period of time will begin to drink the water and become bloated, I challenge the assertion that I am waterproof.
You're at least water resistant.
I'm sitting on chat. Oh, I think. Where's chat? Oh, there's chat. Good. Hi, chat.
Now, you're
But
apparently
yes,
causing fun.
engineering decided that we didn't need to remove certain sections of this cable tray in order to appropriately rig pulleys and sheaves and all sorts of fun things that helps wire go around corners in a prescribed and
Why
correct
the
manner.
frigate not? Because surely trying to make it go round something which is already there is just going to make it more difficult than just taking away and doing new one. Was it, this will in theory save money?
Yeah, probably. But now we've destroyed a piece of tray that was installed in the 70s.
Yeah.
Everybody dies.
So
There's still one ship left.
Yeah, there's one ship left.
Dice, just waiting to
It's
do
still
that.
dice. Doesn't matter whether you pick the ship up or not.
Oh boy, I've hit 10 knots.
Oh, there's still a live ship out there.
Yeah, we haven't killed it. Yeah, you dot us a dice. There's still a live warship. We're still engaging. The frigates are still engaging.
My apologies.
The one that ran off with me.
I did tell.
If someone hit its blooming stern, it'll collapse.
Oh, he's coming towards me. Oh, good, he died before then.
Oh, good.
That's a better fate than getting to me.
I couldn't get his stern because somebody kept attracting him away from me, and I had to keep going round and round in the worst wind conditions.
I can't help it, but I'm just an attractive personality.
It was like bloody frigate.
You'll get a kick. You'll get a kick out of these two things. One of the two night shift guys I talked to, I said,
so now we can dice
lube on it. And, actually, apply lubrication to the wire as they pull it in. And nobody knows who was in charge of lubricating the first wire they pulled in.
Oh.
Who was in charge of lubricating the second wire, though?
We haven't started the second wire yet.
Okay, so they lubricated the first wire yet?
Yes, because day shift has done 95% of the pulling on that one.
So they just have to do the last 5%?
Yes-ish.
You know they're going to bog it up. In a nice way, it's night shift. You know they're going to bog it up.
They have to do the last 1/8 of it.
Reference to Carrot 1151's comments above. How soon until the Doctor has a private soda fountain in office so you can have a proper supply of 1901 iron brew? That is one of my desires for the kitchen section on this office. I realise I will have to get other things as well to deal with the fact that my friends will come and visit. So I will have to have a iron brew fountain, a an instant hot water tap for Dan, so he can make as much tea as he wants.
Yay!
And I'm still working out what I need for Dan C to keep him happy when he comes to visit.
Just from the group, there is a French patrolling fleet near Santa Clara.
I have to go into Sizewell and empty my hold because I'm full.
I have to go to Belize and do much similar.
I know that your
I'll be back with you.
I know that your pancreas will be studied by the Emperor for inclusion into the Astartes program, genetic modifications.
Yeah, but my ability to not need to sleep for days on end, yes.
But I am mildly concerned about the thought of your calories in, calories out balance if you have iron brew on tap close to hand.
Well, in my defense, I will also have a exercise bar that I can do pull-ups and various other exercises on, and I will have my exercise bike and my, well, possibly a treadmill as well in here. So, it'll balance out.
It'll balance out, yeah.
I don't put it beyond you to fill your water bottle with iron brew as you're going for a brisk jog.
You've been to the gym with me, then.
Where are you going to put the books?
They'll be around here as well. Remember, I've got about 2/3 of the space hasn't been used, and then we're also pushing stuff out into there for the kitchen, so it's going to be okay. But you must remember, I was once on a very interesting march with some Royal Marines as a part of a thing of seeing me keep up. They're all drinking water, and I'd been told to grab some bottles before I came, so I of course did grab some bottles. I had 4 bottles of iron brew with me.
Concerned to ask this, but what is the energy drink of choice for His Majesty's Royal Marine?
In the nicest way, I once watched a commando down 12 cans of Monster, 3 cans of Red Bull, 3 bottles of iron brew, and a cup of tea before saying, "Right, let's go."
That's just a stiffener. That'll be fine.
Why does it just sound like a USMC Marine?
No, that was a Royal Marine.
No, if it was a United States Marine, it would be Rippets.
He wouldn't have finished it off with a cup of tea.
True.
Yeah.
No, it's crayons.
But they were sitting with me. I was sitting there going, "That's enough sugar and caffeine to kill an elephant."
Or at least give it diabetes.
No,
and yet,
Dan.
I bet
12 cans of Monster, 3 cans of Red Bull, 3 bottles of iron brew, or was it 6? 3 bottles of iron brew, and a cup of tea chaser. With 6 sugars.
6 sugars.
Somebody needs to study that man's pancreas.
I mean, I've done 4 on black coffee before, but that's a bit much.
And I'd love to say he was alone in that, but
coffee.
in the nicest way, the amount of cans of Monster that unit went through was quite disturbing.
So what would you say?
In their defence, though, they decided that my bill in iron brew was cheap, so I didn't have to pay it.
So
that works.
I'm going to ask though, what is the more dangerous thing to deprive the armed forces of today of coffee or the variety of energy drink?
I think for the enlisted or other ranks, it's probably going to be the energy drinks. For the officers, coffee. For the senior NCOs, coffee.
I'm not, of course, suggesting you deprive any armed forces of their high concentration caffeine supply.
You're talking to somebody who had to post out
Westwood Salia? The big
Afghanistan.
cans. The big cans. Yeah, but to be fair, that's for your friend's Royal Navy, so of course it's Diet Coke. And you know, of course it's Diet Coke.
What is this about the Royal Navy and Diet Coke?
Okay, let's put it this way: in 90% of the time, you can work out which section they're from in the Royal Navy by what soft drink they order. If they order Diet Coke, they're usually medical branch or they're aircrew. If they order full fat Coke, they're one of the engineering teams. If they order Monster, they're weapons.
Why are we making the weapons guys the twitchiest?
They're naturally twitchy. It doesn't affect them. It's kind of like me and Iron Brew. I'm naturally awake anyway, so the caffeine and sugar have virtually no effect on me. So I literally am one of the few people who drinks Iron Brew because I like the flavour.
Why are we putting ADHD crew members on weapons?
Because they are incredibly focused when they are interested in something. and yet they have a level of anon focus, which means they tend to spot what's going on elsewhere.
And have the ability to rip the out of anybody when they feel like it.
Potato.
And it's like the it's
Too young to feel this cold.
It's,
I wish to file a complaint or a warranty claim.
Yeah, it's like if I don't.
I look like I got dragged through the mud and I'm walking into the grocery store. Oops.
Do you have money?
Yes.
Then they won't mind.
I have a lot of money.
Then they're not going to mind.
They don't care then.
I am making in a week what I used to make in a month.
Nice.
And I'm getting PTO on top of that.
Nice. Which I know is rare in the US.
No, actually, for full-time salary employees, PTO is standard. You get about 2 weeks a year.
Yeah.
It's actually when I went union, that's actually the first job I've had that was full-time that did not give me PTO because it wasn't in our contract.
You only get 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's considered standard. Anything more than that is, ooh, fancy. Or you've got a lot of time and grade. Yeah. We can't all be as civilized as you European pukes.
I used to get 5 weeks and 10 days.
I
think I get 6 weeks.
I get 30 days plus 14 public holidays plus 12 flexi days plus 5 care days.
You can't see it right now, all y'all, but I'm giving you a minimalistic salute.
Oh, and I also work 35-hour weeks.
Why are you like this? You could be any other way.
That salute has become even more minimalistic.
Oh, it could be worse.
Somebody give me a fleet invite, please.
Once we've decided how we're going to split the fleet up, because there are 7 of us now, rather than, and you can only have 6 maximum. So it'd be fairer to split us up so that the lower people get the most points, whereas it doesn't matter so much for some of the bigger players or the 50s.
Yeah, look out for the little guys.
We do.
Do you, though? Do you really? Ooh, makeup sponges.
There's a lot of free ammo in Belize right now.
Yeah,
there is a lot of free ammo.
I filled the warehouse. I ran out of space. I had to overflow in tomorrow.
I said, do we almost need a warehouse that is just for ammo?
The thing is, I think the
That sounds
societal
like
warehouses have no capacity limit.
That sounds like a personal problem. I'm too young to feel this old. Doo-dee-doo-da-dee.
Yeah,
I think I know a dragon that would disagree with you.
Are you still in Belize?
Yeah, I'm just leaving it now.
Before you leave, would you pick up a ace of bronze shot for me, please?
Oh yeah.
I'll wait back there. I'll grab it for you.
I've got it. No, I know. I'll bring you a
I'll-
couple of cases of brown.
One case is enough.
I've picked up 100 for everyone, so I can supply everyone when I get back because it was just easier to just quickly grab the hundreds.
Got 20,000.
Yeah, that's what I meant by a case. That's 1,000. You see.
I think that's about 10,000.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
10,000 per stack of 100 crates.
The
Oh.
the main turbine service crane where I'm currently working.
Oh, there's questions coming.
Yeah, that can lift an interwar cruiser if you believe the weight rating stenciled onto it.
That would be cool to see.
I'm not quite certain how exactly you get that much weight up that high, but it said 20,000 tons.
That's a lot
Which-
of weight.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably closer to 20,000 pounds, but meh, what do I know?
So you want to
Dr.
lift
Clarke,
a
when you,
pre-dreadnought.
this is a question from Knight. When you finally expend all the 10 remaining pre-prepared questions tomorrow, what iron brew will you crack open? I'll crack open a can of 1901. Just to
Wait,
celebrate.
we've actually chewed through the consistently at 120 questions list that Knight has had for like 2 years.
Yep.
Jiminy Christmas.
We have basically obliterated Knight's list.
This is the entire reason for the Historiophons.
Okay. I see.
Not only has Knight got through all his questions, he's also been putting in at least double the supplemental questions, the numbered questions.
And, Runon, there's a question directly to you from Stafford.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's a good one.
Oh, no.
It's how much plastic crack, Warhammer, are you buying with your extra income? And would it just be better to open a store, see how as much as you want?
I will neither confirm nor deny that I may have spent $500, not last night, but the night prior, on the 2 of the Battle Force boxes for this year.
The Battle Force box.
Where's the foil? I need the aluminum foil so I can wear a tinfoil hat and join the conspiracy nuts.
Did you say an
You don't-
aluminium foil?
Come on, you know you're wrong.
Oh, yeah.
We'll convert him when he gets over here.
Yeah, shall we
Alright,
Oh.
Gotta teach some Celsius too.
Steve,
No,
would you
it's
like to
Kelvin.
a ship, by the way?
It's Kelvin.
And Kelvin.
It's Kelvin.
And Kelvin.
Yeah, we use Kelvin now, We're proper.
Kelvin? That's temperature.
Yes, rather
Are
than
you
Celsius
telling
or Fahrenheit.
Why are you...
Are you telling me that the UK has gone from a, at least it makes sense in the fact that it's been around forever, but doesn't make any sense if you're a human being, temperature scale to the only nerds use this temperature scale?
Yes.
Yes.
Think about it. Which one is named for a British person?
That's not a reason to just do something like that.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Not.
Very good reason.
Great reason.
Okay,
Emotion
how
is
are we going to split ourselves up? Now that there are 7 of us, of which there are 1, 2, 3 50s,
Would the easy
a
option be that one of
45, a 27, and
a 40?
no, I'm not sure. I was trying to see what
Douglas is 40.
No, I was trying to see what.
23.
Except I can't click on him.
Please note, I was just about to type something into the Discord, and I pressed the spacebar, and I realised I hadn't clicked out properly. So now I am apparently engaging a pirate quickly solo. It is only a small one, so it's fine. It won't take me long. It's only it's a cutthroat 11. So yeah. But I just thought I'd tell you that this is I made a boo boo.
Yeah. So.
Oh.
So Steve's 23.
Why not?
Alex is 27.
Thank you.
Douglas is
40.
40.
I'm about to swap my Athena for a conquistador.
Very good. So
okay.
Can I make a suggestion? If one of the 50s dropped out of the group, and then we sent a flare up and they joined, they wouldn't have the trouble of not getting the XP, but could still help.
We don't need the XP.
Yeah.
That's why I said if one of you guys dropped out.
Yeah.
What I was going to suggest.
Drop me out and put the other person in and use a flare to get me in.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do.
The other thing is, would
I don't
Steve
mind
like
if I
a
don't
better
do it,
ship?
because I can always put the person.
I think I'm going to take a leaf out of Foxo's book, but instead of the French, I'm just going to be engineers. Drac is the only one that escapes. And Dr. Clarke engineering. Yes, I know. Ironically, they were the ones that caused us so much trouble today.
What did the civil engineers do?
Refused to provide night shift engineering support, and we need civil engineers to tell the rigging guys that they can rig things the way that we want them to rig things, and not the way that the project managers want us to rig things.
Who
Because
forgot?
apparently they.
Who forgot to include overtime budget in a civil engineering allowance?
I don't know, but there's been no civil engineering support or structural engineer support signed to this contract for night shift.
Stafford has now developed an ultimate scale, which is the Nelson scale, which measures how many mistresses you can have. And apparently it's the measure of male. It's apparently the measure of male attractiveness. And Knight has a question, which is what is to blame for RFA August being in the state she is? Age.
Whoa. Yeah, sorry. The statement made by Stafford just helps underwrite any questions about my sexuality. So I guess thank you for that. Because, I'm looking at that why would you want to have flings and one-night stands and mistresses?
I presume it's the reference to the fact that my physics master used to say the measurement of a female beauty was in Helen unit, because Helen was the lady who launched 1,000 ships, so therefore it made sense on all the physics scales were multiples of 1,000, that therefore now female beauty was measured in Helens, and that you basically were rating one by how many ships would be launched to go and recover her should she be lost.
Spanish patrolling fleet coming up against me now. I'm engaging.
Okay, again. Oh god, I can get into it. I was close enough. I just was also putting letters into Discord again.
It's okay, don't worry.
So yes, yeah.
Hey, me.
And I'm going to send a flare up for.
Can you quickly do something on it before you come back?
What do you want?
I did buy mustard.
Can you grab a Postilion frigate out the company warehouse?
I'll grab
and some upgrades for Steve.
A Postilion? Alright, that's
yeah.
fine.
And some upgrades for it.
Is that medium?
Yeah, it's the level 20.
Fair enough. Give me a second. I need to do some stuff.
You get in, Leslie.
Leslie?
Yeah, I should be able to I can see it.
I've got lions.
I've got to get a little bit closer.
I'm going to head to
One of the
bed.
stupid things
Go on, Dan. Enjoy.
Have a good one, Dan.
Catch you all later.
Have a nice
Good night,
night.
Dan.
I am just
I
going
was
to
facing
use.
the wrong way, so
I'm just
I have to
using
go all the way around.
lions as a shippy shield.
It's a yield. It's a yield on a traffic circle. You do not stop at a yield in an empty traffic circle. Kill people.
I need to get out of here because I'm in the way of everyone.
It's still illegal to harvest idiots, right?
It's not considered appropriate acts of humanity. No. Yes. Leslie has arrived.
Can we
reach
out
right
to the Hague?
What is that? Is that ship just committing suicide?
Yes.
Obviously, you know.
Did she
I
just?
told him I have cookies. Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, in the nicest way he will be. At that point, and you might have cookies, but there's no cookies which will make me get that close to me.
Sorry,
I couldn't deliver them fast enough.
He was in the way.
They thought, oh, I'll grab that little fourth rate. Yeah, friends.
How are they missing at this range? That's just absurd.
I can't help it. It's trying to dismass these guys with my limited number of
Leslie,
guns.
Alexander, turning, no bow.
Oh, yes.
Hello.
Yeah, this one in here. Basically, if we can pummel him.
Also,
his
point of
bows.
order. Boxo is far and away the one who says that I am ancient and just merely dust. I just haven't realized it. Dragon is usually
You're breaking up, Brennan.
except when he talks about
How is this ship still alive when its bow is as bad as the condition as that?
Because it's still got structure.
Oh.
Okay. I do not want to be here, but if I'm going to be here, I'm going to be loud about it. So.
Oh, my ship has abandoned.
How am I missing at this range? I'm literally right on top of them. And why am I...
Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah,
It'd be your swivel guns.
Yes.
You just move, Alex.
Huh?
Alex, just move out the way. Oh.
I was... Yeah, he's already gone.
It is ridiculous, and I had a full broadside waiting.
I know. Sorry, I was trying to pull it out of the way as quick as I
Anyway,
could.
I've just hit the other one at the far end. Just wait.
That one's gone
Here's
now.
a question for you.
Yes?
What's the smallest ship from mid-World War II, to include things otherwise called boats, that you could pull back to the Napoleonic age of sail and cause significant problems for its opponents?
A gunboat.
Oh, there are lots of small sailing vessels still in naval service and stuff, in various things. There are even some sailing vessels which were actually used by the Germans and Italians in the Mediterranean for evacuation stuff. So, yeah, there are sailing ships still active in World War II.
Applies to everyone.
That's everyone. That's good. Okay, Colin says, "What is a traffic circle?" I'm presuming it's a version of a roundabout.
That would be my assumption.
Yes, it is.
Have you diced, Alex?
Does nobody else call them traffic circles?
No, we call them roundabouts.
No,
we call it roundabout. Yeah, it's called a roundabout.
It's a circle.
You go roundabout.
Because you go, yeah.
And it's a circle that traffic goes into.
No.
All these squares make a circle.
No, it could be a hexagon, octagon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there are lots of, what is the blame for RFA August being this age she is in? That is her age. And then Eddie Rudolph, would a PMC operating its own craft? Would a PMC operating its own craft as security forces to protect ships from pirates count as privateer or something else? They would count probably as a vessel of mark. And if they're not engaging in capturing enemy trade, they're not a privateer, so they'd be a commissioned vessel of mark, an escort.
Wait for Alex.
Who's gone into fucking what? I mean, who's gone into what?
Can private companies commission armed warships?
If they have
a
vessels?
Somebody.
Huh? What, Paul?
We're in a
I need
battle
a flare to
somewhere,
get in.
and
Behind you.
I was too far away, so I need a flare, please.
Done.
Thank you.
And
Immediately in front of you.
I know. I'm trying to zoom in on it and then click on it. I know exactly where it is. I'm just trying to.
Don't move. Don't move until everyone gets in.
Don't move.
Does that start for battle?
That could have been very bad. I almost rolled my ankle, and I think by almost, I mean I lightly rolled my ankle.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, Poseidon.
Dr. Clarke, when you get in, or that was actually Steve, don't touch your controls until everyone's in.
Oh, that's good.
We're on the port side.
Thank you. I think I just shot through Dr. Clarke.
Yeah. Basically, I just hugged you so you'd fire over me. Okay, it worked. So PMC, yeah, it works. It's a methodology I've learned. If you're a smaller ship and you hug the larger ship close enough, it can fire over you. It shouldn't work, but it does. Okay, Runon. Because it's fun and being single at 36 mil, nothing but... No.
What?
No, I'm not reading that one.
Someone like
that. In this way, there are enough redheads in my family that will get me into trouble, so I'm not reading that out loud, Stafford. I'm not. I like my limbs where they are, preferably attached to my anatomy.
that is a benefit when they're attached.
Yeah.
You're so picky, Doc.
They are more useful.
Back in my day, we were never so picky.
Back in his day, limbs were optional.
We had one pseudopod, and we were happy with it. I am disgusting.
Did you say you had one piece of pie and you were happy with it? Why would you only be happy with one piece of pie?
That's
said pseudopod. You deaf limey?
No,
Back in Runon's day, health and safety was an optional extra.
It's you mumble and your words go together. It's hard to pick them out.
I do not mumble. When I mumble, I talk like this. That's what I'm mumbling, yes.
No, that's when you grumble. You normally just mumble. Yeah. That's what you do. That's the grumbling you do when Foxo is reminding you your age.
Yeah.
And Dr. Dan is generally looking elsewhere and pretending not to be older than you.
He's not.
You realize I'm like one of the youngest people in this voice call right now, right?
No.
No.
You don't sound it.
I refuse to believe that I'm young. Or old.
In nice way, I'm fairly sure Paul is, certain he's younger than you are.
Yes.
I hate
so much. 25.
Yeah.
25.
I thought you were 24, Paul.
I've always felt like I was 25.
He had his birthday the other week.
Ever since I was 25, I felt like I've been 25.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I hate you all so much right now.
I
think I am youngest in school.
That you choose to be.
If Foxo isn't here, you're probably okay.
The fact that I act like a 22-year-old most of the time has probably got nothing to do with the matter.
I don't know why they keep sailing at us.
Hate you all. Hate you all. Hate you all.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. We have cookies.
Hand them over.
Oh, you just gotta go north. I'll give
right here next to me. All you gotta do is contact them.
You just gotta cross your northern border, and I'll give you some. I'm right on the river.
Oh, library's not
Yeah,
a
so
derogatory term. It's
assuming the
yeah.
I had a
state
today.
Term of endearment when it comes from
assuming,
I had
assuming the state
in,
assuming the State Department doesn't make good on their threats to revoke my passport, sure, I'll go back up to Canada. What's the worst that could happen? I piss off another pavement princess truck because you don't have markings on your roads?
We do.
Canada does have markings on the road. It's just that drivers don't take any notice of them. I say this as someone who's driven in Canada.
We can't see them half the time. We can't see them
Listen,
half the time.
Look, in the nicest way, the fact that most of you are shorter than your dashboards and so can't see over your steering wheel is not the fault of anyone else other than you driving cars which are 4 times the size you need for your body, or rather not buying a booster seat. The amount of
I'd like to see
the amount of people in Canada we drove past, and it was basically just, where is the driver? Oh, good God, they're about their eyesight is level with the steering wheel.
I actually have the opposite issue where I'm literally like clown carring it basically.
This is
I
why
would like to see the Edison factory one day, or site, plant, whatever they're calling it. Is it a factory yet?
We're making you
Edison
feel like an
Motors.
old fella.
It's on BC.
Drive round you should drive round Llandudno sometime, Alex. You'll be surprised at the little old ladies who are looking through the steering wheel.
Yes.
It's scary.
Yeah. See the column shift.
The thing is, this wasn't little old ladies. This was people our age. We were looking at them and going, why? We decided Hamilton, Ontario was also the home of the shortest people in Canada. We did decide that quite quickly. We decided the average height there was very, very tiny.
There's not a lot of tall people in Hamilton. There's not a lot of tall people there.
Yes, there is.
Dwarven stock.
It was.
You gotta go more north.
Very short.
People in Hamilton who are I know 2 people in Hamilton who are over 6'11".
So they've taken all the height off everyone else.
Yeah,
I stayed. I stayed in well.
I have a couple of questions coming from Ramal. Why did the USN have multiple different destroyer classes prior to the Fletcher class in the interwar period? Do you think it's for funding from Congress? No, it's more them doing iterative design process and testing out what they want and then building a class, and then it's easier to explain there's differences between the two classes by claiming they're a different class than just calling them the same class of destroyer, even though they are very similar.
We can dice.
Oh, we can dice.
We can dice if you want to. We can leave your dice behind. But if your dice don't dice, and if they don't dice,
I've got no loot to be sold.
I think Runon would like poker.
I have no booty right now.
I have several. I have several Weird Al albums.
Stafford says his mum is around 5 foot tall and she drives a mid-size SUV. He should be offended right now, but he can't stop laughing. They'd be these ginormous trucks, massive trucks, and you see this person just going, "I can see through the wheel." Please.
It's like we don't have call-in shift anymore, people. Stop looking through the steering wheel.
Then that was the joke in Canada was they drive using the Force. In Japan, it was
in the winter.
A subsidiary. It's a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, whichever thing was. In Japan, in Canada, it was they drive with the Force. Because then, for goodness sake, they can't see.
One hand on the wheel, one hand on the road.
Hey, Doc, would you like to know something that you might find mildly concerning?
Yeah.
Three of the large transformers where I'm working are made by Mitsubishi.
That doesn't surprise me. Phil Williams, most of the old ladies in East Cornwall drive like Exocet pilots. Oh, so you've met my mother on the road.
Exocet pilots.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm in Sizer, by the way.
She has
also, Doc, with that.
My mum drives a V70, and as of yet, I'm still not sure she knows where the brakes are.
Doc, with that statement, are you sure that you're going to be breathing tomorrow?
Oh, I'll be fine. Remember, she's the one who taught me to drive.
Steve, I'm in Sizer right now with your postilion.
Almost got a question.
Oh, there's an elite Spanish fleet going past of 8.
No.
You will die.
French patrolling fleet of 8.
Well, I guess that it's better than a mediocre Spanish fleet.
Do you want the Spanish fleet? So the French fleet?
Yeah.
Spanish patrolling fleet over there. There's Cortez pirates there. And I'm on the ocean blue, just sailing through. Yeah. So, Ramal, question 3. In the Battle of Cape Esperance, why did Admiral Scott choose the ship without adequate surface search radar, San Francisco, instead of the ones with surface search radar? Do you think the US got lucky? Well, Ramal, I think in that scenario, it was more a case of he chose the ship which actually had the command space for his staff. And that's the problem. You've got an officer in that situation going, well, technically, I need to be in charge of him, and I need a staff, and I need a staff to fit there. So, what am I going to do? What's my option, basically?
Obviously, you set up folding chairs and tables on the turret tops, and that's where your staff work.
Yeah, put your tent on top of the
It's basically a case of, it's when you look at the Royal Navy, when they're doing the upgrades of putting the radar on ships, ships which usually get the better radars first. The ships which are most likely to be on picket duty, i.e. outside of the task group, and the ships which are the command ships. Which is why the Royal Navy's carriers throughout World War II seem to always be on first dibs of getting radar upgrade, including surface search. The other advantage, of course, the carriers had was they were the tallest ships in the fleet. So your radar was mounted the highest up and therefore had the furthest horizon.
Steve, I suggest you go to Size or some other place and get that Postilion built.
I need to pop into a port, don't I?
Yeah. I also have one more modification to give you, but I couldn't give it to you because your actual ship is filled with the brim.
I'm trying to remember which one of these ships is Paul, so I can give him his cannon ball.
The dark blue, first rate.
One which says
Dexter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dexter Gilthorpe over it.
I thought so.
They set up your you new frigate first.
Now, where's the trade button?
You have to right click over somebody.
Someone released the queue on
There you go.
Twitch to get Minecraft Watch's comment.
Yeah, give me a minute. Or not.
Not storage, is it?
Yeah, I'll do it now.
Dr. Clarke. Dr. Clarke.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not from...
Thomas, look, in the nicest way, if you want to be very, very careful very, very cautious in Cornwall, in East Cornwall, you do not get in the way of the little old lady drivers. The older lady drivers when they're going from their shops, because they will be going by a direct route from A to B, and that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter whether it's over country, over road, or over you. They are getting from A to B by as direct and as quick a quicker route as they can. If you're in West Cornwall, you must have to remember they are a missile what launches. So you cannot even work out where they're going to get out their way, because they're not even sure which way they're going. They're just going as they feel like.
Pretty much have to levitate there.
You good, Steve?
Spanish patrolling fleet on its way along the coast to us.
I can't seem to get this in. How many ships are you allowed in your dockyard, folks?
How many ships have you got?
I've got the 4-boat schooner and I've got my cutter.
You're gonna have to get rid of one.
You have to get
Sell
rid
the
of one.
car.
So what do I need to do?
Sell the cutter.
Sell the cutter. Oh God, how do I sell it?
Right click.
Should say
click.
skull.
Okay.
Take everything off it.
Take everything off it.
All the general stuff basically off of it.
Take everything out of your hold.
Right. Okay. I'll have to go to the shop and sell
Take
stuff
all
then,
your
won't
general weapons off it.
Yeah.
Discard all the other weapons off it. Then you should be able to put it into your ship storage in
Port Royal.
Port Royal.
Just selling all the goldy stuff.
Right. While they're sorting those out, the hypothetical battle group that I count. Here's the hypothetical battle group that I count down. I was speaking with friends about 4 favorite World of Warships ships. This is from YouTube Microwatcher. The lead ships will be USS Alaska and the IJN Azuma. 4 destroyers, gearings, and 2 Crown Colonies class with the 4 turrets. It's a pretty interestingly balanced group. I wouldn't want to fight it on surface action unless I had something significantly more capable on my side, but you could go for it. Which guided anti-ship missile is more effective and accurate, the Fritz X or the Uka? Probably the Fritz X, because the Uka doesn't really count because it's guided by the person sitting inside it. And what's the thought process of USN destroyers, leaders like the Porter and the Summoners class? Do you think the US is the only country that are deployed destroyer leaders? No, lots of nations had destroyer leaders. They had all sorts of interesting things. The reason they had only single-purpose guns was because, frankly, they didn't need more than that. And at the time, because they were working with other things, but it worked. It was fine for their age. But lots of nations have destroyer leaders. The American destroyer leader process was basically, we want something to lead our destroyers. The Royal Navy's destroyer leader purpose was, we want something that will go and pretend to be a cruiser. The Japanese destroyer leader focus was, we want something which is a torpedo farm that is going to make people wish that they were submarines when they're fighting us. Right, where are we off to? Oh, hello. I do not like to be in the front line for long, so I'm going to rabbit along at high speed and try and get out of here.
Behind me if you want.
As you do.
Yeah. Because these ships are a bit big.
I'm now watching a video where somebody, in their subtitles, instead of using profanity, is using the names of political personages. And I kind of dig it.
I saw someone the other day doing something similar, but using named angels as their swear words, and I was their emphasis points instead of swear words, and I was sort of going, that's both a lot of effort and possibly sacrilegious. And considering you seem to be wearing a cross unironically, I'm not sure you've got the right idea.
Also, in case you didn't know this, a new Stargate show has been approved.
I know.
Yes, and it has the original writers.
Yes.
Yes. It has a lot of the original team on in advisory roles.
I just hope Amazon doesn't pull the strings on them behind their back.
Hello.
The original writer, one of them was the Richard Dean Anderson. So
yeah, there's enough people involved who are how do I put this politely, fairly big in terms of their name and shaping. Hello.
Food, actually.
Yes, I think
Brad Wright is there, so I would hope.
No, Zebedee, no.
Zebedee, no. You cannot have. That's not food.
No, bad. What was it?
My toes are not food.
It wasn't after toes. It was something else. It was, but I'm trying to get it somewhere. I reckon you got food on the floor.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Sorry. Corky thought I was between him and food.
I thought your sister was very controlled in.
Yeah.
Doc, do I have permission to inflict significant psychic damage on you this evening?
You regularly do, so don't worry. I'm glad I was sailing quite far away at the time, because whilst I was having no control over my ship at all, people were just blasting me and missing me.
A headline has come across my screen which reads, "Fact checked. Is Mamdani, the recently elected mayor of New York City, introducing Arabic numerals to New York City schools?"
that hurts my brain.
If they have,
I want to die.
If they're teaching them maths, then there's already Arabic numerals in there, because most numbers we do you say have 0.
Yes, but I.
Why do we have to be assimilated by the cultures that are entering our countries?
I'm going to hurt you.
So the trouble is, America uses English, which is the biggest mugging language in the world, which is literally robbed of pretty much every single language of things which are useful. So this is the problem for I find sometimes a lot where people go, oh, this is coming in a language. I go, when was it introduced in the language? Oh, it must be recent. No, we're talking about 400, 500 years ago. I'm sorry, English has been mugging people for a lot longer than you have been alive. Get over it. Your language does this.
That's fine.
It is the language which likes to take alpha languages down the back dark alleys and beat them up.
That's Lion's gone up another level.
With such interesting words as bungalow.
Bungalow.
Yeah, which is considered a quintessential English word, apart from it comes from India.
Yeah, yep. Brought back from the Raj.
Honestly, I am running an XP booster right now.
Good.
Steve, have you sorted out your thingy?
Hello. How are you coming? Oh, good luck, hello.
Is it under there?
I think it might also be in the shadow of my feet in there.
Oh.
Yeah, it might have been there. Because there's not a lot of food down here. Nice way I kind of hoovered up my Subway. Have you had your Subway?
No, I've upset stomach, so I'm not going to have it let tomorrow.
The reason you might have an upset stomach is you haven't eaten.
Cold. Snow.
Everyone diced, by the way.
Okay.
What are you having issues with, Steve?
How are we doing?
We're doing fine. I'm worried about you, sis. Don't worry, we'll sort it out.
No, I've got enough problems.
You could microwave it if she wants it hot.
No. I could stick it in the air fryer for her for a few minutes, but she wouldn't. It's just. Yeah. She's in a.
You see.
She's got. She's been having fun with her teeth recently, and she's just not
Steve,
happy.
you seem a bit quiet, by the way.
I'm a bit quiet.
Am I? What?
No, Steve.
I'll be back. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll die in the shower. Who knows?
I mean, there's worse ways to go.
Well, at least you go clean.
Yeah.
Parboiled, but clean, knowing you, because I can imagine you have a very hot shower.
Also, Yuki has requested promotion to speaking.
To speaking. Yeah, go on.
Yes. I think I hit the button? Yeah, I hit the button. Good. I'll be back, or maybe not. I don't know. I could die.
You keep saying this as an option and then not delivering. It's disappointing at this point. Did the Royal Navy have any incidents like that of the October 27th, 1982, when USS Bellewood crews murdered a fellow crew member in a public park just outside the Sasebo naval base?
Didn't we have a crew member go crazy on a submarine once who had to be put down because he tried holding people hostage?
Yeah, we've had all sorts of fun things in the nicest way. The Royal Navy's been going for several hundred years. They've had pretty much everything you can imagine. In the nicest way, they usually had it with added alcohol in, so,
I mean, you could probably vouch sit there and say the rules your Navy use are probably based on the rules the Royal Navy had to come up with when they came across that situation.
Yeah,
French patrolling fleet. I'm hitting it now.
Steve, can you, Steve, can you, stream your game in Discord, please?
Okay, and Lions. Related to question 5, what was the thought process behind a Norfolk class destroyer leaders? Why was she so unarmed with only 3-inch guns and ASW arms, even though she's a destroyer leader? I think it's also because she was supposed to be in nicest way in terms of her value, in terms of her duties and missions. It was felt the 3-inch gun fitted things better. And yeah.
Oh god, that's 1440p 60 of my internet.
That Halifax, get rid of it. the schooner.
Okay, right then.
Literally, just transport to ship. It's to your left on the top left, just underneath the actual thing on the actual thing there. Transport to ship. You'll teleport to it.
Okay, out your 2 ways in just a second.
Oh wow, the incident I'm remembering is from 2011.
Yeah.
I can still
Leslie.
hear tales from the submarine base.
Leslie, are you flapping something occasionally?
Am I flapping something?
I get a flapping something, because I can hear something going flap, 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 flap on your mic sometimes.
He might be.
It's like you're flapping a wing, but I don't think you have them. But I'm not quite sure. You might have wings. And I swear, you've had a very
Red Bull today.
Yeah, you've had a very enough life. You know, you could have had all sorts of surgical attachments.
That just sounds cyberpunk-y as all hell.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think it's when I put the fan on the laptop.
What?
In front of the desk.
Oh no.
And the same question for the Mitcher class, the destroyer leaders. Do you think they're better off as destroyer DDGs after refit? And they did better. They did better after they were refitted, but you know that's the way things often go.
What went wrong with the bitches?
They were good ships, but they were improved after the refit. There was a lot of work put into the refits, and it did make them go a bit better.
Alright, Steve, head to the harbour master.
I don't remember them changing much on the dual 5.5-inch auto-loading guns.
It was
Might be
more.
wrong, though.
How do I put this? When they were they were put to gun destroyers rather than leaders. Because I think that's They just had the roles suited their hull form and their duties far more than the roles they have been trying to be fulfilling. And Poodle, I know. You want to come in to say hello.
Are you good, Steve?
It's going to be seen off because I've got a resources issue and it's not responding.
Oh god. I think you may have crashed.
He might have crashed. Oh.
Oh, on a quick off topic, I don't know if I'm disturbing anything. Anyone see the new Hunger Games trailer that came out for the new film?
What?
Oh. Yeah.
The Hunger Games trailer came out for some Rise on the Reaping. Looks really good. I'm excited.
That could be interesting. Let's see. I think we answered that question and that question. And I think there's another question from YouTube Minecraft Watcher, which it came on the YouTube, so I just had to press the button for it. And question from Ramal for the panel. And this is a fun one. I'll get you all to answer quickly while we're doing the battle, because we can do it at the same time. What's your favourite one-off class of USN ship? The Norfolk, the Long Beach, the Wichita, the Enterprise, CVN-65, Ranger CV4, or you can pick something else. I'd say one-off favourite ship, for me, it's the Wichita, but very closely followed by Enterprise and Long Beach. I do like my nuclear navy.
I do like Enterprise a fair bit.
I have to admit I have a soft spot for Long Beach.
The C-Cube.
I do like the C-Cube as well.
I was lucky enough to go on board for a reception.
I think Steve's got so far away.
Everything's sailed away from us.
They're always trying to sail away, but you know. Yeah.
They're chasing after people.
Is the sea cube the reason why fleet's scared of cubes? Can someone explain the story behind that? Because it's quite disturbing how quickly he runs away from them. And I must admit, at the time, all three of us had cubes, and we weren't quite sure why we had been given cubes by Drac, but we had been. And we were sort of going, okay, so we've got cubes, and then Fleet saw them and literally started running, which he was in his tweed and flat cap, and so that was an interesting experience to watch. It was kind of like watching, I don't know, those Olympic runners from like the 1890s or something, the early 1900s, taking a race. Just leaping off into action.
Dicing by the way, people.
Yeah, just say dice. There we go.
That or the Borg, it was that. Okay. And what could this battle group do in terms, this is from, I presume, a continuation of the other question, during ABDA command? Now, the battle group was an Alaska, and basically, if it's in your ABDA command, you're not going to have a Zuma. So you have Alaska, let's say, two Alaskas, 4 Gearings, and 2 Crown Colony class, or with 4 turrets, not 3 turrets. What could this do as a formation during ABDA command? Well, if the Japanese respond as they did historically, that force wipes out everything they bring to ABDA command. Because let's be honest, you've got 2 Alaskas. There is nothing the Japanese bring down to the Battle of Java Sea that is going to be able to take on 2 Alaskas.
Yeah, Second Fleet was mostly cruisers at that time, if I recall.
Yes, Alaska's primary target.
The battle line was up at Taiwan, I think.
2 Alaskas, 2 Crown Colonies, and 4 Gearings acting as a battle group.
Oh, the 4 Gearings will do spotting. The other 2 cruisers will be like, okay, we'll leave it to the Alaskas, and the Alaskas will have the operation done in a few hours.
No, basically the Crown Colonies are like, anything tries to swarm us to get past the Alaskas, we will smatter them in 6-inch shells so hard they will never get up again. So basically, if a destroyer swarm tries to come and get to them, it will never get through. The Alaskas will just go, oh, cruiser, bye-bye. Oh, cruiser, bye-bye. Oh, cruiser, bye-bye. Oh, cruiser, bye-bye. Oh, cruiser, bye-bye.
I meet cruiser. It's nice to meet you. Fire 12-inch armor piercing. Cruiser sinks. Hi,
Maybe
it's nice to meet you.
No, they probably end up having to fire 12-inch high explosive because the armor piercing will just go through and go out the other side on the Japanese cruisers.
Okay, now that's just insulting them.
I was going to say, when the Alaska site cruisers, they're going to be looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Is there anything in that group that can deal with, say, the spotting submarines the Japanese are using?
There are Gearings.
I was going to say there are 4 Gearings present.
4 Gearings. And let's be honest, the Crown Colonies also have ASDEC and depth charges.
Oh, rip.
Because the British cruisers are all on... The British, remember... Let's be honest, Abaca, Cressy and Hogue. And from that point onwards, British cruisers always carry ASW weapons. And everyone goes, why are the British putting weight into this? Why do the British have this on them? And, what's the point of it? And I go,
generational trauma.
Yes.
Useful.
Generational trauma. When you've had trauma of that level, you no longer go, you know what, I may or may not do this. You go, yes, I will do it.
Spanish patrolling fleet coming towards Leslie.
Okay, I'll be out from Size in a second.
Do you want to add Leslie back to the group? Now Steve's gone. For now.
No, Steve's back in. He's now just logged in.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
We can't hear what you're saying, Steve.
Hello.
You are literally muffled.
Douglas Gallagher's in here. Ian Mitchell was in here a second ago. Why am I here?
Yeah, I just used it to turn around.
Ah,
I was facing the thing, so I just digitized them and then jumped back out.
Why is it the rebel? And I swear this is the character they spent the most time on developing, because literally it's the one which has got the most done together clothing. For some reason, I do not know why the rebel agent has had such attention to detail. And the only reason I've noticed this is because everywhere I go, they're exactly the same, and it's one of the things which my brain annoys me is that they're always wearing the same clothing. It's as if it's the same person. It's kind of like it's the movie Magic, where the person just mysteriously gets there a few hours and is perfectly dressed in the same clothing they were before.
Checking what Steve's doing.
Thank you.
Steve's streaming at 1440p 60, so my computer's currently dying loading it.
I think I'm doing 30-30.
No, I'm on about Steam. Steve's stream.
Ah.
Alright, Steve, you're going to have to sail that ship. Hold on. You're going to have to sail... oh. Do you have a warehouse here, Steve?
You should. It's KPR.
Can I have a chair, please?
No, the far right button next to the sound mute. Yep. Drag all the stuff that's in your inventory in there, and then scuttle the ship.
Fire the single flare.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
Come
have
in,
some.
man.
There are 5 of us in here, I think. And I'm the bubby. So I'm using your human shields.
We all turn to port. Let them come to us. Don't go flying off or down the line. And stay as a block. We can smash them to pieces without them going all over the option.
No. Harbour Master.
Find a way of crippling it. It won't let me do it.
You have to sail the ship. No, you can't scuttle the ship. Yeah, because it's his current ship. What he needs to do is he needs to sail that Sizewell. Yeah, sail this ship to Sizewell. The Halifax to Sizewell. Go to Sizewell, then go to the harbour master there and sell it. Then you can switch, because it will allow you to switch to your ship that's in the port of Sizewell.
Be in the same location.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a headache.
Alright, and to quickly answer the question in the chat, Stafford, Alaska's in mint condition, 5 Alaskas in mint condition steam out of a fog and straight into Norfolk, Virginia today. What does the USN do with them? Well, there's been some recent discussions about needing big guns and wanting to bring back a battleship. They probably decide those are good enough.
Simplifies that.
Some modifications put in place. I wouldn't be surprised if they find themselves upgraded with gas turbines and electric drive, and I wouldn't be surprised if they find themselves also getting fitted with a version of SBY radar. Probably to do this, you remove the aft turret, and that's how you produce the space for the system, so that you can maintain the forward guns, and also you can put it under provisioning for helicopter operations, etc. So you could do some major reconstruction aft on the ship and you'd be fine. I also probably add in some VLS cells and some close-in weapon systems. Replace some of the 5-inch guns maybe with 3-inch guns. Oh, I managed to gain 306 XP. I have no idea why, but probably because I blew something up.
Oh, there was a frigate.
I'm just getting focused by the two of us. Mainly you.
Oh.
You do realise if Nelson was in charge of this fleet, half the captains here would be flogged around it.
Why? We've kept mostly to order.
Steve, turn off your stream. then quit the game, then restart it.
Keep in line.
We are we're fairly well in line.
Don't fail too quickly and let them come at you.
Well, they are coming at us. It's just I've managed. Instead of letting this one go round me, I've basically gone round him.
Oh, yeah, that's okay in that situation, but the point was that we were doing quite nicely taking them out bow first, as they were coming down the line at us, until they turn on sideways. Then becomes more of a strah.
Wind is now shifting.
I think there's not enough huge speed modules in size or any of the other areas.
The huge modules get used up pretty quickly.
Yeah, because I was looking for like something to speed up my ship.
If someone can shoot this ship in the ship in the stern, it will absolutely collapse.
That's what I'm doing.
I know.
I made a new stern.
Oh, yeah. That was just Paul just going, "Hello, I'm being friendly today."
No, that wasn't. That wasn't me. That was Poseidon.
That was Poseidon.
I hadn't turned around enough to.
Yeah, this is what happens when you have the 50s along. They take all the fun. Question: what response would Japan send to counter this battle group? In the nicest way, with that much firepower, they're sending down. If they want to send down something to fight it, they're going to have to send down all the Congos, or possibly they're going to have to send down Yamato and Musashi. And it might be a case of send down Yamato and Musashi.
Or Nagato and Mutsu, if...
Nice. Oh, nice.
The trouble is, would Nagato and Mutsu be able to even have a chance of catching the Alaskas if the Alaskas didn't want to?
No.
This is why you probably end up sending the 4 Congos, because they might have a chance to actually catch them. Have we taken them all out?
Yeah.
Dice at all.
It just a matter of who got the first hits.
There's a lot of lights going off around that fight, that battle. I presume that was us. It's got very fast
back
powers.
in now, Steve?
Sorry?
Are you back in?
I'm back in.
He's just sailing his old sloop to Sizewell so he can scrap it.
Oh, okay. Right. You're breaking up badly.
If anyone can actually understand what Steve is saying, please repeat it to me.
Someone
thank you for the translation. That did actually help.
That was clearer, actually.
Yeah,
Leslie.
yeah, that was useful. That was useful. If anyone's wondering one of the reasons why I put this on this week as part of the Historiophon.
You ever watch you know what I said?
Now, the reason I wanted to have this as part of the Historiophon, specifically Pirates of Burning Sea, the usual stuff, is and the World of Warship stuff when we do, if we do that gaming over the weekend as well, which hopefully will, is I'd like people to have an idea what the server is like. You know, the Discord server, the community, the wider community of the channel's like. And I think this is a good example of it. We basically are quite a friendly group. We chat away with each other. We do try and help each other. We do mildly torture each other occasionally, but we also, we try and help each other.
And then back towards Santa Clara.
I'm going back to Sizewell. And then I'm going to jump across the world and get some more distilling of rum. I've just had a notification. It's I'm full. So
I'm going to pop. I'm going to pop into Sizewell as well because I need to empty my hold again.
You go do that.
Although it's a big ship, it doesn't hold very much.
It's got a tiny hold, your ship.
Yeah, the only thing it holds is cannonballs.
That's possibly the problem. Stafford, is the US thinking of bringing back the battleship as a pure status symbol that'd be too expensive for others to build, or as an actual combatant for conflict genre? I think the discussion is as at the moment is purely as pretty much a status symbol and a theoretical stage, but I think it's also a realistic discussion that needs to be had. Is that the US is in trouble? Is that the main trouble is that the situation they've got themselves into with their fleet structure is it's so monotheistic in that it's pretty much all Burks, that they don't have graduation to single their diplomatic intent. And as I said before, deploying a US Marine amphibious task group is not less than deploying a carrier battle group. Deploying a carrier battle group is we're going to bomb you. Deploying US Marines is we're going to do regime change, and not in a friendly way. So that means that realistically you have to be quite, for the US then sort of below that you've got the Burks and nothing really below that, and adding in the Constellation class when they come in below the Burks is going to be great. Eventually replacing the Burks, really nice, but you ideally want something between deploying a single Burke and deploying a carrier battle group in terms of presence and deterrence. And so you really need something up there, and I think the discussion about battleships is because, honestly, battleship is a more politically correct and friendly term, apparently, than cruiser. And if you think about it, the terminology above destroyer goes cruiser and battleship, and variations of the two, but cruiser and battleship is it, isn't it? So I think, to an extent, the Americans are reacting to that and are going, we need something. The Chinese have gone, we've got variations of types of destroyer. Just waiting to translate the Chinese names of them. And the Type 55 is obviously a different signal than sending a Type 52D. But it's there. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, guys, I got bad news. Someone at my workplace likes to hoach his appearance. Look, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, just admit you work at the same place as Fleet. We will accept you. We won't be disappointed in you. We know it could happen. But the whole thing of, because you can basically send a Burke, or a pack of Burks, or a carrier battle group with a pack of Burks, is one of the reasons why, for presence and deterrence missions, it's one of the reasons why the Burke fleet is so overworked. Because all the signaling, all the stuff drops on them. So this is one of the reasons why LCS has failed to fit into that as a lower level in that category. It just hasn't managed to generate the impact. And one of the really strange things is actually with its speed, etc., and the supposedly rapid deployment, it could have been really useful in that if it had worked, but it didn't. So basically, the USN is looking at it's a discussion is going on, and I see a lot of the. When you start talking about a battleship, what's the image? It's got to have a big gun, otherwise it's not a battleship. And I think, to extent for the Americans, they are thinking about, well, if we differentiate off for something, and we do want to differentiate off for it, we need to make sure we differentiate off in a way that it will be visibly different. And that's the problem, is how do you differentiate your ships from your destroyers? Well, if you make something which has even more VLS than a destroyer, but also has some big guns on it, that's a battleship, right? I think that's where the USN side of the debate. The political side I'm not speaking to. I'm speaking to the USN side of the discussion. That's what I've heard about. It's not the politics side. It's the USN side, and there's a difference going on there between those two. There is a difference. Ooh. We are about an hour till we reach the 12-hour mark. An hour and 10 minutes, roughly. And then I've done 48 hours of broadcasting this week already, live. And I'll have one more 12-hour, and then it's the 36-hour of the weekend. Yes, Insiders are just, we want our boomstick back. Not quite that, but yeah. And also, I would say part of the big gun paradigm has been kept alive in the US debates by their amphibious forces, because their amphibious force is one of the few, and this is what some people miss when we're talking about the debate, is their amphibious forces are one of the few forces in the world which are actually launching amphibious assaults big enough to justify having big guns to support amphibious assaults. Because when they need them, they will really need them. And that's kept the Iowas around for a long time as being the force of needing to use them for that sort of thing. And that's been a viable thing for them, but the trouble is now the Iowas are no longer really viable for that role. You need to replace them in that role, and there's been lots of ideas about things to replace them, and they have, including the Zumwalts, and they haven't been replaced. This is another point I made when people cancelled the Zumwalts. Oh, you've basically made it so you're going to have to do something else down the line. We'll figure something out. Well, now you're getting your hands forced on the subject, and it's probably going to be not something you necessarily wanted as much as you'd have accepted general purpose of Zumwalt. Okay, panel is sent back to 1504 with the ship they are on, and you are guaranteed to survive until today, before you start aging again. What antics are you getting up to? I would have a third rate with 32 to 36 panels on lower and 18 to 24 on upper. Well, if I've got this ship in the nicest way and I'm going to guarantee to survive today, I'm going piracy. This ship is pretty good for privateering. How about everyone else? What are we doing? Why can't I hear Discord? I'm going back to this. People are green, but I can't hear them. Hello? I can't hear Runa at all. Okay. Can you speak again, see if that fixed it? RTC connecting. Are we having trouble with the things? It's Discord being Discord. Ah, that's annoying. So currently at the moment, Discord is not seeming to be connecting. But we will sort that out. We will sort that out in a second. First I will win this battle, then I'll get the harbour, then I'll fix Discord. Discord. Hmm. This. Let's go see what we want to get rid of. I was heading back out anyway for these things. Got logs, fur, beans. Right. Cannonball might have hit him. No. I'm still here, just having fun, trying to get Discord to work. Discord is being unhappy with me. Discord is being unhappy. Safford, was the 8-inch gun heavy enough to accept the 8-inch gun as all the get filler? It could have probably done, yes. It could have probably done. And onto that one. And the US lags behind the UK in terms of developing airborne ground scanning and airborne surface radar. Why did they? Do you think they? No. They're just doing different emphasis. That was literally it. Different emphasis. They have again, it's one of the things that's hard to understand when we look at America post-World War II and when we look at America today. But they have finite resources in this period, and it's like Britain. Britain can't develop everything it wants to do at the same time. America can't do everything it wants to do at the same time. No one can do it. You have to make choices, and yeah. They made the choices they did, and I'd argue it worked for them. But, yeah. Right then, while we're sorting out this, I am going to quickly disconnect Discord completely. Hello everyone, sorry about that. Yeah, I know you can't hear me on Discord. I am rejoining Discord, Lions. I am sorting it out, because Discord is having issues. Me and my Discord, we have issues.
Yeah.
And anybody else who's out that far?
Now I can hear you all, and I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
Yay!
You've returned.
I had to basically... Discord for some reason decided to go balmy on me. So I had to get to port so I could sit my shit down and organise my warehouse, and while doing that, leave Discord. Because my thinking was, if I was in port, then no one would expect me to do anything. So there wouldn't be, you all wouldn't be waiting around for me or going, why is he not responding, if I was in port. That was my idea anyway.
I've nicknamed my conquistador the Bronze Merchant.
Fun.
My transporter is named Big Bertha.
Well, in my Viking theme, this is now the Skid Bladnir.
He's all yours.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for saving my bacon.
Stuff. Yeah.
He's doing the thing.
He's doing the thing, but yay!
Because there's no point in us coming back to the damn thing.
Hug.
It's not like
Nice.
Yes, go ahead. Laugh at somebody who's been in the trade for 20 years. It's okay.
We weren't laughing at anybody who's been in the trade for 20 years. We were laughing at 460 Spanish sailors going and boom.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Much more entertaining.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
No.
But we all know what you were laughing at in reality.
No, honestly, they were laughing, the Spanish sailors.
We don't.
There was a ship that looked really nice, and then two first rates both opened up at about the same time, and it just disappeared.
Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. It's okay.
Age abuse isn't allowed.
Yeah.
Who hasn't diced?
Yeah.
Actually, the better question is who hasn't sliced?
The cheese?
Cheese me.
Tease you.
Yes. Make me uncheesable.
Uncheesable.
Yes.
Uncheesable.
Become uncheesable.
You can't become uncheesable. You like pizza and
Yeah.
Philly steak. That would be an anathema to.
Oh God! Stop reminding me. I'm going to have the world's worst food for the next 2 days.
I'm going to head towards Santa Clara.
Steve. No,
Yeah.
wrong Steve. Stafford. I'll have you know that my shower head in this hotel room, at max height, is at just about the right height for me to inhale it.
I like when the shower head is at collarbone height.
It's lovely. How is it the ones in Japan were higher?
Because I am in an ADA compliant room, and the people who designed the fixtures and layout of this room assumed that no able-bodied person would ever travel with a handicapped person.
Yeah, that really does make sense, doesn't it? I'm in a wheelchair and I need assistance. So I've got somebody else in a wheelchair to help me.
Also, while I am sure that there are more people who can do this than not, I pity the person bound in a wheelchair who has to open the front door to this facility.
Stafford has said, well, at least Runon's getting training experience of waterboarding to prepare her for potential future issues.
Oh, that's cruel.
No. Unless he said that on Twitch.
On YouTube. Once again has survived her waterboarding. I translated that from polite Canadian to English.
Crap.
See, nice way. I know what the world's largest community of war crime perpetrators actually mean when they're saying things. They sound polite. What they actually do is worse. And Stafford says, you can now read the reply that he put to you earlier, Runon, that I wouldn't read aloud for fear of my own survival because of the number of redheads in my family.
Oh, God.
I heard redheads.
Read the YouTube chat.
Well, do I have to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. What is Dr. Wells' response to the previous question? Because Discord did a whoopsie, and Twitch is not being cooperative since it's a mobile version. Pamela's sent back to 1504 with the ship they're on, and you're guaranteed to survive until today before you start aging again. What antics are you getting up to? I would have a third rate with 32 to 36 pounders on lower and 18 to 24 pounders on upper, since I'm not playing currently. If I had this ship, I'd be happy. I'd go and set myself up as a privateer, and I would just keep rolling on this ship type, basically, because in peacetime it's a perfectly good merchant vessel. In wartime, it's a perfectly good privateer.
You didn't hear my answer then, Alex.
Our answer.
Your answer is you're employed by the Royal Navy because you're driving around such big ships.
No, given that the date was 1508, I would go back, sink the Spanish Navy, sink the French Navy, sink the Portuguese Navy, and then go and do far more interesting things instead.
Yeah, pretty much.
To be fair,
after giving the church to the New World to the king.
Nicest way you can have it'll be King Henry the VII still.
Stafford
in 1508.
In a nice way.
Well, no,
are you sure that was
probably
be John, wouldn't it? Was it John or the one after John?
The battle just happened. I don't know why.
Stafford, are you sure that was a blush and not just flushed red with rage.
Was it a blush or was it a warning sign to run?
Yes.
It doesn't seem to be able to get in. So.
Crazy.
You're missing Paul.
No, don't miss Paul. Hit Paul.
Yeah. Right, I am trying to get to it.
Oh, go chat.
The wind is.
We don't know why the battle just started. Basically, they just.
If somebody
began
goes
to-
up to the part shortly, me and Paul could join.
I'm in now.
I'm not in. I'll probably cut.
Right.
Select the
put a flare up for you in a moment.
Select the the fight on the map. Then get moving within 3 miles, and you should be able to join.
I am within 3 miles.
Press space.
Click.
Yes, you've got to have the you've got to select it on the local map.
I'm gonna do it,
I'm just telling you what the battle actually is.
Oh, right, okay.
Of course. The bloomin'.
Are you moving?
He's in now.
Yeah.
No, he's not moving. He's staying still because they're coming to him. You go around the back of him.
Right. The people who are sailing off with full sails, reduce them.
Don't really want to be more than a.
I'm trying not to be a first-rate sandwich here, so.
You don't want to be more than about a length and a half ahead of the other ships.
Basically, if you are a frigate, what you want to do is intersperse yourself between the first rates so you are behind but firing through the gaps between them, so you're sort of a second line inside of them, so whilst you're not sailing directly into their stern or in front of their bow, you are able to fire through the gaps between them. However, that is kind of difficult to position yourself in because the frigates have the acceleration characteristics of a cheetah, which has just been told that there is a bucket of KFC 200 yards ahead, whereas the first rates have the acceleration of a elephant, which has just been told that no, it is not the pleasant bath time. Today is the day you go for an enema.
Question. Completely unrelated to that horrifying mental image. What happens if you give Nelson a fully functioning and equipped gun from HMS Nelson, spinally mounted on HMS Victory?
God.
And he can fire it without breaking the ship to matchwood instantly.
If you can fire without breaking the ship to matchwood,
without breaking the ship to matchwood,
it will make it go backwards. You can do this. It's probably that there's a high probability that the Spanish fleet ceases to exist at range before he actually engages them, because the engagement range of that gun versus them is going to be something absolutely colossal. And you notice that I am actually standing still with no sails out, and well, my colleague to my left of me, Leonard, a.k.a. Poseidon, is barely moving away from me. Barely, now sort of taking the sails down still, this is my point about the earliest pieces of acceleration. If I even touch my W, this is what happens. Just touch it.
Listen, Doc, we know you're compensating for the fact that you have one of the smallest ships in the line of battle right now.
No, Steve's got the same ship.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
That's why I said he has one of the smallest.
Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear the one of. I just heard smaller ship.
I'll do what I did to the other day shift foreman.
It's because she keeps mumbling.
And I'll start speaking in NATO phonetic.
It's because Runon keeps mumbling.
Although that is a conversation I need to have.
Yuki, you agree with me. Runon keeps mumbling, doesn't she?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, she's mumbling.
Yuki, you really don't have a lot of room to
talk. Excuse me.
Also, I hate you all.
Oh, you don't.
Where did you do that?
No.
Runon, have you ever seen Hot Fuzz? Because you sound like the bloody native Southwest country person.
No, I am perfectly well. Fuck. Sorry.
What are you?
What are you?
Having a stroke.
Intelligible.
You are?
Yuki is not far off the mark there. I am probably having a stroke. We need to.
I too have had a stroke before.
We need to call the bondulance.
There's one frigate left behind you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one gets left behind.
We're trying to do that thing called turn. These things don't like doing that.
No.
Just come right in front of her.
We don't do turning if we can help it.
Yeah.
You know how they say the ladies not for turning? These ladies are definitely not for turning. These ladies, you point in a straight line, and they eventually get there.
Then blast away. Oh, there's nothing left to do.
I feel that frigate's about to become splinters.
Yeah, there's derelicts there. You can grab them.
Over there.
I'm just grabbing derelicts because I'm getting them out the way so the first rates can actually engage the target, because otherwise the derelicts are blocking them.
Yeah. Stuck on that, baby.
There we go.
There you go, done. Right then.
Once I got around, it went all up.
He got introduced to several hundred pounds of bronze.
Once he got around, and also the two derelicts in his way had got removed, so he could actually fire through them. Yes. Hey, by gum.
Runon is completely spun right now. That's what she is. Can somebody translate that to American English?
Spun?
Sailing with Captain Morgan.
Yes.
Stafford, I don't drink. I've had 4 beers in my entire life.
And they were all in the last 4 minutes?
No, they were when I turned 21.
Diabolical.
I hate you all.
I have the misfortune of turning 18.
You can't hate us. We're little angels.
No, I can hate you.
Casting our last battlefield.
Okay, everyone, this is an easy.
Against the wind.
There's a very nice question from Stafford. A Royal Sovereign class pre-dreadnought shows up at the Battle of Trafalgar. How quickly does Nelson take command, and how much kindling does he make out of the French and Spanish fleets? Those 6-inch guns on that Royal Sovereign are going to have a frigging field day.
Pick your target and go.
How much would Nelson like the first HMS Nelson to come after Nelson?
Which HMS Nelson?
The first one to come after him. That would be the 120-gun vessel launched in 1814. He'd have loved her.
That'd be one of the Caledonias, right?
No, she was a Nelson-class ship of line for. But she she was a modified. I think she's a modified.
Broadened.
Where
Yeah.
are you going? You just passed
You need a flare. You need a flare.
No, I don't think I need a flare. I'm coming back. It's just the reason I passed the battle is, and I have to admit this, is because I was doing something else. My finger, I tapped away on my keyboard and nothing happened, and I was going, why the frigate's nothing happening?
Oh, I've gone onto a different screen. Yeah.
Yeah. because I was sorting something else out, and I was going, yeah, I'm just sorting that out. That'll be fine.
You only appear to have one of the first rates here.
Yeah, because you tagged it pretty far away from me.
Oh lord.
Okay.
Oh, this will be fun. Okay.
I've given you an acceleration boost.
For future reference,
please. So nice.
Shooting flare-up starts the battle.
Alright.
I think that was more for my benefit.
To be fair, anything you do starts the battle. If you even twitch on the keyboard and press W or space or anything, it starts the battle. Literally, the only way the battle doesn't start is if no one touches anything or breathes on their keyboard.
What happens if the bosun gets up and pours himself a pot of coffee?
You will probably send vibrations through the keyboard and the battle will start. And also, why do you need coffee?
Why wouldn't you have coffee?
Don't you have Iron Brew?
But coffee.
Coffee is good for you.
Have both.
Have coffee. Have coffee.
That would be the most.
Brew.
That would be the most foul flavored coffee. Or
have Iron Brew flavored coffee. This is a simple fix, people. Stop overcomplicating it.
You're gonna put Iron Brew in the coffee machine and run it through a coffee filter.
Actually, that sounds like a great idea. Let me do that right now.
If we could get the fleet together and we could dive straight into the middle of them. And judging by their ability to shoot them, because they have literally split up into two.
The wind.
Or, hear me out, we could do pigs in a blanket.
That is negotiable.
Also,
no, it's not negotiable. I'm putting the pigs in the oven right now.
And you're doing pigs.
Just have a whole pig into the oven.
Why would you?
Yes,
why would you do pigs in a blanket like that for your in the oven? What? That's what the air fryer's for. So you get the bacon nice and crispy.
I am in a hotel right now, and it's not wrapped, and I don't have an air fryer, and the sausages are not wrapped in bacon. They're wrapped in pastry.
You didn't take an air fryer with you?
I only have a Fiesta. I can only carry so much crap in and
air fryers are tiny.
So is my Fiesta.
Air fryers are smaller than a Fiesta.
On the grounds of that Fiesta, what
size is your air fryer that it would not fit in your Fiesta?
It's about the size of a small keg, a hogshead even.
Oh, but you're air fryer.
But you're a person who lives alone. Why do you need an air fryer, which is for a family of 12?
Because I got it from my mother.
Okay.
Understandable.
Well, it was free. It was free, so that's fine.
That's acceptable. It was free. It was from your mother. That's fine. Also, that probably means in nicest way your mum's upgraded to an even bigger one. So, yeah, that's respectable.
I come here solely to get bullied.
No,
you're not Flea.
No,
you come for the great company.
Uh-huh. Sure, fam.
Just keep believing that.
Is there still one of their ships still alive somewhere?
Yeah, yes. I took its starboard side off.
Yeah.
We've given it a good old smack.
Oh,
there we go.
It was hiding. It was hiding behind the first rate. So I was sort of going. I have smashed every single one. Where the frigate is it? Where is the frigate? Is the frigate? It's behind the first rates.
I think this is the most damage any fleet has done to me.
I'm only sat in this.
Oh, that you've taken.
Yeah.
Has everyone diced?
Yeah, has anyone diced?
I have now.
There we go.
Patches live.
Oh, but,
I mean, that was
huge speed rig. Is somebody looking for one of those?
I am.
I gave you a whole bunch of stuff.
Right, where are you?
I'll just get out of the battle quickly.
The
I
Spanish.
have to get out recently, but
Oh, Stafford has actually had a good idea for you, Runon. In regards to Fox's request for a switchboard last night, I recommended that you draw up a contract where she can no longer make digs at your age for you to send one to her.
Okay, Stafford, here's the problem about doing that. The problem about doing that is this little thing known in legal parlance as enforceability. I have no enforcement power to actually enforce the contract because I am going to do many things with my free time. Suing Foxo in an English court of law while I am in America is not one of them.
No, but you could have the penalty be something like Dragon has to take you out for a day.
Dragon is willing to do that anyway.
Dang, I know. The thing is, without Foxo, you two get to go on a mystery day, and you don't tell her where you went and what you did.
They get closer.
I can already say that won't end well.
In the nicest way,
well.
that is a threat in a contract will be something though she will absolutely hate and therefore will not break.
Foxo would find out.
Actually, no, that would require me to make Dragon a party to said contract.
Yes.
Because otherwise the contract would have no authority over him.
Well, that's the thing. You make Dragon the witness. And therefore,
Yes.
Dragon's sense of honour and a sense of fairness will mean that it will be enforced.
Yes, but Dragon is getting no consideration in this contract. It's not going to hold up in a court of law.
Yes, but you can add something in there for Dragon as well.
Yes, but if I just give him, say, $1.
No, you paint some of his models because he's got a massive grey army as well, and he knows how he does believe you're a better painter than him.
Doc, I'm not going to comment on that. Doc, my backlog is just as big as his, if not bigger. Why am I going to be painting models for him now?
Because it stops them also making jokes about your age.
Also, then I have to paint Dark Angels.
Yeah, but you could paint them in Iron Brew colours just to be rebel.
No, I would have to. I would then be contracted to him to paint his miniatures in the paint scheme which he has chosen.
Mm-hmm.
Not to interrupt you, there's a Spanish patrolling fleet near me.
Constant drowsiness. Why are you tormenting Runon? Because Fleet isn't here.
We're not tormenting Runon. We are trying to fix her problems in life.
You know what would fix my problems in life? This week's lotto numbers and 6 weeks paid leave.
Is it coming this way or going away?
It's going away.
Forget it, because we're not going to catch you up.
No.
There's another one coming towards us. Don't worry, we'll swing around towards that. And now it's turning around. Bugger.
Either that or somebody wiring me a cool $1 million.
Could the four of us head slightly towards Santa Clara?
I'm going to call it a night here because I've got to.
It seems to be turning around now.
For the next tomorrow.
Have a good one, Leslie Ian.
Have a good one, Leslie.
Well, it's a patrolling fleet, so I presume it's patrolling.
It won't be patrolling for long.
Yeah, YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
My laptop with this.
YouTube, if just before the Battle of if just before the Battle of Trafalgar, all English ships suddenly become copies of HMS Nelson 1814 edition, yeah, the French and Spanish fleet just gets reduced to matchwood.
I'm just imagining HMS Africa as a 120-something gun first-rate ship of the line going down them.
Yeah.
I'm also imagining, it's like, we need to bombard that enemy position on that hill. You haven't just cratered the hill. You've removed the hill and now turned it into a nice duck pond. That's how dead the Franco-Spanish fleet will be.
We are waiting on Dr. Clarke.
These academic types. Engineers, doctors.
Starboard, by the way.
Starboard port. Which way are we going, lads?
But also, yes, I think I'm going to. I'm going to.
The wind is behind us, so we can pick whichever way we want. I recommend we go to port.
That's the way I was going to go. But...
Port it is.
I think I'm going to take a page out of Foxo's book and begin an anti-engineer jihad.
I think
then everything will fall apart.
Engineers have their uses.
Yes.
wasting
time and money.
No, it's not time and money. It's probably because someone decided to save money by not booking not paying overtime or not paying for the engineers to support the night shift. And if they're not getting paid, don't take this the wrong way, but if I'm not getting paid for it, I'm not showing up.
Yes, and that was probably somebody called an efficiency engineer. Again, it's an engineer.
They're an accountant.
They're an accountant.
I don't care. They have engineer in the title.
It's like architects.
They're not engineers. They're not engineers.
You also have the situation.
How am I still getting dust balls coming out of my nose?
You wouldn't have your 3D printer without engineers.
There's also things called software engineers and electrical engineers.
You still need the engineers to build the framework for the whole bloody thing together.
By technicality, Runon, you are an electrical engineer.
No, I am not.
We have discussed this before.
I don't have a degree in this.
We have discussed it before. By many standards, you would sort of qualify as an engineer.
No, I wouldn't, because I do not have an engineering degree in the field, let alone a public engineering stamp. Nor do I work for an engineering firm. I am not an electrical engineer.
Okay.
All those who believe Runon is an electrical engineer, please put in the chat, yay. All those who don't believe Runon is an electrical engineer, please don't bother putting anything in the chat. We're just taunting to torture her.
Okay.
I hate you all. You could be any other way, but you choose to be this way. You deliberately wake up every morning and choose violence.
You could have been anything you wanted to be.
Oh my god, no.
except for Dr. Clarke, who doesn't sleep, therefore never wakes up.
No.
Wake me up inside.
I just was born choosing.
Oh my god, no.
I was just born choosing violence.
It's unfortunately in my blood.
And
let's be honest.
Save me from myself.
You've all heard me talk about my
wall of wood and guns.
You've heard me talk about Mother, so you know, nicest way. Are you surprised that came out the way I did?
I think Dr. Clarke would be born to be wild.
Yes, there you go. Thomas gets it right. Runon does not want the liability of being an engineer. Very good, very good. Finally, somebody understands.
Yeah, but you end up being forced with that liability.
Yes, and you end up telling the engineers what to do. So de facto, you are the engineer because you're the subject matter expert who's explaining to the engineers what they need to do.
No, see, once the engineer takes that shiny stamp and they push it down onto that shiny paper, it then becomes a them problem. All I have to do is show that I built it according to the specification that was approved by the engineer. How the engineer got that specification is not my problem.
Well, there's a bit of an issue with that.
In a court of law, the engineer is always assumed to know better than I am.
I thought as you were a master, you were equivalent to an engineer.
No, I am able to engineer my own systems. However, I cannot override an electrical engineer in the state of Virginia. If an electrical engineer instructs me to do something a certain way, I must do it that way, unless I can show a proven, essentially, that it will fail. And then but even then, I still have to have the argument with our mutual boss about which way they should go, and then they make the decision.
I don't remember where that song comes from. It's Bugsy Malone, isn't it? The kids one. You could have been anything you wanted to be.
Yeah, it's from.
Yeah,
There's that one all the way over there.
So.
An entire 2 generations of British schoolchildren were tormented by that bloomin' film, and the fact that our teachers all seem to have the desire for us to learn how to sing that song. Oh, good lord!
One all the way over there.
That'd be Steve.
Because our frigates went running.
Base Marine.
Oh,
even though every company of Marines is only 100 Marines, I still think it's kind of stupid for the captain to usually be a frontline combatant.
Yes. Massively stupid.
Like, I get it if the chapter master is on the field. Okay, fine. Because then, your chapter master is on site and taking command. But otherwise,
also,
it's like you are the senior available commander.
Yeah.
You like this?
The entire company structure, nicest way I've rebuilt my company structures. I do not follow. My forces has not been Codex compliant in a very long time, and my company strengths are not Codex compliant.
See, my company markings aren't. All they do is mark what that person's role is.
Nice.
So, like, yes, this person has this color pauldron. That does not mean they are in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th company. That just means that they are a support trooper.
Yeah, I have
need to go and offload.
Okay. While you're doing that, I am going to go visit somewhere. I need to go visit.
Prairie?
Huh?
So it's Clarke, do you know we have a company warehouse in Sizewell that you can drop stuff in?
I do know that, but I'm not going to Belize. I've been going back towards Belize because I have my own warehouse in Belize, but also because I've been checking something else, and I've got a little mission. I have to go and pop and deliver something to a French capital. So I'm going to quickly go do that. Just a second, because I want to show people who are watching this today how beautiful some of the cities can be. And literally, there are 2 options. I could take them to the pirate heaven, or I could take them to the French capital. I'm going to the French capital.
French capital?
Yeah.
A few nice cities about, just not British.
No, the British one. It looks like a blooming. We've been over that one. That one looks apparently, like someone's destroyed it.
Apparently, it was an earthquake.
Yeah.
You think they would
historically speaking, it was an
true.
earthquake, and they were worried that it would happen again, so it wasn't worth the investment.
No.
I think it was just being lazy.
No, and no, and just no. If you have that scenario with an earthquake and you don't want to invest in that particular site again, you know what you do? You move your headquarters to somewhere else where you can defend it and support it and sustain it. You do not leave a place looking like that. Remember, your headquarters, your capital is a representation of you as a nation. It is your status in a region. If you let it get into that state, you look like a...
You look like a weak nation that's getting ready to fall over with a slight fart.
Anyway, I'm going to
so
pump a
easy
bit.
to get a rise out of you, Alex, when it comes to
Yes, but I have admitted that
pirates
self-opposed to this game. I am the blooming surveyor of the cities, and I will go round and I will critique them. Okay, Ramal. Question 10. Do you think the SBY-1 radar, especially the D version, is already outdated? It's 90s tech. Nah. The Samson radar is better than the SBY-1D, but it should be. It's about 20 years younger. But the newer SBY-6 and the Samson radar, they're both Acer systems. They are both pretty darn good. It's half a dozen 1/6 of the other when you've got the Samson system versus the SBOI. The fixed array systems with active electronic scanning, very good at searching things, and you can pump out theoretically slightly more power for them, I think, as I understand it. But with the system as the Samson is, which is able to spin around and is providing you that sort of view as well as active electronic scanning, does allow you to do very, very interesting things in terms of your positioning of your radar and your shaping of your beams to try and get how to put an image of what's going on and work out deflection. It's a very interesting thing. One is basically allows you more power, which is useful for if you're in the American scenario. And I would say the British have got one which allows them to be very useful to their allies as well as very good for themselves, in that they offer something just a little bit different, a little bit more interesting capability.
Also, isn't the Samson complemented with the TAL's radar?
Yeah.
Question: how do Aegis destroyers know when to turn their radar on if they are trying to not scream over the horizon that, "Hi, I'm here, I have a task group with me, hi"?
Well, that's why you usually have the Hawkeye up in the air, because that's to give you the warning. But the other thing is, it depends on the situation. You just turn on the friggin' and sometimes you just go, right then, I'm in a high enough threat environment that, frankly, I need to know more than I need to not know. And you do have frequencies you can operate at. Kind of like when you're training and you operate with noisemakers on your hull to make your submarine louder, or your aircraft have a larger radar signature so people can actually track it for exercises. Ships can operate their radars slightly differently in peacetime than they do in war.
I thought the Fernsall lenses were there to try and disrupt enemy, adversary intelligence collection on stealth assets that were not being actively deployed.
Yeah, that too. What was the thought process on the USN fitting 25mm Bushmaster Bradley gun on their ships? To kill small boats.
More DACA against small boats and aircraft.
Yeah, and it works. And it's an already existing logistics trains, logistics and everything setting up, and you know where it is and what it can do. It just makes life easy.
Additionally, it's also established as a human operable weapon, which means it will not do the weird things that a Sea Whiz will sometimes do. Like break.
Ramal, PC related question. What kind of PC monitors do you have? Do you have a 34-inch monitor? Is it too big?
No.
No, I think I have two 32-inch monitors, and I'm probably going to get a third because I'm probably going to get the same type again. I'm currently using as my keyboard the old Dell and one of my old Dell keyboards because I have a whole load of these. I keep trying to get a better keyboard, and every time I do, they break after anything, and I end up going back to one of these old Dell ones. I do not know what it is, but these are the old generation Dell keyboards. If you can get them, you can get them currently very, very cheap on various systems. They last for frigging ever. They can be abused by someone writing a book and hammering away on the keys. I do not know how they survive like they do, but they are the keyboard equivalent of the Nokia 3310.
They don't make my keyboard anymore. It's an AZIO.
It just keeps they just keep going. And this one, I have to admit, I have modified it slightly. I have added IKEA rubber bits from IKEA from the curtain poles you get in IKEA. I have added them on it, spare ones which I wasn't using for the curtain poles, on it to give it more height and leverage, and it is absolutely brilliant. And I have done that quite a few times now with them, because it's a well-practiced maneuver, because IKEA always give me more parts than I need, so that's fine, I can make use of it.
You always got to add on your nice little rubber bits.
I have one bit of fun thing I do have is the mouse. I have a slightly fancy light-up gamer mouse, and mainly I have this because it was the mouse which came with the longest cable.
That's understandable.
And I didn't want to have another. I didn't want to have a Bluetooth mouse, because I just thought if it runs out of power in the middle of me doing something, it'll annoy me so much. And there's one thing, having a Bluetooth mouse for a laptop, that makes sense, but for a PC, yeah.
I'm gonna say I use a trackball mouse for my laptop.
I've got a 34-inch and a 37-inch widescreen.
You have a trackball mouse? And you try to claim you're not an engineer?
I'm giving you a minimalistic salute right now.
Good night.
I'm sorry, please, I'm going to ask the people in the chat. If someone tells you they have a trackball mouse, doesn't that scream engineer to you?
Okay, you try using a full-size laptop, one of those itty-bitty tiny little desks on a lecture hall with a regular mouse. Let me know how that works out for you, kid.
Most people just get a mini mouse, a regular mini mouse, not a trackball mouse, though.
No.
Put the DPI up.
Yeah.
But then it's too twitchy.
I know.
Move slower.
You have done the
to move.
You have done the engineering solution. You are therefore an engineer. Chat agrees with me.
Minimalistic. I'm giving you a.
Chat is backing me up here.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Runon. I used to have a ball mouse because I had a small desk, and then when I inherited the old man's desk, I went back to a normal mouse, and the boy has picked trackball mouse because he found it easier in uni with his laptop used trackball mouse. And as he would say, I'm autistic. I'm doing history. I am not. He's as impractical as you can get. He still can't butter bread properly.
What do you mean he can't butter bread properly?
Well, you show him. You take a knife, you get the butter, and you go, this is how you put the butter on and spread it so it spreads evenly. And he comes up with these large lumps of butter, even when it's soft. And it's like, no, spread it like...
Does he rip up all the bread too while he's doing it?
I was going to sit there and say, why use a knife when you could just use a spoon? Because I had that problem. So I just get butter on the back of a spoon and spread it that way. It doesn't tear up the bread and spreads evenly.
Wanted to put some nails in the wall to hang up a picture, and he said, can you give me some nails and a piece of wood and a hammer so I can practice hammering the nails in? I showed him what to do, and 2 hours later he said, can you come and put these nails in the wall for me?
Oh my god.
Okay, now wait a minute.
He is classified unofficially as being dyspraxic, which means that he finds doing certain everyday tasks very difficult. So So things like when he ties his shoelaces up, he doesn't just tie a half loop and then a loop, a full loop to give it. He will go around 3 times, pull it tight, then do the ears, and then eventually work it. And I could tie 20 pairs of shoes in the time it takes me to tie one shoe.
This is why I highly recommend Skechers, and I've actually since we've been back from my sister is dyspraxic. She's classified as that's what she's got. She's got the piece of paper and everything. I've got her a pair of Skechers. I bought them for her because and they have been incredibly useful because I got her the slip-ons like I've got the ones that you just put your feet in, and for her that's made her life immeasurably easier. Plus, like me, she's always had a bit of trouble getting getting shoes which fit her feet because we as a family have quite fat feet. So usually you end up with a size larger, or a couple of sizes larger than you actually are in length to accommodate the width of your foot in the UK.
Now,
and so it's been quite. She's finding them quite comfortable.
Now, I do feel any more fleets? Are you done?
Yeah, I can do more.
Do more.
Now,
I'll be back shortly.
Sorry.
I've just literally got to do a quick visit to Ponte Pieta.
Now, I do feel obligated to point out one thing before people start taking the Mickey out of Paul's grandson.
No, Paul's son.
No, grandson. Cheeky twat.
See, Runon, nice way. You complain on the age jokes, but you're running into the age jokes yourself. You're just being cruel here.
Yes, except I'm not doing it deliberately because I am trying to map the people I've seen in Paul's orbit against Paul. So again, minimalistic salute.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No. I accept. As Foxo said, I think of you as being a granddad. I'm going.
At any rate,
no. Don't tell Kai that. He would go. No way.
Just checking in this group.
People who
that is Leslie in this group, but Leslie isn't here right now.
To the people who think that driving nails is easy and painless and requires no skill whatsoever, go out, buy yourself a 5-pound box of 12-penny framing nails, and just start nailing 2x4s together, and then get back to me. There is skill to it.
What is the panel's opinion on Dr. Phosphorus from Creature Commandos? No idea.
I think he's a guy that's just like burning phosphorus, if I'm remembering who that is correctly.
Okay. And what RN ship in a batch of 8 would you snap into existence for modernization setup to show up and shut up the USN for the next decade or two? So I could get 8 of them, and it's going to shut up the US Navy for a decade or two.